যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine. Today we have a great debate to get into, and we have actually found out a great panel out of the blue. This was not prepared at all. I randomly decided this debate, and I thought our viewers, our members, someone or the other will be there to debate this, and our live chat is always there to counter me on stuff. But then we have our Vanguard members now as well. So on top of that, I found two other great people to debate this. So probably some of our Vanguard bros will join. I'm guessing some of our members will join. But other than that, we have Tushar from LPI. He's the founder of Libertarian Party of India. And another friend who has been on the podcast and is an author of multiple books on agriculture in West Bengal, Oritra Ghosh-Cesar. He will also join to debate, to defend freebies somewhat, okay? First of all, we'll have Tushar here. Hi Tushar, long time no see. How are you?
Here, what's up? I'm good. What about you?
तो वो डीप स्टेट का पैसा कैसा चल रहा है? बहुत तो खाया सुना है मैंने लिबर्टेरियन पार्टियों ने।
बस रुक ही नहीं रहा है।
और देखो सीजेपी कैसा डीप स्टेट का पैसा खाके या ना खाके कितना लाइमलाइट में पहुंच गया। तुम लोग डीप स्टेट का पैसा खाके भी ट्विटर पे रह गए।
हमारी फंडिंग पिच काफी वीक थी। थोड़ा अमेरिका जाके देनी चाहिए पिच ना, ईमेल से बनी नहीं।
Yes, yes. So I'm going to be the moderator here mostly, but I'm not going to be an honest moderator. I'm going to be an evil, bad faith actor moderator. Okay, I am opposed to freebies, so I'll just chime in with my views against freebies.
मैं थोड़ा एक बार डिबेट से पहले तो मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि फ्रीबीज जैसी कोई चीज नहीं होती। इट इज ईदर पेड बाय printing money or by taxes, so nothing is free.
Yes. Anand is asking, when will you start the? No, it's practically with everyone, okay? And you are not just the audience, Anand. You are a member as well. So this is going to be between members, Vanguard members, and anybody who wants to debate. So my opinion is India cannot become Viksit Bharat with while giving freebies, no matter how many justifications you come up with against or in favor of these temporary freebies, etc. Narendra Modi himself has been against reverie culture, then has been giving away a lot of reverie for his electoral compulsions. So with freebies, there are a huge bunch of problems, debt, etc., wasting money on stuff, or even if it's lifting people out of poverty, it's creating a huge dependent class on the state, etc. These are the reasons why it can never cause or push India to become Viksit Bharat. I'll go over to Tushar as soon as possible now. And if anybody wants to counter, become a member and join the conversation directly. So firstly, Tushar, why can't India become Viksit Bharat even while giving freebies?
First of all, what do you consider Viksit Bharat? पहले इस क्वेश्चन को एड्रेस करते हैं। तो विकसित भारत ऑब्वियसली अगर सिंपल इकोनॉमिक टर्म्स में मेजर करें तो फिर इट विल बी हाई पर कैपिटा इनकम कंट्री with advanced technology, and most of there are no people under poverty. और एनर्जी, और अगर फिजिक्स टर्म में बात करें तो फिर एनर्जी अबंडेंट कंट्री, where people enjoy advanced technology, both in terms of living conditions and both in terms of transportation and all. तो एक अगर एडवांस एक अगर कोई इंडिया को जैसे अभी रिसेंटली फीफा वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा है, काफी सारे वॉच कर रहे होंगे। तो जो यूरोपियंस हैं वो जाके एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं कि अमेरिका में कि अबंडेंस और सरप्लस क्या होता है। तो अगर एक ह्यूरिस्टिकली एग्जांपल है तो फिर डेवलप्ड एंड रिच कंट्री वुड बी समवेयर इक्विवेलेंट टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स या फिर समवेयर इक्विवेलेंट टू यूरोप। उस लेवल के लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड्स विल बी व्हेन विल दे विल बी कॉमन अमंग पीपल, then we can say we are developed या फिर विकसित भारत। And right now अगर comparison करें where do we stand, right now we stand at $2,500 to $3,000 per capita GDP, and United States is about to cross 100,000 per capita GDP, so that is almost 40 times richer than us. मगर we are accelerating. Good thing is that we are accelerating exponentially. In spite of the government, we are accelerating exponentially. But the point is that what facilitates and what inhibits development. Countries have grown without welfare schemes. In fact, I would argue that countries have done better without welfare schemes, because welfare schemes, although named as welfare schemes, वो actually productive लोगों का पैसा जो कि taxes के form में है, जो कि गवर्नमेंट की डेट की फॉर्म में है, जो कि मनी प्रिंटिंग की फॉर्म में है, वो प्रोडक्टिव चैनल में से निकाल के जहां पे उनको स्मार्ट तरीके से यूज किया जा सकता है और वेल्थ से और वेल्थ जनरेट करी जा सकती है, वो सिर्फ वोट वोट की उसमें चला जाता है, वोट ब्राइबरी में चला जाता है, एक तरीके से हम कह सकते हैं। अब ये इलेक्शन में एक ट्रेंड बन चुका है कि हर कोई फ्रीबीज अनाउंस कर रहा है कि हम इतने रुपए दे देंगे, हम ये बहना वो बहना, और फिर उसके बाद हम ये फ्री कर देंगे, हम वो फ्री कर देंगे। और बिजली, और जहां तक एग्रीकल्चर की बात करें तो बस कितने टाइम से उसमें कितने सारे फ्रीबीज इन्वॉल्व हैं, चाहे वो बिजली हो, चाहे वो फर्टिलाइजर हो, चाहे फिर वो स्टेट परचेज, मतलब गवर्नमेंट ही आपका प्रोड्यूस खरीद लेती है। तो बहुत सारे लेवल्स पे कोशिश करी है कि हम अगर कॉस्ट कम कर देंगे या फिर हम गवर्नमेंट अगर इन्वॉल्व होगी तो फिर थिंग्स विल टर्न आउट बेटर। मगर कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि इकोनॉमिक्स डजंट वर्क लाइक दैट। पेपर पे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना और रियल वर्ल्ड में प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने में डिफरेंस होता है। आप किसी भी सिंपल, बिल्कुल इतने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट थिंकिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। आप सिंपल गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में जाके देखो, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि किस चीज पे उन्होंने पैसा लगाया और किस चीज पे पैसा लगाना चाहिए, वर्सेस प्राइवेट बिल्डिंग में जाके देखो कि वो किस चीज पे पैसा लगाते हैं। वो क्लीनलीनेस पे पैसा लगाएंगे, वो डिजाइन में पैसा लगाएंगे, वो कस्टमर सर्विस पे पैसा लगाएंगे। मगर गवर्नमेंट में ऐसा कुछ भी देखने को नहीं मिलता, क्योंकि उनकी प्रायोरिटीज डिफरेंट है, उनको स्टेटस गेम खेलनी है। तो यही सारी चीजें जो है, जो अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो अपने प्ले आउट करते हैं अपने एजेंडाज को, फिर उसका रिजल्ट ये होता है कि जो बड़ा विजन है, जो पूरी कंट्री को लेके विजन है, तो 2047 में ये तो पॉसिबल है कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी है और बहुत ज्यादा रिच है, और स्टिल एट द सेम टाइम हमारे लोग, मासेस इन जनरल बहुत पुअर हैं। अभी भी जैसे अगर किसी को कंपेयर करना हो, आप गवर्नमेंट सोसाइटीज विजिट करना शुरू करो, आप जहाँ पे सिविल लाइन्स जिनको कहते हैं, या फिर जहाँ पे आर्मी क्वार्टर्स में विजिट कर सकते हो आप। उनका बहुत अच्छा लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड हो गया, रोड बिल्कुल वेल मेंटेन्ड, बिल्डिंग्स क्लीन, पूरे अच्छे से फैसिलिटीज दे रखी है उनको, उनकी बिजली की सप्लाई भी अलग कर रखी है। मगर उनकी साइड में ही जाओ, कोई स्लम होगी, वहां पे ना बिजली है, ना पानी है, ना सिक्योरिटी है, और इंसेक्ट इन्फेस्टेशन अलग से है। सेम ही कॉन्ट्रास्ट आपको देखने को मिलता है, क्योंकि जिसको आप वो बताते हो, टैक्सेस बताते हो, जो कि आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो कि गवर्नमेंट लेगी टैक्सेस हमसे और वो लोगों का भला करेगी, उससे हमें स्कूल देगी, हॉस्पिटल देगी, हमें रोड देगी, वो एक्चुअली में सबसे पहले उनका जो काम होता है वो गवर्नमेंट खुद को फीड करना होता है, उनकी बड़ी बड़ी सैलरीज को फीड करना होता है, उनके पॉलिटिकल सपोर्ट को फीड करना होता है। उसके बाद जाके जो पैसा बचता है वो फिर एलोकेट होना शुरू होता है काम के लिए। तो वो हमारी डेवलपमेंट की जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, जो गवर्नमेंट करके देगी, वो आती है वेस्टर्न नेशन से, कि भाई वेस्टर्न नेशंस में आप जाओ, देखो इन्होंने कितना ये फ्री एजुकेशन देते हैं, फ्री हेल्थ केयर देते हैं, फ्री ये देते हैं, फ्री वो देते हैं, देखो कितने बढ़िया कर रहे होंगे लोग। जबकि एक्चुअल प्रोसेस ये था कि उन्होंने पहले वेल्थ जनरेट करी, उसके बाद उन्होंने डिसाइड किया कि हमें और लोगों की जरूरत है जिनमें हम इन्वेस्ट करें, तो फिर उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू किया। मगर उससे पहले सपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बिल्ड किया कि वो जो एक्चुअली इन्वेस्ट करे पैसा, वो एक्चुअली उस बंदे तक पहुंचे भी। जैसे वो स्टेटमेंट है कि ₹100 दो तो फिर ₹1 तक पहुंचता है, ऐसी कुछ स्टेटमेंट भी थी। तो ये बस अब ये गवर्नमेंट आ गया, यूपीआई आ गए, तो फिर डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर आ गए, तो फिर शायद जो ₹100 जा रहा है, ₹100 टैक्स का जाता है, उसमें शायद ₹10 या ₹15 एलोकेट हो जाता होगा, मगर मैक्सिमम परसेंटेज सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट ब्यूरोक्रेसीज के सैलरीज और गवर्नमेंट ब्यूरोक्रेसीज के ऑपरेशन में चली जाती है, लोगों तक बेनिफिट कभी पहुंचते ही नहीं। तो ये एक्सपेक्टेशन जो कि आप सोचते हो कि फ्रीबीज से लोगों का भला होगा, जो लोग उसको फंड कर रहे हैं उनका तो भला कभी नहीं होता, क्योंकि पे कौन करता है, बेसिक टैक्सेस कौन पे करता है, सैलरी। एक डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस तो सिर्फ सैलरीड मिडिल क्लास पे करती है, जिसकी सैलरी स्लिप होती है, जिसका पूरा अकाउंटेबिलिटी रहती है। ना तो रिच बिजनेसमैन पे करते हैं जो ऑफशोर अकाउंट खोल सकते हैं, और ना ही जो टैक्स ब्रैकेट से नीचे आते हैं वो टैक्स डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस पे करते हैं। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस सारे पे करते हैं, मगर डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस तो आप पे करते नहीं है। और आपका इनकम का 15, 20 या 30% गवर्नमेंट ले जाती है, और आपको पता भी नहीं उसका, आपको डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट मिल भी रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा। आपके आसपास की सड़कें टूटी हुई हैं, आपके अभी बारिशें चल रही है तो आपके आसपास फ्लड्स आए हुए होंगे। आपको अगर स्कूल्स में, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, कोई गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में नहीं पढ़ाते, आप गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चों की फीस देते हो, मगर आपके बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ते हैं। तो इस तरीके से जहाँ जो आपका मनी है वो डायरेक्टली आपको बेनिफिट कर ही नहीं रहा है, और जब वो बेनिफिट आपको बेनिफिट नहीं कर रहा, और ना ही चलो आपको बेनिफिट भी नहीं कर रहा, और जो इंटेंडेड पार्टी है उसको बेनिफिट नहीं कर रहा, तो फिर वो ऑटोमेटिकली सिर्फ कुछ लिमिटेड लोगों के पास ही जा रहा है, जिनके घर बड़े बड़े होते जा रहे हैं, जिनके बच्चे बाहर सेटल होते जा रहे हैं, जिनके अगर आप उनको लाइफस्टाइल देखो तो इस तरीके से होता जा रहा है कि ऐसा लगता है कि क्या कौन से बड़े बड़े टेक स्टार्टअप्स चला रहे हैं यहाँ पे बैठे बैठे। तो सिनारियो काफी डिफिकल्ट है, मगर थैंकफुली इंडिया कंट्री इतनी बड़ी है, लोग इतने ज्यादा टैलेंटेड हैं, अपॉर्चुनिटीज लोग निकालते रहते हैं किसी तरीके से, सिस्टम किसी तरीके से फंक्शन करता है, लोग तरीके ढूंढते हैं, बेशक ग्रे एरिया में ही ऑपरेट करें, फिर भी कंट्री 6-7% ग्रो कर ही रही है। और 47 तक अगर इसी रेट पे चलती रही तो फिर 26 है, हर 7% पे अगर हम ग्रो करते हैं तो हर 10 ईयर्स में हमारी जीडीपी डबल होती रहेगी। तो एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि $10,000 के आसपास हमारी जीडीपी पहुंच ही जाएगी अगर हम इसी रेट से ग्रो करते रहे। मगर फिर भी कंपैरिजन करके देखें, उस टाइम पे दूसरी कंट्रीज कहाँ पे होंगी जब एआई इन्वॉल्व होगी और जो नई इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है वो भी इन्वॉल्व होंगी, तब हम उनके कंपैरिजन में कहाँ पे होंगे। तो बहुत ही ज्यादा अबिस्मल लुक हो सकती है। और अभी इन्होंने एआई समिट वगैरह भी कराया था, मगर उससे भी कुछ ऐसे निकल के नहीं आया कि इंडिया ने बहुत ज्यादा कुछ फाउंडेशनल मॉडल्स में काम किया हो, या फिर चिप्स जो भी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है उसमें कुछ किया हो। यहाँ पे तो डेटा सेंटर्स है भी नहीं, और प्रोटेस्टर्स पहले ही आगे खड़े हुए हैं कि डेटा सेंटर कहाँ पे, वो स्पेस में डेटा सेंटर्स की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। तो मास एजुकेशन तो जो भी है, हमारी लीडरशिप भी इस वीक, लीडरशिप की अंडरस्टैंडिंग सफिशिएंट नहीं है कि अगर फ्रीबीज आप दिखा भी रहे हो तो स्मार्टली कैसे यूज करो, और अगर फ्रीबीज के रास्ते से नहीं भी जा रहे हो तो फिर आप पब्लिक को कैसे कन्विंस करो कि ये थोड़ा देखने और सुनने में डिफिकल्ट लगता है, मगर ये बेटर वे है। तो हमारे पास ना तो नॉर्डिक कंट्रीज वाला वे है, और ना ही हमारे पास सिंगापुरियन स्टाइल वे है कि लीडर लगातार अपनी विजन कम्युनिकेट करते रहते हैं और पीपल उसके बिहाइंड रिवॉल्व अराउंड करते हैं। तो बहुत ही ज्यादा इरिटेटिंग सी सेइंग है कि इंडिया बोथ डिसअपॉइंट्स द ऑप्टिमिस्ट एंड डिसअपॉइंट्स द पेसिमिस्ट। काफी हद तक पॉसिबिलिटी है,
Yes.
मगर टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडॉप्शन के बिना पॉसिबल नहीं है, और जो भी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ अभी है वो टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से।
Okay, Tushar, now we'll go to Anand. And before that, for when we come back to you next, think of these counter arguments and respond to these, okay? This is Anand saying that what are Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid then? Doesn't US give freebies? Is free education and skill development a freebie? What is European cheap rail travel? Is it welfare? And what about education in Europe? Is the Ayushman Bharat scheme a freebie, etc.? Okay, we'll come back to you with these.
Yep.
Now we have Anand. And by the way, guys, anybody who joins the discussion later on as well, a daily reminder from now on that if you are in the discussion and a point comes to your mind, do not interrupt at all because it's a complete ruckus online. If you want to remember your point, keep it written down in the private chat so you can bring it up later on. And as well as if you want to make the point itself, write it in the main live chat as well so I can put it on the screen, okay? Go ahead, Anand. You are muted. First of all, tell me, can India become Viksit Bharat with freebies?
Okay, first let's define freebies, because I think that's very important. So freebies is something that is given as a political tool to in exchange for votes. Let's be very clear. That's what a freebie technically is. It's like I'm giving you some of the money, I'm taking and I'm giving it to you, so you can give me the vote. Now, the thing that you give to someone can benefit society at large. So, for example, I take $10 of 10 rupees of tax. Okay, it's tax money I take and I give it to someone. But if I give it to that someone, it benefits all of society. So technically, you're not giving a freebie. You're using that person as a conduit to provide the rest of society a benefit. So, for example, if I train a doctor, okay, imagine I train a doctor, a well-trained doctor, I put them in a government hospital, or I train a teacher using a freebie mechanism, and they are in a school and they're training next generation of kids. So technically, it won't be called a freebie. It will be for welfare, right? But if I give someone a cooker grinder, mixer grinder, that I'm just giving the person for basically a bribe, and it has no technical value to the rest of society. It just has a value to that person, right? So they have distinguished between those two things. Same thing with I think Nitish Kumar, for example. Take his example. He gave bicycles to girls. That had no value to the society, the value to the girl. So it's a freebie, right? But imagine if he had taken a bus, added an extra bus, and he said that bus in that village will get very low ticket price. He is giving someone a freebie. That's true. He's giving low cost ticket cost, but he's providing the entire region a transport mechanism. So the entire community there benefits. That's one distinction. Then I'll give you an example. So imagine if I am I think this was proposed in either Maharashtra or in Bihar. You give a person like you pay a youngster, okay? If you get a job after you graduate, if you get a job in the next 2 months and you keep your job for 1 year, I will give you 10,000 rupees per month. What is this doing? It is technically freebie. If you think about it, it's freebie. Money is going out of the coffer. But it is adding a pool of workers to the population. They are remaining in a job for 1 year. So, for example, if you observe, there's a lot of complaints that a lot of the industries are saying, we don't have workers. People are not working. They want high quality jobs. They don't want to do any of the industrial jobs. Now, if you, for example, you incentivize people to go into industrial jobs, you are not just giving money to that worker. That worker is providing some benefit to the industries. The industry is providing tax and is returning back to the pool. So, if you look at policy, your policy must be in such a way that the money that you invest of the taxpayer, which is community money, must come back to the community in some way or other. Then I won't call it a freebie. I'd call it welfare, right? Which is what is happening in the West. Which is why we look to them and keep saying, okay, that's not freebie, that's welfare. So take example Medicaid and Medicare, right? What is happening there? Technically, it's also a freebie. Medicare is a freebie. It's a giant freebie. But because Medicare is negotiated by the governments with companies, and along with insurance, what is happening is companies are making money, and they let's agree that let's not go with the socialist argument that the companies are not paying tax. Let's assume they're paying tax, because that's what socialists say, that the companies are not paying tax. Let's assume they are paying tax. Then they're contributing back to society through Medicare and Medicaid. Same thing, the Affordable Care Act was the same reason. That's why Obamacare was so popular among the Democrats. Because they were like, we will include insurance for everyone. So the companies make money and they give back tax, and the people also get Medicare, Medicaid. Same in UK. UK, what happens? You have affordable healthcare and low-cost healthcare. But it employs a lot of doctors. So those people are gainfully employed. And they also pay the tax to the government. So at some level, it is causing economic activity. Same with the European free. That's why I mentioned the rail travel. This is technically a freebie in terms of the larger scheme of things. But because people are using the rail travel, so it is generating economic value to the society. Right. Then there's one unique form of freebie that is not, we don't discuss too much, which is a universal basic income, which is what Andrew Yang proposed in the US. He said there are ladies in the house who are doing household chores, and that's technically work. but it is not valued in terms of salary. So we will give the lady at work who's doing work at home some money. So again, there's a debate there. Is that technically a valuable, gainful value to society, or is it a freebie, right? So my proposal is, in India right now, with the current way welfare is provided, it is not going to reach, going to give Viksit Bharat, because it is given for the ridiculous reason. Like I said, giving cooker grinder, mixer grinder, giving a bicycle to someone. Yeah, I know it benefits the lady and she will vote for you, but that tax money that's meant for the society is not being used for the society. We have accepted that they are giving tax to you, not for you to spend it on whoever you feel like. It's meant to be for the propagation of society specifically. Yeah, you have provided other methods to help the poor and the marginalized. That's why you created a reservation. That's why you created OBC, all these quotas. Because you decided that this is what is required for this particular community. Now you can't go say, okay, on top of that, I'll take a tax money on top of that and do other things. Right? So to me, that is the issue. That is the issue. What is happening is and then now the new voter base, the woman, the female. Now there's an interesting case. Free bus rides to women. Let's observe this case. Okay, I give free bus ride to woman, she goes to work. Who's paying for the bus ride to woman? From taxable income. Who's paying the taxable income? Her husband, most likely, or herself is paying the taxable income. So how is she getting free bus ride? She's not getting a free bus ride. She's paying for the so-called free bus ride via the tax, or her husband is paying for the free bus ride. Ultimately, the money is you're not getting anything free. You're penalizing someone else to get your free bus ride. It is the illusion of freedom. That's it. Right? Same with what is the Jayalalitha's meal scheme. I give low cost meals to someone. That money is not coming magically from somewhere. It's coming from someone else. It's coming from the middle class. So you're not getting free food. You're getting paid. Someone else is paying for that food. Right? So until we understand this concept that money is not, it's a finite quantity. It's not an infinite quantity. Until society has been told us on a general level, we are not going to have Viksit Bharat. And Viksit Bharat requires education more than anything else. Our investment in education is so low, we are not going to have Viksit Bharat at this level. Thank you. You can discuss that.
Okay, Tushar, do you agree with Anand's definition of freebies? Are there some freebies which are just not freebies because they are nice welfare-y?
Yeah, I agree with his definition of freebies, and at some point it's just semantics. Basically, you are just taking people's money, and he's making a distinction between freebies and welfare. Like freebies are directly towards vote gaining, and welfare is for the good of the people. But I think, but I would even question that whether it is really good for the people. Should I answer the questions that were asked?
Yes. Do all of that, and if you have anything to counter Anand here, you can do that as well.
I think there is a broad agreement, although I still think that going a step further, I don't think that even welfare is that productive, or taking money from, they argue that the government can allocate resources better, that government can take care of the people better, but I think that the government is just a bunch of people, and until and unless you are directly affected by the outcome of a particular decision that you are making, you are not going to give your best in it. And eventually, when an institution does it, the cumulative effect is that it is a completely ineffective system. You look at bits and pieces, like, okay, this is functioning, this is not functioning, but as a whole, the objective that the institution was set up for will fail. So I don't think even welfare is any good. Freebies are out of question, but even welfare does no good. The simple formula is you want a service, pay for it.
Are you admitting there is a hierarchy of freebies, that something is in fact a freebie and something is in fact not a freebie and welfare? Or are they same and you are not opposing one just for feasibility?
See, principally, as a libertarian, I am opposed to all freebies, and there is no hierarchy. All are just nonsense. But thinking in terms of like a social scientist and what the society values, because if it was just physics, what was the problem? But thinking in terms of social values, people definitely value health. People definitely value education. They definitely value housing to a certain extent, and the amenities like transportation and electricity. So these do come in the basic necessities of life. And if the point is to make them as cheap as possible, there should be means for that. So yeah, even if the political rhetoric is set aside and you want to make these services as cheap as possible, uh, the case can be made that these services should be made as cheap as possible. But the mechanism that you should be using is not the government, but the private sector and innovation. It has been innovation in the private sector that has brought down the cost of services, whether it is telecommunication, whether it is electricity. In fact, private sector invented electricity. Anyways, so these things do have value, but making them cheap via welfare does not actually make them cheap, but is just a short-term way of writing the costs.
Okay, Ludwig, coming to you now. First of all, give us your opening thoughts on the claim here on the screen anyway, and also tell me if laptops and cycles are given, how are they also not beneficial? And if why aren't they welfare and not why are they freebies? Because it empowers that girl to do something better with their lives, which makes them not depend on the government later on in life. So that also seems like that good freebie, right?
Hi, thanks for having me. So let's tackle the laptop thing from the first go. If you're giving, let's say, a quantity of people X, free laptop, free cycle, and free something, it is going to cost the exchequer a certain amount of money. That amount of money is taken away from the basics. So what that I think your name is Tushar, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so basics.
Okay, just to make things more precise, when a cycle or laptop is given for free, that cost of that laptop or that cycle won't be exactly the same as it would have costed if the person went to the cycle shop and bought it. It will cost society more because there is the bureaucrat salary there, and the cycle manufacturers will charge government more because they know they can simply get it. So there's 2 years of inflation already.
Yes, thank you. So that is already a bulk cost. If you are assuming the wire diameter is 0.25 mm, in reality the wire diameter is 5 mm. The exchequer has lost a lot of money. We don't know how much of the state's overall budget has been gutted from that one act. So even if it empowers a bunch of people, the number of people who are disproportionately losing out by not having sanitary public sanitation that is maintained, the number of people losing out on the buses being not on time, the business loss, the number of the business loss that's happening when you're not having ridership in the metro, because the metro you cannot make additional nodes in the metro when you've given all the freebies to one particular section of society. Plus, no offense to the people who are being benefits of the freebies, but their employment status is questionable. So as a result, the non-linear graphical effect, if plotted against who the money is taken away from, is not just exponential, it balloons to the point where it's catastrophic. So a very recent example is Hyderabad Metro ridership, I believe, has dropped considerably just because the Congress government there has given free ridership of free bus rides to women, something of the kind. It's a direct correlation that if you're getting a free bus ride, I'm going to spend 40 minutes extra. I don't give a shit. I'm going to sit on that bus. But by sitting on the bus, I've committed to getting my eyes killed by LED lights. First of all, Hyderabad, the traffic makes me want to kill myself. And that is just as bad as Bangalore traffic. So there is that. But again, ignoring that, these non-linear effects are quite known. In Tamil Nadu, for example, which is where your laptop, cycle, this sort of stuff comes. A cycle would be Bihar, I think, yes. Laptop was, I think, in Tamil Nadu. TVK had proposed it. These the exchequer expenses plus the bureaucrat expenses plus it's like VAT plus service charge plus other things. You don't notice when you're looking at the paneer butter masala or chicken tikka masala that you want to order on your menu. You don't really see that there's other charges there. Time costing the people's time and stuff, as Dada mentioned. So as a result, to conclude, yes, we know it's non-linear. It's bad, even though it benefits some people. Unarguably, it does.
So can India or cannot become Viksit Bharat with freebies?
No, it can't. And but just before going back to that, I want to also mention this. If to sort of further drill in the point, you're talking about a mathematical equation when the freebie economics is coming in. Let's say x plus 0.5 y be like z. Basically, the point is that the rate of change of the value and the time frame for the freebie to materialize for those who you have invested on supersedes the state budgets that are there those times. So as a result, the budget that may hypothetically be available if that route has continued for, let's say, 20 years means that the lowest common denominator means that net budget is lower rather than higher, because you've not invested it in significant value. You've only done a selective and hyper specific human capital investment. As a result, there is not just a differential in terms of rates and appreciations and depreciations. As a result, the macroeconomical summation is negative. So I'm sure that you can get these stats and get that thing done, but I can guarantee you the rate is going to be negative of the government budget appreciating, or it just will be stagnant. And yes, Viksit Bharat cannot happen at all costs. Any cost, like you because of freebies not single-handedly, but one of Ravana's main hands is freebies killing the country.
Okay, now coming back to Anand, yes, please your counters, Anand, and then we'll have Abhay and then Auditro, the author. Yeah, Anand, go ahead.
Okay, so now see, we can discuss principles till the cows come home, but ultimately we have to look at empiric evidence, right? We look at systems that have already worked and systems that we're talking about in terms of Viksit. Now, let's take Tushar's example of what is a Viksit, what we might think as a Viksit country. Our examples he gives Europe and maybe America, right? If you observe both Europe and America, while a large portion of it has been so-called free market, allowing for people to make their own money, society has been molded by large amounts of welfare. You have to accept this reality, including Singapore. Singapore, Hong Kong, many of the East Asian tigers have large amounts of welfare. This is the reality. We may not like it that welfare is existing, but their history has proven that welfare has benefited them. So, for example, in Singapore, public housing is the largest welfare initiative that they have. Almost everyone in Singapore lives in public housing. Private housing is very limited, extremely limited, right? And the government is purposely taking this decision to prevent hoarding of houses, because they know they're a small island nation and people can literally buy up their country and then they're gone. They lose their so-called autonomy, right? So their political compulsions has made sure that they have basically put welfare. Second thing, they have large numbers of old people. That they don't have many kids. So what have they have a high amount of welfare in old people's homes. So through tax money, people live in old folks' homes. It's a very common practice there. It's their culture. They have another high amount of welfare in medicine. While private options are there, they provided private options quite a bit. So you can go and get pay money, extra money, and get your healthcare quickly. But there's a lot of public options with subsidized healthcare. Same with education. The large amounts of public schools, along with the private school option. So if you observe, same thing in Europe. What do they do? High amount of taxation, very high taxation, right? Extremely high taxation they have to provide them all the services. So technically, even though they're social democracy, they have supported the economy through welfare, right? Even they're not democratic socialists like a lot of these American socialists claim. They're social democracies, which technically is a right-wing concept. but they have moderated them with high amount of welfare. You take the UK, right? What is the biggest reason that what do you call it? I think reform. Not what was that guy?
Restore.
No, Boris Johnson came back to power.
Oh, conservatives.
Why did he come back to power? He came back to power because he said, I will fix the NHS. I will not let it get defunded. Why did a lot of the Britishers vote for to leave the European Union? Because the NHS was being affected by their proximity to the European Union. So fundamentally,
Not quite. I'll step in later. Not quite.
Okay, but a lot of the Western world loves their welfare. Let's be honest. They love their capitalism, but they also love their welfare. So, for example, same thing with the US, right? In the US, Republican Party has been trying to reduce entitlements for a long time. But they don't achieve it because why? Because a large amount of their voter base are conservative Christian older people and they want Medicare and Medicaid. They want Social Security.
No, and they are paid into it. They have paid into it, and they have had the freebies of the good deal, right? Or new deal, yeah, new deal, not good deal.
So the thing with Medicare and Medicaid, they're not really that much paid into it. They paid a little bit into it, but the amount of costs that Medicare and Medicaid take are much higher than what they paid into it. So, for example, majority of these baby boomers who are getting medicines in Medicare and Medicaid, they will not be able to afford these exorbitant prices. The people in the city, the coasts are paying for them. People in California are hardworking Mexican immigrants who are paying taxes. That's going to these white rich people, white old people getting Medicare and Medicaid. Technically, it is a racist. They're making the brown people pay for their Medicare and Medicaid. They don't seem to realize that. That time they won't talk about immigration, blah blah, immigration, blah blah. Same thing with
By the way, this also happens when international students pay £1,000, £10,000 for to
huge
surcharge.
Huge discrepancy.
And just to let you know, the service will say, "Oh, have paracetamol for everything." So it's not you are essentially paying for it. Anand is correct there.
So if you observe very interestingly, the entire Western system is based on some form of welfare for the common population, especially the uneducated, unproductive population. Very similar to what's happening in India, right? Our issue is fundamentally that we have a horribly incompetent bureaucracy. We actually have different problems. You don't have a welfare problem. We have a systems problem. So I will agree with Tushar to that extent that we have a highly problematic system in our country, which has not been refined for success. We succeed in spite of the system. While there are a lot of good bureaucrats who do good work, but if those bureaucrats didn't exist, Indians will fulfill the void, by the way. So, for example, if there's no bureaucrat here to fix my power, we will fulfill the void. We will find some electrician and come to fix our problem. Indians are productive that way.
Oh shit, Anand's internet went away. Okay, and not just bureaucrats, by the way, those sort of honest, hardworking people, incorruptible people from every party also fulfill that gap in Indian economy by giving free service for years after years just because they believe their party is working for the poor and they believe in that party's ideology, etc. And those sorts of people exist in every party. We'll come to Tushar now. Just let Anand finish his point because of his bad internet. He's cursed because he hates dogs. Yes, go ahead, Anand.
Don't you dare say I don't hate dogs. Fake news. I love dogs. So no, I know something happened. So our problem is a systems problem. Our problem is not a welfare problem, and our problem is a education problem. My sincere opinion is this: that Indians don't understand what their constitution provides them, what their rights are. You ask any Indian on the planet or in the country, what is the fundamental your rights under the constitution? I was listening to a debate on CNN News 18. Okay. And this lawyer Kor Saravanan, he doesn't even know that the constitutionally fundamentally provides only for SCs on social backwardness. Like there's only one reason the constitution provides backwardness for SCs, and that is for social backwardness. STs don't come under social backwardness; they come under geographical backwardness in terms of they're far away from society. So they were provided reservation. These people don't need these are legal systems in our country don't even know this. Lawyers who come on TV and talk about nonsense. OBC is not even in the constitution. The Mandal Commission came much later after the freaking constitution was written. And people don't know this. So we have a systems problem, not a We have a welfare problem also, but we have a systems problem first.
Okay, now Tushar, I have two questions for you, and I'm expecting the counters to Anand as well, the fucking socialist we have here. Firstly, Tushar, Singapore, Norway, or whichever country is doing good and they have welfare, how do we know they wouldn't be even stronger and richer and more prosperous if they didn't do these freebies? And secondly, this question from our audience member for you specifically. We talk about Viksit Bharat, but never talk about Viksit Bharatiya. What's the point? Is the individual supposed to prosper on the basis of collective pride? So my point is that we seem to have a lot of collective pride and collectivism, but at the same time, there is a lingering issue with Hindu unity. So how are we collective but not collective enough to be united as Hindus or even as a country, really? These two questions, Anand. Tushar, and then you can counter to Anand, or if you want to do that first.
First of all, let me bust the myth that these Nordic countries were rich from start. They were not rich from start. Even till the 70s, they were relatively poor as compared to rest of the Western countries or the Western bloc. It was when they gave up their socialism and introduced the market economy. That's when they started prospering. Same goes for India. It is not like we are new to introduce cheap education or cheap healthcare. It was due to the market economy that we have prospered, and it is the market economy that has brought whatever level of development that has been brought. Explaining to a layman, what basically happened was that people basically got money and they could spend it smartly instead of bureaucrats. Bureaucrats were just interested what the politicians told them. Since there was money that could be used to generate more wealth, so people could generate more, could invest it better, and that's how the economy grew. When the complete control of money was in the hand of the government, they used it for these welfare schemes and all, but still there was no economic development. Soviet Union, taking the simplest example, Cuba. It has a great social welfare program. Everyone is given employment. Everyone is given top level training. Same happened in the Soviet Union. Made no difference. Still a dirt poor country. Why? Because they have no market to exchange their skills and education for, which can result in greater economic development for all. And what the problem this creates, that the government being in charge of these, is that the government's political priorities become the priority of the country. So we will have disproportionate number of arts graduate who are not contributing economically much, have to spend long years getting trained, or largely or don't end up even being productive. Or we have a disproportionate number of engineers who don't get any job. So this imbalance comes when government is involved in these states. Also, like all this praise that has been called for regarding free healthcare and all, there is no free healthcare. Have you heard that Westerners are coming to India to get their treatments and all? Why? Because we have a PPP model where the private sector also exists and the government sector also exists, and there is a mutual sort of relation via Ayushman Bharat. So what happens in West is that you have, even for minor things, you have to take permission from the government and get the write-ups and all. So this results in you definitely get cheap treatment, but you have to pay by time. And when you need important surgical procedures and you have to wait for months, God only knows what you have to go through. So there is nothing free in freebies or welfare. It is paid either by time or by money. USA still has the best healthcare system because the expensive services are still allowed to exist, and people can jump the line by paying higher top dollar and getting the services. So this one, this myth that is, and this NHS, if you go deep into what the ground realities of the NHS are, even for minor things, you have to wait in long lines. Similar thing that happens in India. Even for simple things, you have to ask a whole lot of permissions. In the initial days, NHS used to have even free opticals and all. Like you could get a free glasses by after a doctor prescription. But eventually people realize that the government realized that people just when they get things for free, they don't care and they throw it away. Lee Kuan Yew realized this. And Singapore system cannot be exactly called a welfare system. It is much more like the government supports you rather than taking over. So there is a mandatory savings that you have to do for health. And when it comes to buying housing, it is not like your house provided housing for free. You have to pay for it on a low interest rate for an extended period of time. And also, like, the ownership is like 99 years or something lease. So it is not free exactly. The point is that you have to be responsible for it. The government needs to make people responsible for it. And when responsibility comes in, the best responsibility will be that the people start relying on their own judgment, get educated in the entire thing, and pay for the services that they need rather than relying on the government assistance and some bureaucrat deciding for them. This creates just a bunch of children who are just waiting for handouts by the government, and this creates a povertarian state which will never become a developed country. And answering this is where I connect to the Viksit Bharatiya. So individual needs to be developed. It needs to be realized that the individual needs to be developed, and politicians will never do that. They always need to keep people dependent. They always need to divide people. They always need to ensure that there is some us versus them dynamic, so that people vote en masse in tribe by a tribal mentality, and never bother with developing their own self-esteem, their own skill set, so that they can thrive. This is the biggest advantage that the United States has over any other country. The respect for individual excellence and individual growth that relies. The entire self-help industry is born out of United States. Why? Why it isn't born out of the Europe? Because they don't believe in it. They don't believe that the individual can grow, thrive, and prosper and become better. This is why day after day, even after getting in all sort of troubles, United States come back on the top, because it has remarkable individuals that believe that they can do better and better. And if India wants to do the same, Indian identity is important, but individual excellence needs to be respected, and every individual needs to believe that I, as an individual, can do better, and I can, instead of being a part of the team, I should lead the team.
Okay, thanks, Tushar. Tushar and Anand. Yes, go ahead, Tushar.
Yeah, so Viksit Bharat, without Viksit Bharat will be just the government being developed and advanced in its tyranny rather than the people being developed.
Yeah. Now, Anand and Tushar, beware that will come to you much later now, because we have two other guests to get into and their thoughts as well. So first, going to Abhay, our in-house. Finish your point.
I have just one question. What is the position of each and one, so it can be clear who is pro, who is in between, and who is against?
No,
shortly go explain yourself.
Let me just. I'm pro cutting out most 99% of welfare. Okay. But cool. I am playing the devil's advocate because you need to. If you want to properly.
Yeah, shortly. Later. Yeah, Ludwig, more or less for or against?
For. As in, like, to elaborate, it's simply put, India cannot become Viksit unless you eliminate freebies in the truest sense of the word as to what the freebie is, which is a detriment, which is quantified by the mathematical algorithm I mentioned earlier. If there is anything that changes the functional relationship of the players involved, then it's, in my opinion, not a freebie.
Right. Whatever causes a distortion. Okay, we'll get to Abhay and Audito's point when it comes to it. Okay, so now we're getting to Abhay, our in-house Shudh Hindi speaking Bohiragato from Kolkata. Abhay, firstly, tell us you are for or against this topic, and also tell us, अगर हम individuality पे इतना focus कर ले जितना तुषार बोल रहा है, तो क्या हम सारे फिर से liberal, woke, purple hair, transgender नहीं बन जाएंगे? Individuality में तो वो problem होता ही है.
तो सभी को नमस्कार और सभी दर्शकों को भी नमस्कार. तो जहाँ तक मेरा विषय है, मैं मानता हूँ कि भारत में जिस प्रकार से रेवड़ियाँ बांटी जाती हैं उसको घटाना बहुत आवश्यक है. फिर भी मेरे मन में कुछ शंकाएं हैं कि फ्रीबी किसको कहेंगे आप और किसको वेलफेयर कहेंगे, या फ्रीबी और वेलफेयर बोल के क्या ये जो भेद है वो होता भी है या नहीं, इसको लेकर के मेरे मन में भी शंका है. तो मेरा कोई इस पे स्पष्ट मत अभी भी नहीं है. पर हाँ, इतना है कि इतना जो फ्रीबी दिया जाता है ना, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. फिर आपने एक और प्रश्न पूछा इंडिविजुअलिटी पे. तो इस पर हमारी चर्चा हो चुकी है कि मैंने कहा था इंडिविजुअलिज्म और इंडिविजुअलिटी में अंतर करना सीखना पड़ेगा लोगों को। इंडिविजुअलिज्म होता है एक प्रकार का सेल्फिशनेस मेरे दृष्टि में, कि मैं चाहे ये करूं, मैं चाहे वो करूं, मेरी मर्जी, मैं जैसा जीना चाहूं जीऊं। मुझे ना तो अपने परिवार से कोई लेना देना है, ना समाज से कोई लेना देना है, ना देश से कोई लेना देना। खाली मुझे जो ठीक लगता है मैं वो करूंगा। और इंडिविजुअलिटी होता है कि आप एक ही संरचना में रहते हैं, परंतु सब में क्योंकि अलग अलग गुण होते हैं, जैसे हाथ के पांचों उंगलियां अलग अलग होती हैं, उनका काम अलग अलग होता है, वैसे ही आप सब एक ही व्यवस्था में योगदान दे रहे पर अलग अलग ढंग से देंगे। जैसे आप संगीतकार है, कोई अर्थशास्त्री है, कोई वैज्ञानिक है, तो वो सब इस देश की उन्नति के लिए ही काम कर रहे हैं, मूल उद्देश्य वही है, पर अलग अलग ढंग से योगदान दे रहे हैं। तो वो जो अलग अलग उनके गुण हैं उसका सम्मान होना चाहिए, वो है इंडिविजुअलिटी का सम्मान। तो इसीलिए मैंने इंडिविजुअलिज्म का मैंने बहुत पक्ष नहीं लिया है, क्योंकि मैं जानता हूँ इंडिविजुअलिज्म से एक सेल्फिशनेस आती है और समाज बिखरने लगता है। अब इसको आप देखें कि हमारे अब्राहमी मतों में और हिंदू चिंतन में कितना अंतर है इस विषय पे। आप एक ही घर में देखें तो जो कोई अब्राहमी मजहब से आता है वो आप देखेंगे सारे के सारे या तो कैथोलिक होंगे, या तो प्रोटेस्टेंट होंगे, या लूथरन होंगे, सब एक ही चर्च में जाने वाले होंगे। आपको ऐसे ईसाई परिवार बहुत कम मिलेंगे जहाँ पे अलग अलग परिवार के सदस्य एक ही साथ रहते पर अलग अलग चर्च जाते, या जाते भी है तो उनमें बहुत इतना कला हो जाता है कि फिर अलग अलग रहने ही लगते, क्योंकि किसी को एक दूसरे की जीवन शैली पसंद नहीं आती। हमारे यहाँ एक ही घर में कोई शिव का उपासक रहेगा, कोई इस्कॉन जाने वाला रहेगा, कोई हनुमान जी का उपासक रहेगा। अलग अलग चिंतन होते हुए भी, अलग अलग विशेषता होते हुए भी वो साथ में रहना जानते हैं। ये आप अपने परिवार में ही देखेंगे, अलग अलग इष्ट देवता इष्ट देवी होते हुए भी वो परिवार के प्रति एक श्रद्धा रहती है कि मैं अपने माता पिता का सम्मान करता हूँ, या भाई बहन के लिए मैं परिश्रम करूंगा। कि जैसे कोई बड़ा भाई है और वो छोटा भाई या बहन को पढ़ाना चाहता है, तो वो भले ही अलग सोच का हो पर वो अपने छोटे भाई बहनों के प्रति अपना कर्तव्य निभाएगा। ये एक मुझे हमारे चिंतन में बहुत बड़ा अंतर दिखता है। फिर अब मैं अपना विषय रखूंगा। एक है कि हमारे यहाँ फ्रीबी, तो हम इस पर तो बात कर ली कि फ्री का एजुकेशन देना ये वो, ये फ्रीबी नहीं देना चाहिए। पर यहाँ पे जो सबसे बड़ा फ्रीबी है ना, वो ये है कि अकाउंटेबिलिटी जो है वो नहीं है, जो सरकार में या तंत्र में है उनकी, वो सबसे बड़ा फ्रीबी है। आप उनको पैसा फोकट में काम करवाओ। मैं बोलता हूँ आज कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट को कोई किसी को यदि सरकारी नौकरी 1 या 2 हजार में भी मिल जाएगी ना, तो भी वो बोलेगा मैं सरकारी नौकरी कर लूंगा पर 2 लाख की प्राइवेट की नौकरी नहीं करूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि भले ही सैलरी 2 हजार है पर अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है, तो ऊपर की कमाई, वो सबसे बड़ा फ्रीबी यदि उस दृष्टि से देखें। और ये अकर्मण्यता को या इनकॉम्पिटेंस को बढ़ावा देता। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा फ्रीबी है जहाँ पे कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है, सीनियरिटी के बेसिस पे प्रमोशन मिलता है, या आ, आ, या फिर आपके एक वही सीनियरिटी के बेसिस पे प्रमोशन मिलता है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा फ्रीबी है। जिस दिन ये सुधार लिया तो आधे से अधिक समस्या का समाधान हो जाएगा। दूसरा जो बात हुई थी फ्रीबी को लेकर के, वो है जैसे मिक्सी दे देना या फ्री बस राइड्स दे देना। कि देखिए, एक होता है कि गवर्नमेंट आपके उत्थान में इन्वेस्ट कर रही है, ठीक है, कि वो आपको पढ़ा लिखा रही है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट कर रही है, तो आप समाज को कुछ वापस देंगे। पर जब वो आपको बोलती है कि आप बस में यात्रा करो अब बस में जो यात्रा कर रहे हैं उसका ऐसा भी नहीं है कि पहले से तय किया हुआ है कि गरीब लोगों को ही बस में यात्रा की सुविधा देंगे। सब यात्रा करो, महिला है तो सब, चाहे बड़े बाप की बेटी क्यों ना हो। तो भाई उससे किसका भला हो रहा है? उससे आप देश को क्या योगदान दे पाएंगे? क्योंकि वो जिस महिला के पास पैसा है उसको आप फोकट का देंगे तो वो ऐसा क्या एक्सेस कर देगी फोकट का मिलने से जो पहले नहीं करती? उससे रिटर्न कहाँ हो रहा है? तो वही बात है कि आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट खराब जगह लगा, तो उसको आप फ्री भी बोलेंगे। और ये फ्री भी खाली लोगों को लुभाने के लिए, उनका वोट जीतने के लिए, या उनका ये पाने के लिए कि देखो ये महिला के पक्ष में सरकार है, उसके लिए दिया जाता है। या फिर और एक फ्री भी मैं बोलता हूँ, जो बस में, मेट्रो में जो रिजर्व सीट्स होती है जनरल वुमेन के लिए, प्रेग्नेंट वुमन हो समझ में आता है, सीनियर सिटीजन हो समझ में आता है, और भी, और जो प्रतिबंधी के लिए होता है, जो विकलांग दिव्यांग के लिए होता है, वो समझ में आता है। पर आप जनरल वुमेन को क्यों दे रहे हो? उनके क्या खड़े होने से क्या कुछ बहुत आफत आ जाएगी उनको यदि बैठने का जगह नहीं मिले? इसको फ्री, इसको आप एक प्रकार से फी भी बोल सकते हैं, क्यों कि आप यहाँ पर किसी की, किसी का उत्थान हो, किसी का भला हो, इसीलिए आप कुछ नहीं, उनको सुविधा नहीं दे रहे। आप इसीलिए सुविधा दे रहे हैं क्योंकि आप उनका तुष्टीकरण करना चाहते हैं। जैसे बोलते हैं ना, यदि हम डेटिंग भाषा में बोले कि एक सिंप है जो लड़की के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, उसको सब कुछ दिए जा रहा है, वो लड़की उसको भाव नहीं देती है, उसको फ्री भी बोलते हैं। ठीक है, आप अपना इमोशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं किसी लड़की में, तो आप चाहेंगे ना कि वो भी आपको भाव दे या जो भी आपसे प्रेम करे। आप ऐसे ही लुटाते जाएंगे, भले भले ही कुछ ना मिले, उसको फ्री भी बोलते हैं सीधी भाषा में। तो ये सब जो तुष्टीकरण करने के लिए होता है कि आप समाज का उत्थान नहीं कर रहे, बस आप उसको उसको मतलब ये क्या बोल रहे, पोटने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं एक प्रकार से, कि अरे इसको हम गिफ्ट दे दे के मना ले, उसका भला हो या उत्थान कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, वो एक फ्रीबी। ये एक विषय है। दूसरा, रिजर्वेशन एक बहुत बड़ा, रिजर्वेशन कैसे
वो
फ्रीबी है?
अलग डिबेट है, वो बहुत बड़ा डिबेट है, उसमें टाइम चला जाए तो फ्रीबीज हम डायरेक्टली डिस्कस नहीं कर पाएंगे, वो अलग दिन उठाते हैं।
ठीक है, तो वो
ठीक है।
बिंदु अलग रखेंगे।
यस
फिर
यस यस।
फिर यूएस में जो बात हो रही थी ना कि यूएस के जो क्रिश्चियंस है उनको फ्रीबी बहुत पसंद है। अब यूएस की विडंबना क्या है ना कि यूएस कल्चरली स्लेव मोरालिटी वाला है और इकोनॉमिकली मास्टर मोरालिटी वाला है। तो अगर यूएस में कोई रिपब्लिकन है तो वो इकोनॉमिकली एकदम मास्टर मोरालिटी में मानने वाला है कि आप एकदम सबसे जितने जितने शक्तिशाली है, जितने सक्षम है, आप उतने सफल बनेंगे जीवन में, उतना सब कुछ आपको मिलना चाहिए। वहीं वही कंजर्वेटिव क्रिश्चियन है जो बोलता है मीक शैल इनहेरिट द अर्थ। ठीक है, तो ये बहुत बड़ा कलेश है अमेरिका के समाज में कि कल्चरली आप स्लेव मोरालिटी वाले हो, रिलीजियसली, पर इकोनॉमिकली मास्टर मोरालिटी वाले हो अगर आप राइट विंगर है यूएस। तो वो कलेश दिखता है जो आनंद ने भी बोला था कि क्रिश्चियंस ऑफ यूएस इन बाइबल बेल्ट लाइक देयर वेलफेयर एंड फ्रीबीज व्हाटएवर दे गेट, मेडिकेड और मेडिकेड। तो वो एक विषय है। बस।
Okay. Now going to Auditro, who has been on my podcast earlier as well. He's the author of 4 books and is currently pursuing some high-level degree in agriculture, which I can't remember the names of because they have such complex names. And he has written recently an article defending West Bengal's budget, which also has a bunch of freebies. This is his article in Organizer, Reimagining Bengal, how the West Bengal budget seeks to balance growth, welfare, and economic transformation. So first of all, Auditro, can we become Viksit Bharat with freebies? And you have mentioned that this article is written from a Keynesian perspective. Did Keynes ever advocate for structural dependency, a whole section of people becoming dependent on the freebies?
Absolutely. So thank you for calling me onto this podcast once again. I think so. I would be taking multiple standpoints coming from the Western thought process, as we have mentioned of the Keynes one. When we talk about the Keynesian economics, we always try to understand that when we talk about certain institutions which work in the field of economic prowess, we can understand that the every section of the government structure and the political thought process of India also, when we talk about certain segments, supposedly the Viksit Bharat, when we are talking about this Viksit Bharat, we need to talk about that Viksit Bharat Ramji. So now this is not about that fund of Sri Ram, but this is the VB Jiramji. So all this type of thought, maybe talking about Manrega or this Jiramji, every way it follows the Keynesian path. And when Keynes give us a thought that to make someone economically mature enough to run that institution as a whole. Supposedly, when we are taking a process of A, B, C, and D, so and these are the four institutions which run the whole economy of the country. So now, when we talk about these countries, all these institutions are independent in nature, but we have to see that, and each of the segments interact with each other. So on the other hand, when we are talking on the sense that all are interdependent on each other, we talk about a cyclical economy in this model. But when we see that to give certain power to certain push to each of the thing, supposedly which we are giving to manke chalo ki it's the B. So when A is giving fund to B, B is giving fund to C, C is giving fund to D, and D is again repeating the same to A. So, and we can understand that right now B is not economically that powerful or that economically strong enough to sustain the whole economy. So at that point of time, the government in a macro level, it gives some support to B. Till then, when we can understand that B is not well enough, and structurally it's more evident that if we give some support to B, it would run the whole economy. But the thing lies in this thing, when we can understand that the whole economy is a cycle, then we need to assure that even if when we stop funding B, it should be running in a sustainable way. But in most cases, this doesn't happen. And also we can talk in several other segments as well. And this was a very ancient thought, and Keynes was in the worldview from the World War perspective. Then also we can understand that in certain cases, like when we talk about Asimoglu, then we have Johnson and Robinson, and few days back we can easily understand that they have been they have written some papers in the field of economic sciences, and they got a Nobel Peace Prize on this thing as Nobel Prize on the economic sciences at 2024 also. So their political thought and economic concept, we can understand that they have been able to demonstrate a relationship between institutions and prosperity. They have also developed theoretical tools that can explain why differences in institutions persist and how institutions can change. So when we talk about their overall scenario, they have provided an explanation why some countries are poor and why some countries are rich. They have also written a book, I think, Why Nations Fail, and I would urge everyone to read on that to understand the economic perspective of the same. Talking about the data, we can easily understand that the richest 20% of the world's countries are now around 30 times richer than the poorest 20%. So how this economic gap is there, and why is it so persistent in nature? And this is because of those institutions. As we can easily understand that these those Asimoglu and all those researchers, they have found some convincing evidence and some explanation for these persistent gaps, which differentiates in the society's overall institutions and which are societal in nature, and that gets reflected into the political thought. So providing evidence is not an easy task. So when we directly coordinate all those things, we can easily understand that all those countries or all those nations which are right now more developed, those were made using some colonial institutions which could make sure that the overall institution is very inclusive in nature. On the other hand, when we talk about countries like in nations of Africa and countries like India, Pakistan, and all those, there we can see that the indigenous population is very dense in nature, and also because of that they have because of this large indigenous population, they have been exploited by their cheap labor. And for this reason also, and also the certain other cases were also taken into account, supposedly the mortality rate for different European colonizers, and they were structurally made in such a way, the institutions, the societal institutions were made in such a way कि they have to be extracted. पूरा मतलब धन लूट के निकल के लेना है. That's why India becoming the golden bird of the Sone ki Chiriya, both of its wings were being cut down, and it was made sure that institutions were being made in such a way that those are extractive in nature. In many cases, I have also heard, I don't know, it might be a rumor or something, कि the Howrah Bridge was also made by the Britishers, and the rail lines and all those beautiful structures which we see, those were made in a sense supposedly to extract certain thing from the overall Bengal's economy or in the overall Indian economy. So this is how I think that in most cases which we see that nations fail, it's because of the societal institutions, and the societal institutions get reflected into the political thought. So I feel that till that extent, when society is not ready to accept certain things and it infuses into the political systems as well, the political system cannot be overall structured without any freebies as such. So otherwise we would be seeing that there is an overall revolution, or when there is a decision making by the masses, as in case of the democracy, everything lies in the demography. And when most of the demography is not well off, it's not certainly it's not becoming supposedly Viksit at a personal thought, at an individual level, so that it can understand how the nation's development is more important than my own development. It would make most of the political parties need to assure certain freebies to make sure that they fetch the votes and gain the election easily. So this is how I would certainly say that freebies are necessary. And also when we talk about this freebies, this is not only backed by all those Keynesian and all those Western philosophies. We can also think of certain segments of our own literature, as supposedly the Arthashastra by Kautilya. There we can easily understand that he tells us that Sukasya Mulyam Dharma, which means that Sacha Sukh or Shanti ka Adhar Dharma. Matlab, in this case, Dharma is not religion, it refers to Naitikata, the righteousness, and Sadachar. So this is how, and also when we talk about this Dharma is also being reflected to earth. That is Dharmasya Mulyam Artha, which makes sense in a way that धर्म का पालन से ही, मतलब धर्म के पालन के लिए तो अर्थ चाहिए हम लोग को. And this earth in not in terms of gold or silver, it's the dhan, it's the sansadhan, it's the sadhan, it's the structure, it's infrastructure. And for this we need a mazboot artha vyavastha, which is the core economy, and that's very well needed. Next line we have with us that arthasya mulyam rajya, that when we talk about this artha has to be derived from the rajya. And here when we talk about the rajya, it talks about the state and the statecraft, which is the Shushashan or the Vyavastha itself. Then after comes the Rajyasya Mulyam Indriya Vijaya. That is somewhat different in nature, and it talks about the political maturity of the ruler or the administrator. Then we have absolutely, I would agree. And then after we have Indriya Jayasya Mulyam Vinay, and we have to make sure that this Indriya Vijay is there, so there is no sort of corruption or many other similar things can be waved off. And this is how this Indriya Vijaya, the mool of this Indriya Vijaya is Vinaya. Vinaya means that is to serve the society. The Vinamrata, which is the Vinaya here, and this Vinayasya Mulya Vridhyopaseva. So the Vinamrata which we talk about is basically derived from Vridhyopaseva. And who is this Vridhya? It can be taken in both the accounts. So supposedly the mentally Vridhya, which is the Vidwan, and the other Vridhya, which is the by age they are much more greater than us. So we need to serve them. and that's our duty. In when we talk from the standpoint of the Indian philosophical thought as well. So this is how I think that in most cases freebies are there, and freebies can't be changed or tweaked in a very structural manner in our country.
Thanks a lot, Aritro, for that elaborate explanation of your arguments. Now coming to Anand, and then we'll come to Tushar with his counter arguments for Aritro or whoever. First of all, Anand, if you have any counter arguments against him, go ahead with that. And I have one question for you as well. He brought up income inequality / wealth inequality. Now, why is that a problem? Is it because of jealousy, or because if people do not have anything to lose, if some people at the bottom of the hierarchy are that poor and have nothing to lose, they will burn down the hierarchy because they have nothing to lose. So is income inequality worth giving attention to?
I think income inequality is a stupid discussion that we have.
Or well,
We have been brainwashed into thinking by the Western world. I'm sorry, I'll just tell you that. Because throughout their development, they have not cared about income inequality. There's a reason I put in the chat, I said, can we have a discussion about how the Western world became modern? Because we seem to keep forgetting where the Western world made their wealth from. They could not give a flying F for income inequality. They never have. Even till today, they don't care about income inequality. It is for us. They keep telling all the developing economies, worry about income inequality. They don't care. They could not care. It's all the socialists in the West who go around talking about income inequality because they are literally funded from the developing economies. It's basically that double standard that they are playing throughout the world. Why is all the hate about India, about how dirty it is and how poor it is? Because they look down on people who are of lower income. That's how they are. The culture is get rich, get big, get powerful, and crush the weak. That's when you are respected. Let's be honest, that's the Western world. They can preach whatever they want to you. All the drama they can do in the world. Answer me one question. Because a lot of Christians do this. The basic comes from the Christian idea. Oh, everyone must be equal and love thy neighbor. Why is the Western Christian world not given all their money to the Christians in Africa? Why have they not shared their wealth?
They have shared their wealth with missionaries who have converted Indians into Christianity.
They did wall law from Age of Empires. That's what happened.
They have converted them to do what? Not for stop income inequality, but to use them as fodder for the benefit of the elites there. It is very simple. You convert Africa, you get access to their resources. The Christians and the Christian blacks in Africa will not question you because you are my brother. You are my Christian brother. I can come and take your resources. Why are all the Jesus pictures in India and Africa all white? Why is it not all brown? Like how Jesus would be a Middle Eastern Jew. Why is it not brown? Why are they all white in India? Have you seen any Indian Christian going and praying to a brown Jesus? They don't care about the reality of income inequality. Let's stop buying this bullshit. We have bought this bullshit for too long. Unfortunately, we have bought this bullshit for too long. The only reality in the world is if you work hard, you should be rewarded for the work you do. That I can agree with the Western free market person. You work hard, you should earn everything you get. And I disagree with our Arthashastra saying that Kautilya was for reducing income inequality. He was for giving the work you do, that value you get. He was actually quite strict about it. He's not like how we currently are. We are more chill about it. He was actually quite strict. I think that I have not wrote. There's some rules about if a person cheats you, they don't get weak. They get, oh, you poor thing, I will not punish you. He said give them strict punishment. And no one who cares about people who care about income are the ones who go say, oh, poor thing, poor person, he stole. Let's give him some money and make him feel better. Right? And let's take about Manrega. Manrega, which is now G-Ramji. Manrega is one of the worst programs we ever had in India. You tell me, what skills do people who do work in Manrega get? What skills do they learn that will improve their lot in life? Instead, they are doing work in the cities and ruining the cities. You tell me one pavement that people under Manrega have created in cities that is remaining till now. Our cities are in shit because people in Manrega are working in the cities. I want to be brutally honest. Look at all our cities, every single one of our cities. Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, all through Manrega they've been built. Tell me one pavement that remains proper because Manrega is used for it. They don't have skills. Are they taught the skills to make better roads or do the pavements properly? No, they're not. They're given money to just temporarily. It's a freebie. It's giving money for no value to society. It's a sunk cost. It's a sunk cost because you want to get elected again. It's like the person who's doing the work is not getting any skills. The city is losing money because the thing is being gone. And why is it done like this? So they can keep giving money again and again. The road gets destroyed, pay money again for the person. If technically you have done your duty of what is the point of providing money to someone? Let's assume you want to benefit society. Is that person's skill providing the tools that he doesn't have to be depending on the state again? No, it is contrary. It is like, so it depends on the state even more. Give him work that he cannot build skills and depends on the state even more. That is the problem in India. I told you it's a systems problem. It is not a welfare problem. So, for example, if I was to pay someone to come to the city, get a skill that he will be able to use in his own life without having to depend on the state again, then there's at least welfare. It's doing something beneficial for them. Why is the skills program in India not working? Because you're not providing them skills they can use to benefit themselves on their own. Everything is on dependent on the state. However, I have to come back to the state to ask again for more money. That is the problem. In every single thing, this is happening. Let me ask you, Mofan, I support the BJP, but I want to criticize them on one thing. This drone Didi that Modi has announced. I want data on how many of these drone Didis how many jobs they have provided for other people in the community. You have given them money for drones. How many other additional jobs have they created? How many additional skills have they created? That data it has to be provided for us to be sure that these kind of schemes are benefiting something. That's one thing. But Manrega, I'm sorry, it's a sunk cost and it needs to be cancelled. All our cities are falling apart because of the poor distribution of resources. How many of our corporators are having to give a final report of what they have spent their money on? This much money has spent. This much money has been provided to this person. This much money this much value has come from that work. Then you have valuable use of welfare. Where is that report card for any of our corporators? They don't provide the corporators, and corporators come under the state government. How often do the state governments put out a report saying, "Oh, this is what the corporator in this region has done. This is efficiency. This is efficiency. This is efficiency." You want a bureaucracy with no efficiency values? How many bureaucrats have you fired for bad behavior? You just transfer them. So what is the so-called artha in this? It is not artha. It is more about this tamasa, this lobha. You're rewarding the 6, 7 negativities of Hinduism. I don't see the benefits that the so-called virtues of Hinduism that you're providing for. That's my point. Sorry.
Okay, Tushar, I know I said I'll come back to you, but since we are kind of ganging up on Auditro and he's the only one firmly on the side of freebies, so I'll let him respond and then come to Tushar. Okay, please go ahead, Auditro.
So that this would be a very short reply. And when we talk about the drone Didi schemes, and I completely agree with the Manrega scheme and all those things, because I know it's digging up the same thing and filling the ditch once again. And for this manner, we also have PM Gati Shakti to nullify these accounts. So that the overall project proposal and all those things are in certain way, and this can be taken care of. And to talk about those drone Didis and all those things, we can easily understand. I have gone to multiple drone Didis and I work for those as well in several public policy and governance sectors. So I know how this works. And when we are giving a sort of training, not only training as such, when also we are giving a small drone to a Didi, we are not only empowering her in a true sense, we are not doing women empowerment, rather we are making women-led development or women-led empowerment. Because she is able to scan her whole farm with a single drone, and she can use the drone to multiply her own expenses, to nullify her own expenses and multiply the overall effects in the field. So we're talking about these certain schemes. These are not at all freebies, and these are needed in the rural livelihood sector to make sure that these can be. Why do we need women-led development? See, when we talk about why do we need women-led development, it is a thing. It is a thing, and also it is because. See, I know this is a complete Western thought, and the Westerns have made it in such a way. It's a communistic thought, basically, when it divides the whole world into two worldviews, and one is the oppressor and other one is the oppressed. And here they consider the woman to be the oppressed one, and for that reason, for that matter, the equality, the whole communistic worldview listens to the equality, and it can be only equal when there is a sort of reverse discrimination. Now we are at a intellectual level, we are intellectually bankrupt, and I have multiple times I have said this thing. Talking of a narrative standpoint, the right wing thought is very intellectually bankrupt, and for that matter, we all are here. And I would really love to make myself learn and relearn and de-learn certain things from overall sector, and wait a second. See, also when we are talking that when she is working in her farms, she can also give her time to the her overall family chores, because in the most of the rural sector we could see that the men of the society would come to the urban side and would take all those employment opportunities. And for that matter, most of the rural sectors, we can see a rural distress where the urban sector is being filled by slums made from the rural youth of the male counterpart. And when we talk about the female counterpart, they are the only source of livelihood. They are the only source, the backbone of the rural ecosystem right now. So for that matter, for this thing, we need women-led development in the rural sector. That is completely needed. In urban case, it is completely the other way around. We could see these are being exploited and certain things are being done. So I think we are just deviating from the topic. I would definitely like to respond from the next questions from other panelists.
Yeah, now coming to you, Tushar. You and I would probably agree that freebie implementation, this freebie reaching to the last man has probably improved under people like Narendra Modi, Yogi, Shubhendu, not under anyone and everyone. So again, we therefore BJP supporters get an excuse to defend freebies because it's working under leaders who now coincidentally and luckily for us do have the intentions to actually do good for the people. What happens when we don't get those people? And that happens more often than not. The overwhelming majority of Indian politicians have never wanted anything good for the people that vote for them. So when such a person comes into power, then explain to Orithro and make your other counters as well, what kind of side effects will arise out of these same policies that are being implemented really well, debatably, by Narendra Modi, Yogi, Hemanta, etc., etc.
First of all, yeah, I'll come back to this as well. There has been a lot of talk about Keynesian economics and all. I don't think that's relevant anymore because it was busted way back. It's not the 1960s anymore. Anyways, first of all, there has been a lot of talk about what the role of the government is, how things should be done, why they are not working. I would like to propose an alternative that works but is given very little attention and needs much more focus on it. That is the role of insurance and access to capital via banks and private capital, plus charities. So when the state didn't exist, it was not that the welfare state didn't exist. It wasn't like people were just simply dying out, or they took help either from the family members or they got loans, or basically they raised money by alternative means for getting whatever services they needed. With advancement in modern technology, government becoming a medium which collects money from the people in the form of taxes and distributes it for and allocates it for services like health, education, roads, etc. It has largely become irrelevant because of the advancement in technology and the welfare schemes that are working, and that this transfer, the how the BJP governments are able to do better than the other governments is because their adoption of technology. So, like now in direct benefit transfer, when they have this integration of Aadhaar and making digitizing the economy, that has been the central lever that has enabled them to deliver welfare, deliver better on the schemes. Rather than I don't think they have some innate extraordinary competence, but it is the adoption of the technology that they have done competently that has enabled them in the delivery of the services. But still, they won't achieve the objective that they are trying to achieve because the state itself is an ancient way or ancient institution of doing things. And with advancement in technology, like can you imagine a currency that has no government backing or a medium of exchange that has no government backing, has valuation in trillions? It is called Bitcoin. So how has a non-government entity become as so popular across the world that people are engaging in it and doing transactions in it? So this is the power that people have, and what this is how technology empowers individuals to build solutions that work for them. And insurance is the way that the whatever promises or whatever objective that are being tried to achieve, that everyone should be able to afford healthcare, everyone should be able to afford education, everyone should be have good roads and good housing. Insurance plus financial access plus charities. These are the triad that will enable it. And government is the biggest inhibitor in all these three. It controls the interest rates, so you can't get loan easily, it sets up. It has made it very difficult to set up financial institutions so that you can, even if you want to help the needy, you can't do that. When it comes to insurance, highly regulated industry, we can't even think of entering it. You need hundreds of crores in your account to set up an insurance company and provide, which an insurance is a very noble service if it is done really well. The story of origin of insurance goes like how it solved the pension problem. So insurance started when a couple of pastors in Scotland decided that to facilitate the economic well-being of the widows of dead pastors, we can make a collective pool where, and based on the records which currently actuaries operating based on mathematical probabilities, they have built a system where we can decide what will be the payoff for a particular individual based on whatever their life situation is. So insurance is a dedicated industry that is involved in solving the problem of access to capital in times of emergency. Secondly, when the times are good and you need a huge capital, the banking and private capital industry is involved in solving the problem of access to capital when you need to grow your venture, or you need to fund or basically borrow from your future at an interest rate, pay some amount and borrow from the future. And then finally, if you don't have money and if you don't have insurance, there is a charity industry where you basically write a writ or tell your story, and the people judge whether you qualify for help or not. These are well-built institutions that are specifically targeted by the government so that they don't subvert their whatever thing that they are trying to do. And all these solutions that are built like NEERAJAN. I think that the trade-off that is between providing someone that is keeping someone in a village and paying them artificially for digging ditches and then refilling them is way worse than bringing them into factories in urban areas where they are highly in demand. There is a curious case in India where you have labor shortage and surplus at the same time. There
In
is
US
an
as well,
unskilled labor
for the
surplus.
same reasons, pretty much. In LA.
Yeah, yeah. You have an unskilled labor surplus and you have a skilled labor shortage. So the struggle is that you cannot find people to employ, and those who want jobs can't get jobs because they're not good enough for them. This can only happen when these schemes like NEERAJAN all exist, and all these things like, oh, this is for out of political pragmatism, and this is required for keeping the country stable, and all that quotes that have been given about Arthashastra and all. Who knows? Maybe it may have been irrelevant in those times, but we are living in a very different technological infrastructure compared to a time where it took 10 days to travel 50 kilometers. So I don't think that we should compare our our times with those and rely on quotations that were built for a system that existed thousands of years ago. We are in a very advanced stage where transaction of billions can happen in seconds. So it is an unprecedented era, and we need to think much better. We need to think how private institutions can solve them, and even if the government has some role to play, it has to ensure that the playground remains fair, and since justice system is in the government's hand, that the individual isn't exploited by the collective of the corporations. That's it. That's the sole role that the government should be playing right now and maintaining law and order. I think we are in a technological area where we should forget about freebies. We should forget about welfare. We should just focus on insurance, banking, and charities. These institutions are sufficient to deliver on every necessity. And finally, that we pointed that as earlier as well. What about individual responsibility? Why should I pay for your health cost when you are the one who were galloping all the street food nonsense, and when you were riding your bike out of you were drunk riding your bike? Why should I pay for your cost? You should pay it yourself. Where is the responsibility in that? So this stepping back from taking responsibility from everyone, inclusion and all. No, people need to be helped definitely, but help only needs to be given to the worthy, not to everyone and blindly. That just brings in the moral hazard problem where anyone can do anything wrong, and he has to pay no cost. And this thing is exactly going on. This is what is exactly going on in our system, because we are trying to get rid of individual responsibility and are just trying to build a system where the United Nations dumb goals are the priority of the government rather than actual market economics and individual freedom.
Okay, Aritro, would you like to quickly respond, and then we'll go to Ludwig?
Respond to which of the segments as
Both. Any point, any argument you would like to counter?
I agree to most of the points actually, and I really feel. But the thing is that we can easily understand that someone is eating a fuchka or golgappa, and he or she is getting sick, and why would I take the curse of getting the junk food, and why would I pay for it? I agree to it, but at a policy level now, when we talk about public policy, the whole public policy is run by the public sector, and the public sector works for the democracy. And when we talk about democracy, it's all about the demography. And when we talk about demography in India, we have a huge lot of mass, which is more into that thought of having a golgappa or having a fuchka. So we can't control them. To control the freebies, we need to start working on that sector. And as reportedly, Aris also tells the same, that Viksit Nirman se Rashtra Nirman. So for nation building, we have to first focus on at the individual level, and at the individual level, people has to think about the nation and what would it cost if I have a fuchka or a golgappa from an unhygienic place, and if it would make certain changes to my body, then that will be paid by the public health ecosystem. So this is how the overall system works, and this can't be changed as a whole on a single day or a single night, as we can easily understand.
Yeah. Aritro, I absolutely find RSS's fundamental idea of creating good people and bypassing the political system. The problem is Vyakti Nirman karte karte socialist Nirman ho raha hai. And that kind of Vyakti Nirman won't help us in the long run again. Now, if you can counter that later on, no problem. Now, coming to Ludwig. Now, what if Chanakya or Arthashastra said, fuck Artha? Then also, would we take that into account? How much can we rely on ancient texts for today's policies?
I would side with Tushar on this, is that some of it is not applicable because the resource classification, the Arthashastra, the Magadhan model, let's call it, was consisting of different building blocks at that and for the time. It also did not account for the fact that you can zoom from one place to another in like across thousands of kilometers of the entire kingdom in less than a day, that sort of stuff. It did not fully account for it. So but however, some agglomeration details and things of the kind can be applicable And I'm not saying this is only for Artha Shastra, but I'm saying this is for the Greek models, this for the Egyptian pharaoh models, so on and so forth as well. Artha Shastra, at least in terms of the who it is that they give welfare to, was to the genuinely those who could not help themselves, like an orphan, a widower. And I mean, widower also can help themselves, by the way. It's not exactly that, but there are specific, ultra specific conditions. Now, which is why assuming and extrapolating the Arthashastra to who we are assuming that they're helpless is wrong. For example, if you look at a lady who's, let's say, let's look at a Kamwali. I hate to use the word, but let's go for a Kamwali. If you notice a pattern amongst a lot of housemaids, how domestic helps, you notice that a lot of them have not just they have their own agency, they have a drunk or a useless husband who doesn't quite earn for themselves that they're dragging along with them. So which means the reference of who the primary earner is, the breadwinner, so to speak, whatever, is completely flipped. So, and that's ergo to consider them as, oh, just because they're a women, they get a Mario Kart style speed boost compared to everybody else, 10 megajoules of energy compared to anybody else to overtake people artificially, is you'll see the effects downstream, maybe 7-8 years from now. Going again to the books and stuff being applicable or not, it's, as Dave Chappelle I think said, modern problems require modern solutions. So you need to characterize the in situ state honestly and uncorruptedly. You need to have a what is coming in, what is going out, black money and white money included, etc., and also characterize the individual people in there for what they are in the system of this cycle. Each genre has its own cycle. So for example, some person can in one context can act as a waste gate, whereas in another thing they can act as they're recycling the waste gate and providing converting the energy and providing something useful. Using an engineering example, this is also true for the women in the context of what I mentioned with the domestic help and stuff. So going to the next one, they looking at Drone Didi, for example, the scheme itself, and correct me if I'm wrong if I'm reading it out loud, is as follows. An Indian government scheme that empowers women-led self-help groups by providing agricultural drones to rent out to local farmers. So does that mean that you're promoting this is just a maintenance scheme for landless laborers? I think so. This is just a account balancing scheme for the landless laborers. First thing. Second thing is, why is it that the income possibility and the service provided is just spraying, you're spraying the garden? Why is it not something like you're getting them into an apprenticeship program to learn blow molding, which is one of the main features, one of the main manufacturing processes to make drone chassis, like the Bhairaktar drones and so on and so forth? Why is it that it's not empowering people to go to Bhavish Agarwal's factory and continue making those Ola electric bikes? Now this comes to the next question. Kautilya and / Chanakya also understood that there are different social stratas of societies because the Varna system inherently calculated it. This is a major elephant in the room people miss from Kautilyan economics. Because of that, the fact that this unstated thing that everybody is sticking to certain Varna, I mean, basically they're recommended to be in a Varna and all that. They have their own Varna-based economic systems as well. It's like one big black hole. It's like a one big ocean has several micro whirlpools and tornadoes going within it. But that keeps the mixture stirring, right? So let me elaborate. For example, the smithing industry was largely funded by wars and, the need to maintain a surplus in the armies and so on and so forth, and also to replenish the armor that was dented, let's say when the elephants used to be hit with a gada or something of the kind. There is the woodworking industry, which supplemented the Pataliputra's palisade wall defense. There are sappers that are considered to do that. All of these have couple of skill. They have like a general set of skills, and they have specific skills that go into it. Manrega and all this stuff doesn't account for this. In short, you're not accounting for the various levels of skills and the schemes and all in the accounting system. So to use Arthashastra as the model, you're not even using it correctly. Going back to the drone example, why Drone Didi also is not a good scheme is because you're not empowering them to manufacture drones. You're not empowering them to this, and you're missing the whole. What Drone Didi misses, not you, sorry, I meant to say Drone Didi misses, is the fact that that scheme believes that the village is the center of India and the whole India is a agglomeration of villages. When in the Sindhu Saraswati civilization, the agglomerations were all urban, even in the smallest of like towns. They're basically glorified gated communities, what you find in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, essentially. So each gated community being its own agglomerated like trading block, like a bunch of banias in a gated community, they all like do danda kind of stuff, right? So this Drone Didi scheme ignores the fact that there is at least 3 or 4 economic Indias. Coming to the larger point, there is 3 or 4 economic Indias, first thing, so there's 3 or 4 economic Indias, and each India, there's the Mukesh Ambani Indias, the Hiranandani, Tata, Birla, Nikhil Kamath, so on and so forth, Mohandas Pai, Narayana, etc. There's the middle class, the upper middle class, sorry. So your Bombay Scottish defaulters, your Good Shepherd International Schools, let's say, or your Delhi Public School, RK Puram kind of crowd. Then you have the Kendriya Vidyalayas of the world, and Army Public School, maybe perhaps. And then you have the lowest of the low. Each one has its own percentages of people in it. The Drone Didi scheme seems to assume within that bottom percentage of people. First thing. That is the major assumption it does, and that's why it's wrong. Because the income potential, let me go back to the Drone Didi thing. Yeah, it says one day it sends one woman, a special help group, for a 15-day drone pilot training and another assistant training. Each SHD can earn an extra 1 lakh rupees per year, not per month, by providing spray services. Drones can spray 1 acre in about 8 minutes using far less water than that. What it seems to me is that they wanted to, they couldn't hire the prison population of India to do manual labor for them. So they are unfortunately using victims of domestic abuse to hire them as manual labor. That's what it seems to me, right? So so if you were to expand Drone Didi scheme to the factories as well, which caters to the other 3 economies of parallel countries going on in India, it would not just increase the income potential of women, but also the time and effort put into reskilling the women away from doing domestic chores for various households, for example, or babysitting people and etc., which actually earns a lot of money, by the way, because they can do 10 houses ka cooking, can earn them at least 75,000 rupees in a big city. So you're not just decluttering the big city, you're ensuring that these factories, which can't physically be inside a big fat city, they're more outskirts, you're making a new urban agglomeration, a new, let's call it Anand's Singapore, right? And a new like cluster of Indus Valley civilization. I mean, basically Lothal and all this Iraqi Gadi and so on and so forth. To sort of further go, don't they reach tractor function to farmers that cannot have, okay, no, I know, wait, what? Tractor function to farmers that cannot afford to own one.
It's a substitute for tractors. That's what he's saying.
He means the drone allows you to go and water farms far away from the.
Okay, right. No.
The tractor.
No, okay,
But tractors are used to plow the field.
Tractors are used to plow the fields. Thank you. Pumps are used to spray the water. Okay.
Nah, I think they are just trying to say ki for supposedly when one person cannot afford a tractor, he or she can move into circles, and the whole circle can opt for a tractor. In a similar way, the drone works for a woman. So this is
Okay,
the
right. Okay, so okay, these no, so the other coming back to the also the elephant in the room, the very members of the self-help groups are the very people I mentioned that are actually the breadwinners. You should actually be putting some money into, if you really want to be a Kautilya in this case, you should be putting money into the therapy of the lout husband who's doing jack shit. No, but that is also technically a freebie. Another question of another sort of point to add also on the freebies. I have a couple of more, but it's taking some time, which is the point about if you're giving a piece of land to a data center or a Google company for ₹1, is that a freebie or not? But according to the mathematical benefits that can come downstream of 10 years or 15 years to a particular state or whatever, it is considered to be not a freebie. But if you consider it,
If they're paying after a tender has been issued. So, for example, imagine 6-7 companies bid for using that land, and they're paying the government, or they're paying the province.
okay, yeah, so yeah, exactly. So the question then comes is the tender cost there in that freebie or not? I mean, is the tender cost counted in that ₹1 scheme or not? That sort of stuff. So this again goes back to, if you're really looking at a land leasing, why don't you give the self-help group the land lease for that very factory that the thing was given? So the self-help group can create exponential wealth by, if you're using Kautilya's logic, to not to sort of they're basically earning interest from the land. These big companies are doing. It's a wealth redistribution scheme, yes, but if you're selling the land for ₹1 and the state is not taking the tax and it's not building roads or whatever, you may as well as do this or not. I'm just putting like a question out there. I'm not by means suggesting any direction. Going back to again why welfare. This is another classic. The drone didi scheme again, which is why is it that you're what do you call it? How do I put it without sounding to this one? Why is it that the drone didis are not being trained for the bludgeoning, loitering ammunition sector? It's a huge, and the drone didi can simply, because they're just reading from a manual, or they're just doing a toy Lego building and IKEA assembling together, is what you would assume. You can put some money into reskilling them and ensuring that they never relapse. So what you're giving the drone didi currently with the drone didi scheme is a drug. You're putting them on drugs, and they will it's like, you're taking them away from the drug. The drug is being the domestic help and all that sort of stuff. I reversed the logic. So you're taking the drone didi away from the drug, which is a domestic thing, but they'll relapse and go back into domestic help. Why? Because the skill you're putting the time and money into will not go long term. It's not even a 5-year reward. A 1 lakh, a drone didi on a household at that level earning 1 lakh is still below poverty line, right? Again, depends on if you're using Tendulkar line or this one. I am making a new line called Rutvik Bhaskar Perepa line, CSK Kolkata line, sorry. And that CSK Kolkata line is well above whatever it is, it wasn't even 10,000, it was 8,000 rupees or something per month. That line is Tendulkar line and all this stuff. So you have to go well above that line. Because if for example, if you speak to your domestic helps again and all of that, you'll notice that their kids are consider that shitty 3 lakh Infosys package as their big break. Those mass BPO jobs, right? So if that is even the metric, then you're not the government, and the many levels of the government and the IAS and etc. have fundamentally don't know what the metric should be. As a result, it's not just the scheme being bad, but using the textbook to summarize the question on the Arthashastra or these other text books as the way to go. It is far more complicated than that, because the contextual understanding and modeling of the time was not even done correctly. So I would recommend to not use a book
Okay.
that was written 5,000 years ago. Not 5,000 years ago, but you get the
2000
point.
2000 बाप रे कहाँ भेज दिया
3,000 years ago,
yeah.
3,000, 2,000 years ago,
Hmm.
as the only pedagogy that you should run your country with, as a
Okay.
lot of the variables have been added, and it is now, to put in to end it mathematically, multiple unknowns and not enough equations to balance it to get the solution.
Mental concepts, linguistics, language, everything changes with time because you don't or do have certain things at certain points of time, and your entire mental framing becomes according to whatever you have around you. Auditro, if you want to give any counters to Rutvik and Tushar. Otherwise, after Auditro, we are going to Rishabh.
So, as we have already known, you're telling that we are just disposing one drug with the other one. It's not like that. When we are talking in sense of the rural economy, they're a bit lagging behind when we consider them in terms of the urban economic growth. And when we talk about how we can lease the same piece of land which we are giving to a factory owner or and giving the same thing to a SHG person. See, when we talk about SHG, they are not mentally or intellectually backed by such kind of resources that are being needed to run a whole enterprise or something. Yes, there are ecosystems which are being built up right now because of some government institutions or some private interventions as well. One of the key sectors which can be brought into this account is the CSR, and the other one which was initially there, that was FCRA. So FCRA was one of the major thing by which the rice bag conversions were being done, and that was other way around. But on the other hand, today's India is working more towards the CSR funding, which talks about the same concept of the dharmic and the artha base. So there we can understand that the dharm is being taken into account when we talk about the artha, and it's being used for this social responsibility in the corporate standpoint. So yeah, I would definitely like to know from you all your point of view. And on the other hand, when we're talking about that, how we are training them, we are not just giving them some manuals or something by which they're reading all the stuffs. They are being given a holistic training, and they are being sent to parts of South India. I know the exact places as well where they are being trained. For each of the female partners from the SHGs are being trained, and the same knowledge is being dissipated into the overall grounds of whole India. And this is how I think the ecosystem is being made. And when we talk about India, it's when you are always talking about the elephant in the room, which we are not accounting for. The fattest elephant in this whole world, when we talk about the economy as a whole, is India itself. So, and when India moves, it moves very slowly, but we need to see about the trajectory in which it's going. There only we can understand how and where we would get the finish line. And for that matter, I feel right now we are in the right path to understand that freebies are there, and freebies has to be there to fetch the votes. But on the other hand, we are also moving towards capex as well, and this capex would definitely give us some returns, which would gradually ensure that people are not only focusing on the freebies. So the freebies part would be lowered down. And also, a few minutes back, Niranjan also told that during the Modi era or during this period, we could easily understand that they are more structured for the delivery itself. On the other hand, if we could compare it with Trinamool, we could easily understand that in the TMC government, we could see that Lakshmi Bhandar was given to the Narayanas. The Purushas would be having the Lakshmi Bhandar. So this is how the corruption and the seepage is being brought down. And this is how I think we are in the right track as a whole.
Okay, Ludwig, quickly, then we'll go to Rishabh.
Yeah. Basically, okay, right. So I don't know how to. It's not a counter, but it's few things. One of them is, I don't think, from what you've seen on the ground with Drone Didi, then can a Drone Didi become an Agniveer and kill people in kill the enemy? Because they know how to handle a drone pilot license essentially, no?
No, absolutely not. Both the purposes of the drones are somewhat different. Also, the structures of the drones are somewhat different. One drone is to one drone is to cater to the fields as in the farmlands, and the other one is to attack on the specific targeted systems. So I think, and also in most cases of the weaponry or the defense stuff, most of it is predetermined and it's being automated in such a way it can move itself in its own way. And on the other case, when we talk about drone Didi, it's much more manual in nature, and the automation it's not done it. So the overall structural parts of the drones are different, completely different. But on the other way around, when we talk about the overall drone ecosystem, the overall drone ecosystem is not only based on this; they are not structurally dependent on to the weaponry stuff, but they are getting up a serious cash flow to the SHGs and stuffs where they can maintain their overall cash flow and they can run their overall business and ecosystem. This is how I think we are in the right track when we talk about the trajectory. Maybe we are in the detrimental phase when we talk about the scale and the speed. But I think when we are talking about the direction of the trajectory, we are in the right path.
The engineering semantics of the problem are wrong, and let me explain why. First of all, I want to I'll tailor my explanation depending on your background and everybody else's. Is anybody here a mechanical engineer or no, or an aerospace engineer? Oh shit, I'm the only one.
KSI
right.
Deepak is the only aerospace engineer I know.
Right. So let's go. I'm a mechanical engineer by training. And I've done things from race cars to trains to whatnot. Now, the first problem here, the first sort of thing here, it's clear to me that there's no engineer in the system who's seen that the very fact that the gyroscopic bearing that allows that the drone has to maintain a control algorithm stability for the water to be able to spray. Or unless you're just poking the balloon like a quinceanera and it's pouring down, I don't know what you consider to be spraying. But from the way I've seen it, the spray is a jet that has a directional force, a water pressure, and a mass flow rate, and so on and so forth. This is the same thing that you see in a Gatling gun, or a gun, or a recirculating gun that is mounted to a loitering ammunition. Of course, the control algorithm will compensate for the operator's deficiencies, let's call it that, but the force variations. But the operation of that gyroscopic thing and that, you're dealing, of course, with a static versus dynamic target, sure. But Ukraine has soldier brigades and Russians have soldier brigades that have drones that are on-ground drone operators, and it's not fully automatic. The computer vision, which is what the AIs call it, is just, it scans a few pixels and it tells, is this good or not? It cannot if there is a magical technology that's directing you exactly to that one spot from thousands of kilometers away, that's not the way it works. In the also on the battlefield, there's a lot of variables there. Which means a drone Didi can theoretically be an Agniveer. Now, my point is not that put drone Didis into Agniveers. No, my point is that the machineries of solving this issue do not have not just the right people, the right knowledge systems in place. They are not accounting for they're only looking at the small, very, very short-term benefit when there is a big time frame and multi-economical frameworks to cater to. Because all said and done, the top 10% of the country or 20%, whatever it is, creates so much wealth through various ways that the bottom laggards, let's not call them that, the bottom percentage comes along with them. Which is why wealth redistribution as a concept, take money from the rich and give it to the poor, doesn't work, because also the capabilities and the other aspects of that is different. As a result, I don't agree with your point about the scheme, and I also don't agree with your point that the minuscule progress is good, because by being minuscule, you're wasting time. Time is a valuable resource, and you're also wasting years on people's lives and generations who will eventually become a vote bank against you, because they will at some point be a political party or sort of agglomeration of people who will fight based on so-called citizen economics or whatever you want. I forgot the name. Sorry, whatever you call it. But they may or may not have the best interests of the Hindu society at heart. But they will
Also,
win.
Oh yes,
Sorry.
this is a huge point. It's
also,
absolutely heading towards that.
also,
Yes, Abhay, quickly.
also, your population is going to age.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So time
Both of
is
them.
running out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, to add to that, not all crops need spraying / can grow with spraying. That's one thing. So the market size of the scheme is lower than anticipated or under predicted. This is also not accounting for the fact that the crops that should be grown or ought to be grown, which is the original Kautilya's crop cycle as opposed to now, which was mentioned if you're able to look at a few of Dada's older podcasts, you'll be able to see this conversation, that crops are not the same. And to restore the soil, you need certain crop cycles, which may not, again, the scheme, if it doesn't fit for that. It's not just this scheme. I'm saying the whole economics model of little pure freebies, blah, 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 not the way to go, because this gain of the small and the present is always detrimenting the gain of the large in the future.
Can I just say one thing about this drone thing? The only reason why it's viable right now is because farmers don't understand the value of automation. The minute a farmer, and I've realized the value of automation, it is a tiny micro jump in technology to make that drone automated to go across your land. Because today drones are delivering Amazon packages. Means they're automated. No one's driving it like this. It is literally looking at points on the map and it's traveling from place to place. In a field, it's even smaller. You just need 4 points of the field and the drone will just scan and spray. You don't need a person.
I see.
The point is, this is a very short value proposition for the woman also. Her skill is going to become extinct in the next 5-6 years.
Okay, so our didis became drone didis 5 minutes back, and you are already taking away their jabs.
Yes, so that supplements my point
Then
about the time frame.
From drone didis, there will be only drone.
Jobless didis.
The point, and they have lost valuable time. They've lost valuable time in accruing some skill. It is good for optics. It is good for feeling good, but it's not.
Yeah.
But I want to counter both of you all.
No, please, later on. Let Rishabh and Sean come. They have not said a word. One line.
Kautilya's
Yes.
Kautilya's great. You go see the principles. It is extremely pragmatic and extremely suitable. If our government ran even little bit like Kautilya's economics, we would be freaking most powerful in the world. Thank you.
Okay, now coming to Rishabh. First of all, your thoughts on this issue, whatever your counters are for Auditro. I have a question for you as well, because Auditro brought up the CSR issue as well. Now, CSR issue, many people find it akin to dharmic kings donating, or any dharmic businessman, baniyas of yesteryears donating to people. The point is that each and every Indian rich man already does that to a huge extent, maybe for tax breaks, or maybe out of the goodness of their heart, or maybe out of guilt, etc., for bribing so many people, etc. They do huge charity. The Indian middle class does huge charity on keto.org, etc. On top of that, they pay taxes. And I now this is my question to you specifically. This is almost a history question. Was the CSR-ish thing that was being done by dharmic baniyas of yesteryears, decades, centuries back and millennia back, was that state mandated, or that was just a given that it's my dharmic duty, out of which they do it already, on top of which CSR is mandated? Then that cost of CSR, they probably take it out on the employees, cut their salaries, or the product that they are selling, they raise the prices of that product, right? Because consensually they were doing charity anyway. Now, non-consensually, mandatedly, they have to do CSR as well. Rishabh, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so starting with the whole drone didi bakwas, honestly, sorry for that language, but that is what it is. I mean, just imagine, kis level pe ho tum as a society, wherein, you have all of these people, all of these ladies whose husbands have moved to the cities to find employment, because villages, fundamentally villages are not supposed to be the economic equals of cities. Otherwise, they would have been cities and not villages. Villages are fundamentally very different to huge agglomerations of people and wealth in density, which are called cities. Otherwise, they would have also been villages. Now, over here, you have these women who are over here alone, or okay, that is assumption number one. Okay, huge concentration of women whose husbands are not present at home because they're working in the cities. Why don't you create employment in the cities so that they can be with the husbands and strengthen the family unit? Number two, women who are victims of domestic violence. Great point. Uh, Frankly, great point. But then my first thought, on a comedic note, but maybe this is also food for thought, was what about all of the men who are working and have unproductive wives who just nag at them, right? Then एक तो drone दादा भी बना दो उनके लिए. Doesn't make sense, right? Then you have this situation where you're not looking at the easiest solution A to this problem, where just have a situation where the women can move with the men and can get employed in the cities or in the outskirts of the cities. You're not looking at option number B, which is okay, if cities are becoming too much of a problem with overcrowding, have this situation where the men can come back and men can find employment over here. The drone pilots could be the men of the villages, so that you don't have so many people going into the cities. If you think that is also a problem, nahi, wo bhi nahi karna. You have to specifically target women. And what are you making them do? You're not actually skilling them for anything. You're just making them, the auto drivers of the sky, or the milkmen of the sky. It's pointless. I don't know if it's going to get outdated or not. My fundamental problem is that we don't look at any of the issues at its core, and we are just doing bandaging everything. We have even in the course of this discussion, right? There are two things that I've seen. Yeah, you go back to 2,500 years ago, or you just start blindly looking at the West. Now, with this, I'm coming to the thing that Anand raised, and I am in complete agreement with him, which made me actually want to jump in today, which is the income inequality thing that was briefly discussed. Why is it discussed so much by Europeans? Because European countries, if they grow by 1% a year, for them, that is a great year, economically speaking, financially speaking. In such a situation, if one section of the society is constantly increasing their wealth and the other is not, that creates social tension. In a country like India, which is growing at a steady rate year on year, if some sections of the society are pulling ahead, it's fine. Fundamentally, it's fine. Not even going into the ethics of it, it's fine, because the section that is being left behind is also growing by a certain amount. Capitalism is a rising tide that lifts all boats वाला situation है यहाँ पे. तो या तो हम एकदम कोई बाहर का कुछ देखे, या हम लोग 2,500 साल 3,000 साल पहले में जो एक बार कोई इकोनॉमिक्स के बारे में इंडियन सोच लिया, तो let's just keep harping about that. We have to look at the problems at hand, fundamental problems at hand, and address this issue at its core. If you need to empower women through jobs, great. Let them go into the market, empower them to go into the market and get those jobs where those jobs are available. Why are you artificially creating jobs in villages? It's the same nonsense as the G-Ram G bill. और अब तो वो जाने वाला भी नहीं है. It was difficult to remove it when it was named after Mahatma Gandhi. Now it is impossible to remove it.
Now it's blasphemy to argue against socialism. Modern problems require modern solutions. Narendra Modi figured it out before you.
Yeah. Also, side note over here, if you can replace Mahatma Gandhi with G-Ram G, maybe that is something we should also consider for our currency notes. But anyways, the other thing is, fundamentally, villages aren't supposed to be economic powerhouses. It is our cities that need to be our economic powerhouses. And to this, I'll take you back to the live stream that you were doing in the Bengal Business Summit about a week or so ago, Dada, where Sanjeev Sanyal said the exact same thing. Like, we need to be like Bombay for Calcutta. Just like that, every city in India needs to be like Bombay. Over here, personally, I have a very low opinion of cities like Bangalore, because I consider them a failing project in urbanization. So, वैसा नहीं होना हमें. We need to have urban agglomerations that have the natural resources and the political will to actually grow and become metropolises in their own right, because that is where the growth will always happen. Because growth only happens when you reach a critical mass of humans that can provide expertise, that can provide resources, that can provide capital, that can provide the time. Villages will never be able to do that. I'm sorry. Fundamentally, you will never be able to have a situation where villages are prosperous, or at least more prosperous than cities. It's a simple networking effect in action.
Yeah,
Secondly,
ecosystem.
yeah, ecosystem in action.
New
And
Zealanders
it
won't
all,
their majority
uh,
villages.
yeah, sorry.
New Zealanders won't agree with you. Their majority villages only.
Arey, who gives a shit? यही तो problem है ना. Singapore, New Zealand, some bloody Nordic frozen wasteland. It is not relevant for a country the size of India, yaar. Forget about New Zealand. Let them chill in their corner and do whatever they do with the sheep. It's
No, but
not relevant for us.
you can't take a what's the word, a single position. You have to test the theory. You're saying that only cities can be powerhouses.
In a country like India, yeah.
No, you have to at least try to make the rural areas viable. So only then you can test your theory. You're like, oh no, throughout history we only made cities viable. We only put effort into cities, and
Okay.
we're like, oh, only cities can work. It's like empirically false equivalence. You have to create a control system. You got to pay. Say, I put effort in
Anand,
Anand, your point well
Anand,
taken.
Anand,
How are we going to
Anand,
do
for
that? How
that,
do we test it out? Like, how do we test it out? We don't have the time, the resources for that to test out theories. We need to go with what is going to work for us. What is our best chance here?
You know what Shamaka Ravi has said? I think she has made some really good points in her assessments of Indian economy. She is actually finally someone who's actually trying to do a holistic understanding. Because let's be very clear, we cannot be Viksit Bharat if some parts of our country are poor and some parts of the country are rich. There has to be some amount of development in the poor areas as well, in the rural areas as well. That has to happen.
I'm not. Acha, theek hai. I'm not. Please don't extrapolate that. That is not my point. My point is not to let the villages suffer. Okay, my point here is don't try to push onto villages unnecessary amount of resources that need to be spent in the more productive parts of the country, which are the cities. That is my only point. I'm not saying let the villages go to hell. Of course not. They also need to prosper. They also need to grow. But what the problem with India is that we have this concept, or at least the older generation of politicians in this country have this concept that India lives in its villages. Right? Not true. About 40% of India is urban. I'm sorry, Abhay. Kushal Mehra did a very good podcast about this about a year or a year and a half ago with some urban planning experts, and it was actually pretty well done. One of his podcasts is actually pretty well done because he's got a true subject. Because he actually got subject matter experts over there. You should actually go and see that to understand.
60 to 70% is urban or semi-urban. What we define as rural urban areas. Like Bangalore,
exactly.
for example, I live in so-called rural area.
Said that majority of India is today urban, but we classify majority of India as rural. That is an issue.
It is so
Plus,
stupid. You can live in a
being allotted in this country. One more point. The way your parliamentary system has been structured, villages have disproportionately more power than the cities. Therefore, villages decide policy and not cities.
Exactly.
Another point Kushal Mehra made. Yeah, and Gautam. Yeah.
And this is something that is very important that needs to be discussed very seriously. Delimitation is coming up. This time, if the villages still keep that disproportionate power, it is going to completely torpedo the next 20 years of our growth.
They are. What you say, it is a foregone conclusion. They will keep it.
Okay, Rishabh. I'll go back to Aditro now, since he'll have to leave for dinner. Okay, Aditro. Why even focus on women-led development? Why not man-led development? Why not transgender-led development? If it is all on the basis of women face domestic violence, then yes, 28.3% of women face physical domestic abuse, and that amounts to something like 39 crores, 62 lakh women. So therefore, women-led development, or are there other reasons as well?
No, the thing is, we need to have women-led development. Otherwise, we can see in the upcoming years, the whole main species won't be there. So, taking it on a serious note, when we talk about
No,
women-led
the
development.
male species did fine when women were getting raped in caves with a mudgal and getting taken into another cave, and that was called marriage. So men did fine. They didn't need women
Yeah,
empowerment
that's the
for
thing.
species.
That's the thing. So the thing is key, when we talk about women-led development, it is needed in case of rural India, in certain parts of rural India. And when we talk about this India also, this India is mostly centered to the northwestern part of the India. uh, I am not talking in terms of East India, or in case of South India, or in case of Northeast India, where the whole society is matrilineal. So let across all point. And why is it needed? Because we could see that what we sitting in Bengal, we can't understand, can't even think of it in from the standpoint of Eastern India, because uh, Jobio. So the thing is key, when we talk about in certain sense of a holistic perspective of the northwestern India or Pakistan or Afghanistan, we could see a sense of patriarchy, a deep-rooted patriarchy in it. And why is it so? It's not in a cultural thing. It's always a historical thing. And why it was so? Because of the Hindu Kush. The Hindu Kush was the major zone from which all the invasions, the Islamic invasions happened. And at that point, people used to make their own female child wear turbans and make their female childs look like men, so that they can't be spotted that they are a female, otherwise they would be raped. And the same culture which we have seen few days back by done by Sheikh Shah Jahan, the same pithe banano you would be seeing in their case as well. And that was in a brutal way. And that is the mere reason why we have the only Shubh Karya, which is the Viva, not in today's world. It's not a Shubh Karya in today's world. So at that point of time, it was the only case. The North India would be having a marriage in the Sandhya Kal. Also, in the other hand, we see the southern India celebrating it in the daylight. So we all know that every Shubha Karya is being done in the daylight. But in case of North India, in those parts, if in Sikhism also, in Punjab also, you could see in a major cultural folklore, women were told not to wear makeup, so that their femininity can be known. So this is how it was made a certain, it was made to certain extent key. The ghungat which we have today also, that can be seen deep rooted onto their parts. So I feel in certain segments of India, in certain parts of India, where we see that the women centric development is actually needed. Because in rural India, when we talk about this India where our capital is located, in cases of Punjab, Haryana, the language also curses women a lot. So in every perspective, we need to have women-led development in those sectors specifically, so that there is a parity, there is a equity in the overall ecosystem of as a whole. But in case of South India, East India, or North India, we could see that the cultural perspective is not like that. We have Shakti in the form of goddess, in the form of Ma. We celebrate here Rojo in cases of Odisha, in cases of few days back in Kamakya also um, we have served, we have prayed to the Ma Kamakya, who is a menstruating goddess. So this is how, for us, women was never a source of hostility or source of something. Rather, women was power. So empowerment was not needed in our philosophical thought. But in case of the social standpoint, certain parameters show us that in North Western India it's needed.
Auditro, how much
Rajput,
longer can
one
you be with us?
question.
One moment. Let's see how much Auditro can stay with us.
Yeah, I can be there for 15 odd minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, Abhay has counters, and then we'll go to Tushar and Tushar for some quick counters, and then
Okay.
come back to Soyan for his main.
Regarding women-led development, okay, the thing that northwestern parts of India are exceptionally patriarchal, and I come from a Marwadi family, so even I accept that women in our culture uh, are seen as homemakers and not as women who can have a life for themselves. That is true. While that being true, the policies which are women centric are not just limited to your northeast western part of India. It applies to Bengal also, it applies to South also. So this argument doesn't hold when you say that we are targeting northwestern India, because that is not how the policies work. Second thing, regarding this women led development, all this while I heard discussion around, मैंने सुना कि विलेजेस से सिटीज भेज देना चाहिए, नहीं विलेजेस में ही डेवलपमेंट करना चाहिए। मैं बोलता हूँ विलेजेस को सिटीज बना दो, आप वहां पे फैक्ट्री बैठाओ, वहां पे इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन करो। और विमेन का डेवलपमेंट तब तक नहीं हो सकता जब तक इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन डिमांड्स फिजिकल वर्क, और फिजिकल वर्क में विमेन का डिसएडवांटेज रहेगा। ये जो लोगों की सोच है ना कि फिजिकल वर्क में विमेन कैन कम्पीट विथ मेन, ये जीवन में कभी नहीं होगा। चाहे कोई भी फेमिनिस्ट आके बोल दे कि विमेन यूज टू हंट, पर वो सच नहीं हो जाएगा। Men have a physical advantage. So
Abhay, how much is
women
physical
cannot-
strength an important factor in factories these days? Don't we have automated factories and
No,
stuff?
no,
Can't
I'm
women
talking
work
about
equally
वही तो
competently?
मैं बोल रहा हूँ। नहीं, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ। फैक्ट्रीज बनेगा तब तो फिजिकल एडवांटेज का
हाँ,
अंतर
क्योंकि
खत्म होगा
फिजिकल
ना।
लेबर तो
आप
ईट के भाटे में जा रहा है।
हाँ, तो जब तक ज्यादातर आपका एग्रीकल्चर रहेगा जहां पर फिजिकल लेबर लगता है, आउट यू हैव टू गो
Yes,
आउट
yes.
इन द सन, यू हैव टू
Yeah,
वॉक,
yeah.
आपके पास आधुनिक सुख सुविधा नहीं है, वहां पे विमेन का डिसएडवांटेज रहेगा ही। ठीक है, ये लिखा हुआ है। तो यहाँ पर ये क्यों नहीं बात हो रही है कि विलेजेस को इंडस्ट्रियलाइज करो? उससे क्या होगा, पुरुष को भी शहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उसका जगह ही इंडस्ट्रियलाइज हो गया है, वहां पे ही उसको काम है। और दूसरा, जैसे ही इंडस्ट्रियलाइज हुए तो विमेन के लिए भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनता है ना, क्योंकि वो फिजिकल डिस्पैरिटी वाला इशू खत्म होने लगता है, इरेलीवेंट होने लगता है। तो इस पर बात होनी चाहिए कि इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन करो, टेक्नोलॉजी लाओ। जितना विमेन एम्पावरमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण हुआ है, उतना कोई फेमिनिज्म के कारण नहीं हुआ। टेक्नोलॉजी और इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हैज लेड टू विमेन एम्पावरमेंट, पहली बात। दूसरी बात कि फ्रीबी का जो सिस्टम है, जो लोग बोल रहे थे मनरेगा, ठीक है, मनरेगा और एमएसपी एक ही है। ठीक है, मनरेगा में भी बस किसी के हाथ में पैसे देने, तो उसके लिए जो जो काम दिखे करा लो। मतलब काम चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो काम करके किसी का लाभ हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा, नहीं हो पता, बस किसी के हाथ में पैसे देना है इसीलिए काम करा। वैसे ही एमएसपी है कि किसी को पोटने के लिए बोल दो कि इस फसल पे हम न्यूनतम समर्थन आय देंगे, भले ही वो फसल आपका सॉइल बर्बाद कर दे, आपका वाटर टेबल खराब कर दे, पर हमको क्योंकि इसी फसल पे एमएसपी है तो वो वही फसल उगाएगा, चाहे पंजाब का वाटर टेबल खत्म कर दे। तो और ऊपर से ये एग्रीकल्चर
पंजाब
को
में
और
चावल
इंसेंटिवाइज
उगता
करता
है
है।
भाई, जस्ट टू ऐड टू योर पॉइंट, पंजाब में फसल में चावल उगता है बिकॉज ऑफ
हाँ,
एमएसपी, जस्ट इमेजिन।
हाँ। और अभी अभी इस पर दे रहे, क्या बोलते हैं, और एक महामारी को जन्म देने वाली बात है ये एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में। अभी गन्ने के खेती पर एमएसपी दी जा रही है, जो इतना पानी खाता है, और इथेनॉल के चक्कर में और गन्ना उगाओ, शुगर केन प्रोडक्शन बढ़ते ही जा रहा है। मतलब इथेनॉल से जो इन्वायरमेंट की रक्षा करेंगे, वो गन्ने की खेती से हम पानी को नष्ट कर देंगे।
You
ठीक
already
है, ये
clarified that sugarcane is only 30% of ethanol production.
सॉरी व्हाट?
Sugarcane is only 30% of ethanol production right now. It's
How much
not
is the rest of it? Bamboo and others.
It's maize, spoiled grains, spoiled rice grain,
Oh, okay.
and other grains. They use that for.
So the point is, you have incentivized. My basic point is, you have incentivized cultivation of sugar cane, which should not be done in a country like India, where there is water scarcity issues. तो मेरा point वही था। तो बात ये है कि जब सरकार इतना कंट्रोल ले लेती है और वो देखती नहीं है कि मार्केट का सिचुएशन क्या है, तब इसी प्रकार से इनएफिशिएंट एलोकेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज होता है। आप ये नहीं देख रहे
Okay.
कि मार्केट को क्या चाहिए।
Acha, can I just
Auditro,
come in for 3-4 quick points?
no. Auditro will have to leave. You can come after Auditro.
ठीक है.
अकेले बैठ के इसको गाली देंगे, ठीक है? इसको भगाते हैं. Auditro, do you agree with Abhay's assessment that the government is taking up too much control and is closing its eyes to everyday updating technology and demands of the market and is fixating on something and then doing that for 5 years, which was the 5-year plan program of the Planning Commission, which has now been just rechristened to Niti
Thanks
Aayog?
to Niti Aayog. Yeah. I agree to some certain extent, but the thing is कि when we talk about certain measures and what are being done in the whole economic sphere of India, few minutes back she was talking about that when we think about the policies which are being made whole of India, that can't be counted because I have just dotted down on the northwestern segment. But see, the mere fact is the bias which we have to understand, that the policy makers who are seated in the parliament, who are seated in the extreme powers, those are being backed by the northwestern frontiers. So that we have to agree enough. And we all know that the BJP is being run by Gujarat, and this thing RSS is being taken account from Maharashtra. So we all know these things. These are not some secrets. These are all open secrets. So this is how the overall bias would reveal, certainly. But on the other hand, when we talk about certain things like certain institutions like Planning Commission or Niti Aayog, we need to have certain institutions like these. Apart from these, also multiple think tanks are there. When we talk about National Dairy Development Board, NDS is also there, NABARD is also there. So certain financial institutions are also working in the same fold, and also we need to think about NBFCs, which are giving a sort of soft loans and interest-free loans to multiple MFIs, microfinance institutions, and these SHGs, by which the rural economies are being made sure that they are being less stressed down, supposedly to make sure that the rural distress is not gaining more and more downpour into the urban statecrafts. So this is how I think that financial commissions and controls are needed, taking different standpoints from the Niti Aayog, or just as to say the Planning Commission, which was one even thought by Netaji himself. So from the personal standpoint, from the economic standpoint, both I think it's needed. So
Other than Netaji, there was a guy called PC Mohalanobish also who contributed to
Wait,
that.
did you say you need the planning commission?
In its
it's
Niti Aayog version.
Okay. I have a point on this.
No, Abhay, thoda ruk jao.
Abhay, just quickly,
Tushar,
before that. What
No,
about
please,
the
Tushar
underlying?
is waiting for a long time. Please, then one sentence each. Tushar and Abhay and Ludwig, then we'll go to Tushar.
हाँ, मैं बस ये बोल रहा था, ये जो प्लानिंग
हाँ.
कमीशन की बात हो रही है और उसके माध्यम से पॉलिसी पे कंट्रोल, तो अभी तो बीजेपी नई आई है 2014 में, तो इसका मतलब प्लानिंग कमीशन 70 साल से अच्छा काम किया। तब क्या फिर बोलते रहते कि 55 साल से कोई काम नहीं हुआ?
There are grey sides. There is no black and white.
No, grey sides. No, you can say grey sides, but will you say that before 2014, the situation of Indian economy was as expected, or at least before 1991, when Planning Commission, things like that was still there and everything was decided by the state, was the economic situation of India very good? You cannot say that.
That's why,
because
that's why
there is excessive control of the government over economics, over basic economics and basic transactions of people. You cannot have this level of government control over everything. You have to let it go. You have to you need to have basic faith in the society that if we provide a good system, a good law and order, a system which is open, the society will shape itself in a way which will benefit the country. That overall idea that control freakiness has to go away from the minds of the policymakers.
Or are you disputing the claim that it's there is too much government control, or are you saying that it's fine, it's needed?
It's needed. I think it's needed, and
Okay.
there are certain economic theories for that which can be backed up.
Okay.
So right now I'm just concluding my statements on this,
Yes,
and
yes.
I would
Thank
really
you.
like to take up these questions and all those things.
Yes, yes.
With this, namaskar to you all. Please continue the
We'll
discussion.
continue
I
some
would be
other day.
learning a lot
Thank
from
you, thank
all.
you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
See you, Aditya.
Thanks a lot
We
for
need
coming.
people like
Thanks
you.
for the debate. Really appreciated.
Actually,
Yes.
Aditya, before you leave, I just want to say we need people like you because we also need a different perspective on things. Okay, we may disagree, but it's okay. We need
This
different
is all in
We
good
are
kind
faith.
of
from the land of
We did
pluralism.
not intend to be mean
Yes.
to you. If
You
you
took
see that
away
way, I
the
apologize.
need to be you took away
I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed, and we are from the land of pluralism. So this has to be
Yes.
accepted, and this is the mere platter of the whole India, where we have a mixed salad institutions. So yeah, my salad is waiting for me
Yes.
right now. So I need to go. Thank you so much,
Yes.
everyone. Yeah,
Have a great evening.
Yes.
thank you. Thank
Yes.
you so much.
Okay, keeping in mind that our youngest bro Shravan has not spoken at all, I'll still exploit him and give my time to Tushar a little. Oh, Tushar just disappeared. What the fuck? There's no more.
It's okay,
No,
young
लगता है
can
बर्फ
wait.
नहीं पड़ने वाली है.
The young
Yes.
can wait.
No. Not more than you. Okay, Shravan, go ahead.
How young
let
are
Tushar
you?
come back, then we'll go back to. Oh, Tushar is
Okay,
here.
so-
Wait. No. Let Tushar come in. Tushar, quickly. Even though you waited for a long time, what is the problem with planning and government control?
Hayek made this very clear. It is called calculation problem. So someone sitting far away from hundreds of kilometers away from the source cannot decide what will be the right price for the commodity. Pricing emerges out of millions of people interacting with each other, negotiating with each other, and deciding what the price of a commodity will be. So this is why central planning will fail. There is a famous quote by Nikita Khrushchev where he says that when the whole world will be communist, we'll be needing a capitalist Switzerland to let us know what the prices of commodities are. Because this problem, this centralization creates the problem that it cannot get information from where actually the event is happening. And when the right information is not conveyed to the system, then either it responds late or it responds incorrectly in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
As a result, the problem becomes worse or is not addressed at all. Whereas this system works in armies, you can take any institution, decentralized institutions work better. Institutions work better than centralized institutions because of the information and decision making ability that is necessary for building a sustainable and growing system, adaptable system, can only exist in a decentralized system. There is in India, there is tendency for some big enlightened dictator coming and telling everyone, okay, this is the right thing to do, this is the right thing to do. But even one of the most so-called one of the most enlightened leaders that we had, Pandit Nehru, he had the system will reflect his own biases and his own merits and his own biases. So he was biased against the military, so we lost the China war. He was biased towards PSU, so we had an IIT, so we had IITs and we had PSUs. But then the private sector failed, and it then came Indira Gandhi. She even went further on bank nationalization and even more PSUs and license for trial. She took it to the next level. And then another problem that emerges out of centralized system is that you need to only control one person, and the entire system is under your control. So the Soviets just needed to handle Indira Gandhi, and then the entire country was on their feet. They could sway her in the direction of socialism. They could sway her in the direction of the Soviet bloc. So it becomes pretty easy when we have a centralized system to take over the system by just taking over one thing. That's why coups are much more common in centralized countries as compared to decentralized countries. And it is said that if Germany, like Germany right now, Germany doesn't face any such problems of dictatorship and all is on lies at the feet that how decentralized they have their economy, how strong their municipalities are. But in Hitler's time, it was an army that had a state, and he just needed to take over the central government and then the entire country. No one at any level could resist him. So that's why decentralization is important, and that's why Switzerland, even though it is really noisy at the municipal level, it is one of the most stable countries. We have the most stable economies with the most stable currencies, and a marvel of a society to learn from. To similar extent, United States as well, but Switzerland is the ideal. So that's why decentralization is the way forward, and each technological improvement leads to greater empowerment of the individual, and empowerment of the individual is what enables economic growth and social welfare. So there is simply no argument for centralization other than it facilitating coordination among different nodes. Other than that, centralization makes no sense.
Tushar,
So
why
then I have
can't
to
good
leave, so,
intentions?
uh,
Okay, last question
yes,
for you.
I'll
then.
answer the question.
Why can't good intentions of the leader offset this problem of centralization?
Yeah, because good intentions are subjective. What is good for me will not necessarily be good for everyone. It has my own subjective biases, and my own subjective biases, when playing out on millions of people who have different preferences, leads to some people benefiting and some people being at loss. I think that it is what is good for me is good for everyone, but that doesn't necessarily mean all the people who are on the edge cases of the system, they will benefit from it. Like, license permit Raj, those who already had the money, those who already had the political connection, those people definitely benefited from it. But those people and the government thought that okay, we will do the heavy lifting by PSUs and you can do the light sectors. But those who didn't have the money but were willing to take risks, they couldn't get capital because the banks wouldn't hand them capital. They would already hand them to cronies who have licenses, and they couldn't get licenses because they didn't have any connections or they didn't have any money. That's why so many people were left out. So it is essential that we realize that good intentions don't necessarily lead to good policy, because what is good for you and me doesn't mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Can we just make one
Yeah.
quick point because I then need to drop off for a few minutes? See, I think the main benefit of decentralization is that it is like insurance. Okay. And I'll take the example of the United States. So whenever, a California starts becoming non-business friendly, you have the option to move to a Texas. Whenever New York elects a Mamdani kind person, you will have the option to move to Florida or Tennessee. So that is the kind of balance it creates, and that is the kind of insurance that decentralization creates. That whatever you want to do, you have your own
Yep.
space where you can do that instead of just following
basically.
one rule throughout.
Yeah, options, and basically, to summarize, it's basically you have options and you have competition. You lag behind, then you are basically you fail. Yet you have to compete with other people, with other cities or with other municipalities for people and their tax revenue. And options, when people have options, they can simply quit a system and join someone else which they feel is way better than us. Like, people feel that okay, Chandigarh doesn't have too many opportunities, let me go for.
Basically, the idea is give as many options to the people, give as much freedom to the people that they can decide what is right for them, instead of some person sitting at the top deciding for them what is right for them.
But that's fundamental macroeconomic. There's not much different. See, first of all, the US is not as decentralized as you think it is. So, for example, when Trump decided to impose tariffs, it didn't matter whether you're in Texas or you're in California. Everyone gets affected by tariffs.
I'm audible?
Yeah.
America is not as decentralized as you think it
Yeah,
is.
so
Okay?
I'll just close my remarks that options,
Definitely.
when you don't like a system, join some other city. If you don't like Chandigarh, you go to Delhi or Bangalore. If you don't like Bangalore, you go to Mumbai, or you can even leave the country. So options enable.
No, I get that. But I'm
options
saying
enable competition.
So
I think with this I will end my remarks.
Tushar has to leave.
Thank you all. Had
Yes.
a great time discussing
Tushar.
these things with you. See you all
Yes.
next time.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks a lot, Tushar. Okay, now coming to Shrayan. Soin, other than your comments on whether we can become Viksit Bharat even with freebies, answer another question for me. This accusation of tushtikara or appeasement, is that a valid criticism in a democracy? Aren't the politicians or the state supposed to appease you? What else is the point of a democracy?
Yes, they are supposed to appease us, provided that the money which they oppose us does not have any impact on our lives, on my life, who does not want to be appeased. So if it was like I am earning a whole ton of money and using all of it to appease anybody, to woo them into a relationship or a marriage, it's completely fine as long as I am not stealing it from my neighbor. Now, I want to firstly cite a few anecdotes once again to frame my larger arguments, and well, eventually it will once again boil down to judicial expansion, and I'll tell you how. Because that is the pinnacle of our problems, and I would basically trace it in a bottom-up approach or a top-down approach. Let's see. So now, how many of I don't know, maybe it has been discussed, because since we have been in the discussion for quite some time, I believe it might have been covered already. But how many of you are aware of this scheme that was being introduced by the Gujarat government in around... okay, I'll have to leave shortly. I had to wait for too long. Just pass it to anybody else, and I'll come back in maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And
Yes, Ludwig, you had many points.
Yeah, cool. You can. How about this? You quiz me one by one, and let's take it one by one. Yeah.
what happened? Why did you put your back?
You.
No, I
Where
thought
are you?
you all blocked your cameras, so you all have gone for dinner or something. That's why I removed you from the
No.
Because
I
it
will
looks
not.
weird
I
on
will tell
screen.
you.
Arey, we fidget all the time, Dada.
Okay.
And people
Yeah,
don't
go
want to
ahead.
see all this.
Yeah, no. So we want
Yeah.
to take this one by one. Yeah. So first of all,
Yes.
I think it was Tushar. Yeah, Tushar mentioned that the USA is basically decentralization is the only way to demilitarize or something of the kind that was there. First of all, the US, the biggest military industrial complex in the world, is the United States. So the very comment, and the USA is decentral in the sense that it's federal. It's not, I mean, sorry, there's federal and state, individual states have their own courts and that sort of stuff. But the USA, as Anand said, is not as decentralized as it is made out to be. So I just wanted to question the fact that the speaker's assumption about the US was wrong. That's all.
But domestic politics, domestic policies are very decentralized and very federal and very pro states' rights. In that way, but their foreign policy is obviously very centralized.
Yeah,
foreign policy can't
is
be decentralized.
And no, the market.
So military industrial complex is in the context of foreign policy. That's why.
No. There's just to elaborate. I think
US is decentralized.
Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was done in the
Let Ludwig complete. Ludwig complete. Then you.
No. So to it, I'm sure what I'm about to say will add to everybody's points, which is that the input and output of the United States system is the United States facilitator, or and it's basically the military industrial complex, the technological and the infrastructure ballooning, and the large meal portion size, so on and so forth. Consumerism. So that is the machine that's highly enthalpic, highly entropic, that needs some things to control it. All the feeding is coming from Africa, China, India, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh, so on and so forth, Pakistan, you know the bits. The USA, for its military sort of expansions, they made a guinea pig customer in Japan and in Australia and in the UK and also Europe. They made them guinea pigs ki, bhai, you have to buy our stuff. We are going to protect you militarily. You don't have as much soldiers and people. You don't need to have that. You can spend your money and time and on giving your people free, that's not freebies, but giving your people subsidies, subsidized existence. And the USA allows for lobbying and these other conditions that ensures that it is not purely decentralized. Because what happens, Seattle, let's take Boeing as Seattle's base, and that's contributes to a section of the military industrial complex or the other civil aviation industries complexes. There's parts companies based in other parts that are there's tax regimes and other stuff going on. So the cyclical feeding of supplying Boeing aircraft and these products that they give to everybody is a self-feeding mechanism. So in short, and also having the dollar as the trading currency and not the gold standard. As a result, my contention is that, to Anand's point, is that the USA is central in its outcome. It is decentral in its administration. That is all. I mean, it's not a larger point, it's just a minor point, okay? If the others want to step in regarding USA, they can, and then I'll sort of take I'll sort of go to the other points I wanted to say.
Yeah.
See, there's a lot of misinformation the way India understands US. Yes, they are federal in the way that each state can make its own laws. But if the federal government wants to impose a rule on all the states, they can do it easily.
In which sectors? In which branches of
In
law?
any
Not in
sector.
anything and everything.
In any sector, they can impose rules from the central government.
No.
Yes, they can.
Not murder, abortion. No, they can't.
They can. Roe v. Wade was imposed from the center.
That's why it's forever debated.
That's my point. Legally, when the central government makes a decree, it can be imposed. What happens is the state can
It's very easily challenged as well.
Let me finish, man.
It won't be tough to challenge. It will be very easily the abortion verdict.
No, it's not very easy. So the state can challenge the point. There is a challenge. So the federal courts and the state courts will give different verdicts. The federal court, the Supreme Court, will decide who holds most sway in that particular topic. The state court, state government, or the federal government, and they will decide who gets more power. So very often, for example, a state may put through its parliament may decide something. The central government may say, no, this is what, like, for example, don't ask, don't tell. The state can't push back against don't ask, don't tell. It is imposed on all the states. Every military garrison throughout every state had to follow it. Because the federal law took precedent and the Supreme Court said the same thing.
Because military is national security and that doesn't come under federalism.
Defensive Marriage Act. The states can't say, I will not allow for gay people to not get married in the states. It came
because military is a foreign policy issue and that's never centralized.
Military. Defensive management people. Every single person, every single state will follow it.
Hello?
Go check DOMA. Go research on DOMA.
But in the military, right? The don't tell policy was for the military. Where else?
No, DOMA, Defensive Marriage Act. DOMA,
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a domestic act which was promulgated to the central government earlier. Then Obama repealed. Supreme Court repealed it. Supreme Court said this is DOMA is unconstitutional. No state government can push it. Can ever put any law saying that I will support DOMA. It's gone, permanently gone. So say for many state, there's one lady who said I will not give a marriage certificate. She was fired because she can't, as a state representative, she cannot reject that because Supreme Court has already said the federal law supersedes the state law in this particular case. So the Supreme Court arbiters these things basically. That's what happens. The US is not the way we imagine it, right? The Supreme Court arbiters on everything, states' rights and central rights. Both, and the state and the center will fight non-stop in terms of their. Yeah. They can fight. They are allowed to fight. In India, it's different.
That's why Roe v. Wade happened and then it got overturned.
But can we say
Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court, not by a state government. A state government could not overturn it. They cannot say, I will, in my parliament, I will say Roe v. Wade and you will have, it's banned. They can't do it. So what they did, they made it harder for abortion clinics in their state. So they took a side step. They took a different step. They said, I'll make it harder for them to establish themselves. Right? India is different. India is like, these laws come under concurrent list. These laws come under state power. Very clear. You don't even have to go to the Supreme Court for that. Right? So that's the difference in India and the US. That's my point.
So in US, can you say, Anand, in US, that compared to India, in US there is more federalism? That is, states have more autonomy in a country like US than in India?
Yeah, because they designed it. They were designed like that. The country is designed like that.
So, yeah, I think even in US there would be certain baselines even when some states decide to do something with their respective constitutions, there would be some baselines in US, for example, freedom of expression or something like that. Or states can say that in our state there wouldn't be any freedom of expression. That is the First Amendment.
They can't. Because
No,
again,
this sort.
US Constitution. You can't go against the US Constitution. That's
Also, to frame to Anand, I think, again, to help the point, I think to frame it, the way USA formed as a country is that the initial constitution and that building blocks was done only in a couple of states, right? The
no,
Anand?
they didn't have many states when the
They
US
didn't
was
have.
formed.
That's my point. Yeah, they only had like 7 or something, very small number. Everybody got added, like Sardar Vallabhbhai added the princely states, except the way Vallabhbhai Patel integrated the states into India is you come under the big umbrella of India and you had to dissolve your own laws and your region specific practice, blah, 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 these sort of other things. Whereas when the USA states signed up to joining the USFA, they agreed that these fundamental principles are there, whatever the initial people have done, but our own stuff has to be tacked on later. It was like an articulation in a carriage. It wasn't that
That's part of the thing.
Yeah.
The largest addition of US states to the so-called union was through a purchase.
It was money buying.
The
Yes.
US literally bought states from Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, it bought Louisiana, it bought Alaska.
No, it bought California.
Alaska was from Russia.
The western border,
Yeah.
the western side of the US, right?
West side of USA was.
all was purchased. They didn't ask the citizens.
Yeah. And these
Oh,
states
and Texas. Sorry. Texas was won in a war.
And these states which are in western part of USA, which USA bought from Mexico, these states have significant Spanish speaking population.
Yes.
Of course.
They bought Mexico.
Yes.
So they bought it from Mexico.
No,
Okay, now since
they didn't ask them, do you want to join? Or they didn't like say, oh, I will put a gun to your head and join. I just bought you. It's like a transaction. That's all it was.
What Trump was planning to do with Greenland. Now, since we have debated US Constitution a little, now we'll move on from USA and discuss how is China doing it then with the quote-unquote communist state, or is it a centralized state? And libertarians argue China is more decentralized than India. Who wants to take up China here?
No, wait. Who argues it's more decentralized than India?
Arey Anand, Rudvik put up his hand and you disrespected his hand by interrupting simply. Yeah, to answer you. Yeah. No, commies think centralization works because China works, and libertarians say China works because it's decentralized. That's my point. So yeah, anybody who wants to come in? Rudvik, since he put up his hand.
Yeah, so popular to misbelieve, popular to existing conventions, it is only certain aspects of the China that are basically communist. It's not even communist in the traditional sense. It's more like a company-based dictatorship kind of a thing that has its own internal democratic and consensus-based mechanisms. So it's more complicated than that first thing. Of course, do they have kind of like a police state going on and all? Yes. But again, you're combining little bits of different things around there. China is actually very capitalist in the sense that of how its companies have enabled to be made money and linearly grow and get FDI, foreign direct investment, into their manufacturing sectors, into their things like toy making and electronics, eventually robots. We are talking about basic manufacturing, moldings and all, presses, like some laser cutters, water jet cutters, so on and so forth. And this each province, also the provincial differences in China exist, which is the province where Wuhan is based is actually one of the most developed ones you've seen. Same Hubei, I think it's called Hubei. There is and the way Shanghai and Guangdong and these ones operate are not exactly straightforward because they all have their own capital income generation things and all. So if it was communist or socialist to begin with, that would not exist because everything would be chapati rolled into one chapati, if that's a way to put it. So for Shenzhen, where Shenzhen is probably the world's best electronics bit and all that. Manufacturing wise, you can go textiles and agrochemicals, you can go to Guangdong, and then Guangzhou. Beijing being the capital area has some of finance. Shanghai has a lot of finance, etc., services. So in short, communism's basic argument breaks by the very money making and incentive structures and the circle of money and the foreign direct investment coming in and going out and all into the so-called commie land. It's not a commie land. It's capitalist in its economic nature. So yeah, that's a basic piece of info on China. But yeah, there's details I can add. But again, I would like other people to comment.
See,
Anand, go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't know how to. China is a weird example. It doesn't fit in any category. Okay, even state capitalism not technically. Its political system is completely communist. That's like its political system. It's completely communist. Like people cannot own property outside of the communist structure. Like the communists decide who will own what. Literally, if you are not part of the Communist Party, you have very little power. So everyone.
You mean it's crony capitalism, Anand? Sounds oddly like close to the definition of cronyism.
Crony capitalism. It is something that's very difficult to categorize. It is like it is a closed. It's like what if you take the Korean family system and you make everyone part of the family. Like it's like, and anyone who's not part of the family have no power.
Selective market capitalism.
Something I'm not sure. I can't not explain it.
Isn't it funny how socialism always inevitably dissolves into either crony capitalism or something resembling crony capitalism?
No, because crony capitalism is the symptom. It's not a system.
Yeah.
It's not a defined system. This is the problem, right? Because there's no defined system of crony capitalism. Crony capitalism uses other systems to piggyback on, right? It is a symptom of a problem. So the Chinese, if you look at fundamentally, the political system of China is people who are not part of the Communist Party have no power, have zero power. People cannot keep stuff they own. So imagine I work my ass off. It can any minute the state can come and take that money take that hard work from me if they want.
Like Jack Ma.
Yes. So the Chinese government the Chinese system is not technically capitalist. The capitalist system would be you earn it, you keep it. Even if the state taxes part of your income, it is still you keep what you earn. But in China, if they decide to take everything, they can just take everything. Like the Communist Party just decide that you are not eligible for money anymore, and it's gone. And you literally have to capitulate to get the money back or whatever. So technically, it is not a capitalist system because they're so. As I'm saying, it's very difficult to categorize. What they can say, they're pragmatists, extremely pragmatic culture, and they've rejected their traditional, like what do you call it, Confucian collectivist roots, right? Which is what happened. It was that the Taiwanese KMT system versus the CCP's communist system. They fought with the old collectivist traditional structure, and they both rejected it in different ways, right? The Kuomintang wanted to go more Western capitalist style. The commies, the CCP wanted to go more like collectivist but state controlled, right? It is only Deng Xiaoping. What happened? You have to understand what Deng Xiaoping would now have been successful until he was advised by Lee Kuan Yew. Without Lee Kuan Yew's advice to fix the Chinese economy, China would not be so powerful. It was Lee Kuan Yew's pragmatism that was injected into the CCP to create a system that is currently there. Okay, that guy has gifted them this system, and the problem with the communist system is there is no feedback mechanism. There is zero feedback mechanism. It's everything. It just happens to work right now. It got lucky with the fact that the US decided to play politics and say, "Oh, we will invest large amounts of money in you. We think you will become an open society, and then you will become part of our fold." Which because they tried that in Taiwan. Taiwan worked. Didn't work with CCP. That's basically what happened.
Okay, Rishabh, one moment. I have a question for Ludwig, not related to this topic. I'm wondering, Ludwig, where the fuck are you sitting where you can sit hours and there are people roaming about? Are you in an office and attending a live stream? What is going on?
Yeah.
I mean, are British taxpayers paying for this?
This is what the welfare state
Great.
gets to.
यही है colonial
Tommy, where are you? Tommy
reparations.
Robinson. Are you hearing this, Tommy? Okay, now to yes, Bishop, finish your point. Then I'll come to Stroyan with a question.
Yes. This is something. It's tangentially related, not really, but this is a very great point that was raised. Okay, Chinese growth happened with American capital. People keep forgetting this. China saw an opening and used it to actually gain their economic prowess. And this is also something, when we develop economically, we need to be very careful about. Like, I would rather take relatively slower growth, not explosive growth like China faced, but have that be with our own capital, because capital sovereignty is also a very important thing. People keep talking about all kinds of sovereignty. Ultimately, it is capital sovereignty that will matter the most, because as China is seeing now, USA has immense leverage over China as well. It's not just that China is supplying goods to the West, so it has leverage. Even the US is applying capital and a lot of critical technologies to China, which gives US a huge amount of leverage over them as well. So that is also something that we really need to keep in mind if we want to ensure that our long-term growth is sustainable. We need to make sure that that capital that we get is also homegrown. Otherwise, Indonesia 1990, Japan 1980s, Europe today. The moment that the US decides, in terms of your growth, thus far and no further, you're done. That is something that we cannot accept.
Is it possible to achieve capital sovereignty in a world where dollar is the gold?
Yeah, you can. I mean, the way that India is going about it, it's pretty decent, honestly. Like, in all honesty, it's pretty decent. The way that we're doing it right now, it's a good mix of, foreign investment, but also telling that foreign investment ke boss, isse zyada nahi. Don't start punching above your weight in terms of your influence. So the way that we are going right now is honestly fine. 100% sovereignty नहीं होना है, किसी देश का नहीं होता है, USA का भी नहीं होता है. So, and the reality of the world is that, the average American is earning $80,000, average Indian is earning $2,500. So we also do need that money, and we cannot compete with that money. Like, pound to pound, there's a very huge weight class difference here, right? So, as a result of that, of course, yeah, we cannot be fully sovereign in that aspect. But that's why I'm saying, rather take the slow and steady growth approach, even if it takes a generation, because that is the only way that you ensure that your growth is sustainable. And also, a very important part of this is, see, what China, a large section of China's economy is dependent on exports. What we need to have is a situation where our own domestic market can also absorb a sizable amount of our industrial output, which is the case. So that's why I'm saying we're in a good situation, a decent situation. But we need to make sure that this continues. In just chasing growth, it's not. We also need to be realistic, not just idealistic.
Stroyan, what do we do about poor people who right now need the freebies? Should we wait for the factory to come up? Then she gets trained. Then she gets used to having a job. Then she'll have good things in life. What a cruel society.
I do not know. Now, the entire point has been, technically an individual can sell his old car, and then whatever money he gets, he can purchase a new car with. A nation cannot function on that uncertainty. So you should have thought it out. And once again, I do not know, if a factory is being opened, you will almost instantaneously need which will generate jobs. Now, it is one thing that you may say that the workers would not be skilled enough to join the factory instantaneously, but then which BTech graduate in India is skilled enough to join a software engineering company and get things done? So they are given voluntary training whatsoever. And I think, if anything, the factory owners or whoever is the entrepreneur can actually arrange for better metrics of training individuals in the particular skill sets than any government scheme can.
and that would be a real world training compared to anything else. And they would eventually adapt. So you can basically go like, simply the software companies also have a training period now where you are paid somewhat less, and then eventually when you become a full-fledged worker, then you are paid the full amount, whatever was discussed in CTC, whatever. Now you can exactly do the same for any kind of factory and even unskilled workers. Why should that change over there? Simply, if you are not trained enough and I'm offering you a job, and my bare minimum expectation is that you get trained according to the needs of the factory, and while you are getting trained, you will earn less. If anybody has a problem with it, then you are not for this world. I'm sorry. I mean, you may die, and I would not regret you letting you die. To basically, now, I hope that partially answers my question, your question. But then I would have to move further. And okay, so did you hear the answer by any chance? Okay. So that. Now I'd have to come back to that and segue into it once again after I have said a few things. So as I was saying, it might have been mentioned in the stream already. If so, just let me know. But if you are aware of this Gujarat government scheme called the Jyoti Gram Yojana. Okay. So it came around 2002 when Honorable Prime Minister was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, whereby the farmers of Gujarat were basically asking for free electricity. And that is something pretty atypical to the entire premise of how the Gujarati society functions, where they actually take it upon their ego that they will not take freebies. That's why the culture has evolved. So in 2002, yeah, please look it up, Narendra Modi came up with this entire concept, which was basically one of the first implementations of Apada Mein Afsar, whereby to quench the need of freebies in terms of free electric units, he came up with large-scale electrification overall and introduced the concept of a three-phase electrical system where there are 3 live wires. So let me explain it, that generally 1 live wire is sufficient for you to make all your homely appliances run. That's okay. 2 gives you better strength in terms of output, and 3 is basically what is required to run all the heavy machinery and stuff. So let's say your drilling, tractors and pump motors and everything that is needed by the farmers is adequately produced by a 3-way live wire. So Narendra Modi introduced this concept in 2002, and by 2006 launched it state-wise, whereby 18,000 villages of Gujarat was completely electrified across a stretch of 1 lakh kilometer range, with all the villages being covered. Now, since there was certainty of electrical inputs, that electricity would be available, the very need for free units disappeared, because once there was certainty, these people actually started making more profits. Things were predictable. They could actually calculate how much their break even would be in terms of the year, in terms of produce and everything. And the entire system took it off from there. It basically took off rapidly, after which nobody ever asked for free electricity again. So that's the entire problem. If there is a targeted problem, you need a targeted solution. I have not till date, yeah. Now I have not understood that you can do now. So anyway, that is what we are doing in most of the things even now. In terms of which central government is giving tenders to the most efficient companies. Incidentally, it is Adani, and that's what the reality is. Tata is not efficient for goddamn sake. I mean, get out of it. Just because that guy was a philanthropist and he's been dead for years now, you are, I mean, come on. So now, the entire point being that I have never understood why do the freebies need to be universal? I mean, the definition of freebies should at least differ from state to state based on the confounding variables or limiting factors of the state.
It is different from state to state. It's Lokhi Bhandar in one state and Latki Behna in one state.
The entire premise of it is same. I mean, if you are going to subsidize anything, firstly, free cash transfer schemes, I am not very much in support of it, because
what about the stimulation?
If your claim is that your...
What about the economic stimulation arguments, sir?
Yeah, so you have every goddamn state. somewhere down the line you have to resort to statistics also. Na? What are you then running your entire government on? For example, why are we only allocating 50 crores for the budget which will incentivize people from outside the country to come about and not 1,000 crores? Because you are believing in statistics, you are believing in the maths. So if the maths is telling you something and you are basing it to plan your budget, why would you base it to plan your other things? Now, obviously, that requires political will, and I'll answer that in the next step. And I'll speak for a while now. Yeah, what is the interventional point here? No.
Yeah. Recently, I was watching a podcast of Anand Ranganathan on Ronak show. Okay, he was talking about welfare and freebies. I'm coming to the point. So he said that giving money to people is welfare, and it is the same as giving tax breaks, because either way people will have more money to spend. That was his argument.
Okay.
So what would you want to say on that?
Can I
Because
say?
just now you were talking-
Yeah. Just.
That's what I want to say. My intervention was this only. Just because you give money to someone doesn't mean the underlying situation of the economy changes. So, for example, if people are
I'll come to that. I'll cover that.
People are spending at that point of time, just because you gave them 5,000 rupees more doesn't mean they're going to spend it. You have to make the situation less averse for spending, less risk averse for spending. Make the situation where people want to spend.
That's the entire point of freebies and fiscal conservation. Essentially, a normal human being would not understand the impact of freebies anyway. The people who would understand is 2 generations or 1 generation or 5 generations later. So there it is clearly you cannot expect the individual to understand that maths. The state has to understand that maths. And if the state has to understand that maths, let me complete. They would have to come up with a parallel system which would not let the individual feel in any way or fashion. That is what the state is supposed to do anyway. So यहाँ पे आपका इतना भी दिमाग नहीं है तो then why the hell are you even running a government in the first place? So for example, in 2002 then I might say that Narendra Modi would have come up with the logic कि दे दो free electricity, थोड़ा ही तो है, उससे अगला election जीत जाएंगे. But then look at the figure of 2002. It was right after the backdrop of Gujarat riots. ठीक है ना? It would have been very easy for him to actually do anything to satisfy anyone and everyone because everyone seems to be offended with him. He did not do that. 4 years down the line, he actually implemented it state-wise. So, मतलब उस 4 सालों में we had figured out the maths and everything. Now, just check. I am not aware. When was the elections in Gujarat? I need to check this. Just a moment.
2001, 2006.
Next year, Gujarat elections.
Yeah. So right before the elections. Okay, right after the elections. Now, once again, that's the point. So technically, then the election was right in the corner at that point. And right after the election was done, you introduced this scheme. This scheme basically ended the entire necessity of seeking free electricity. This is something the West Bengal government did not do. They did not make use of the mandate. They did not promote anything in the correct fashion. So I believe if you are going to run all these advertisements, why don't you spend a part of the advertisement communicating to people what you are actually doing? You simply do not want to further the discourse because you do not want to get into the arguments, into the debates. You do not want to actually change the existing system because somewhere RSS Shakha head gives you the input कि नहीं नहीं इससे तो आप elect जाएंगे. Technically, you don't. So that is the first point. Now, the second point is I do believe that eventually, which is something the central government is doing now, you have to put a ceiling to how much the states can actually move away from the fiscal conservation argument. And famously, it happened in 2022 when the Kerala government, now the Kerala government, went to the Supreme Court against the Union of India under the KIIFB, whereby basically they said that none of the state, the center cannot under the federal structure so much so hamper our seeking anything for our investments and stuff. And the verdict is still due, but the central government did not actually give any leeway to Kerala over there. They said, nah, if you're not going to maintain fiscal conservation, we are not going to fund you. Now you go and fight that case in the court. जलवा तो यहाँ भी है कि कोर्ट अगर सॉल्व कुछ कर नहीं पा रहा तो ये भी नहीं सॉल्व कर पाएगा. So that's a good way of actually using the delaying judiciary. You do that. Now, coming to the broader points, that goes against the decentralized idea of Tushar. Okay, so what is the decentralized idea of Tushar? If I could
That
have just a bit of-
decentralization will always lead to good things. Implicitly, it's a good idea.
Yeah, decentralization will always lead to good things. But then understand how much of, let's say, if you're not adhering to the fiscal conservation norms, that is a decentralized idea. How is it calculated? On the basis of the revenues you earn, na? So
No, not like that. I'll tell you what I mean. So KCR, when he was in charge in Telangana, he was spending a lot of money, right? And people are telling him you're going very high over the threshold of your basically your debt. The very high state debt he is accruing. His argument was it doesn't matter. I will spend and spend and spend. I'm building infrastructure for the state. It'll later when the investment comes in, when the jobs come in, when the economic activity comes in, I will recoup it that time. But if the central government says no, I will not let you spend it. My point is that I'm saying no. It's a pull between the centralization of the central government and the state that wants to take a ridiculous risk.
Fundamentally, because the government doesn't understand the concept of Keynesianism, or is it? Yeah, they do not understand that, and they want to spend in places where they're not supposed to spend, and do not want to spend in places where they need to spend. Now, the funny thing is, the whatever I'm going to say actually supports the entire decent point, because look at it. When did Narendra Modi actually come up with this particular yojana? When he was the CM. He couldn't do it when he became the PM, because when you have to adhere to the expectations of a larger mass, you cannot do it. So the entire revolution has to be on a statewide basis. वहाँ से ही शुरू होगा. Now some other data points.
Singapore is in every state. That's what we can hope for at best. That's our best case scenario. Every state has to become Singapore. The country can't become Singapore.
That's what you can hope for, and that's what you should hope for, because that is what would eventually give more autonomy to the regional leaders. That would eventually make them popular.
Every state can't become Singapore. Every
city. That's the point.
See, you understand what I'm saying?
Every state doesn't have to become Singapore. Some states have to become Ukraine, Kazakhstan.
No, your states. No. You're missing my point. Every state must be subdivided into smaller Singapores. You'd understand. You need to think from the perspective of a programmer. How does
75 states idea.
No, how does a programmer create efficient program? He subdivides his functions to smaller functions, and each function runs efficiently and independently. That needs to be the strategy.
Yeah, Vikit's idea of 75 states is so nice.
The entire problem is in terms of programming that we have not yet discovered recursion, whereby every time you have to pursue something new, you start all over again. And so there is no principle of function call where do you eventually go towards divide and conquer or whatever. Merge sort to hone nahi wala yaad hai. Now, moving on. Some points of data. Now, which are the most fiscally well-conserved states of India? Gujarat, Maharashtra are the obvious ones. Let me pull out. I had actually found out the...
UP is a revenue surplus state, by the way. 68,000 crores of revenue surplus this year.
Yes, indeed. And that is only coming now. From there, we'll discover something extremely important from the data itself. Now,
UP.
Uttar Pradesh. Now, the worst ones are Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Kerala, and Chhattisgarh. And the best ones are...
Andhra, I can understand. They've got a big difficult job.
See, Andhra has to build 2 capitals, 3 capitals, 4 capitals. They have to spend. What can they do for people?
But then,
even
if you look at all of these,
Jagan messed it all up. Andhra had a lot of work, so it needed money.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Now, if you look at all of the worst fiscally conserved states, what is one common factor over there that you can see amongst Punjab, Andhra Pradesh? Andhra Pradesh can be an exception because then to go for a split and everything, we can take that into account. But what is common between Punjab, West Bengal, Kerala, and Chhattisgarh? ideally one would say it is leftism
Communism
or it
and
is
agriculture.
communism. But I would say more importantly, it is the complete disintegration of law and order. ठीक है ना? All of these states are
Also-
particularly perturbed by some form of extremely violent norms which disincentivizes investment.
Also,
Now-
all of these states have a history of picking fights with the center. In case of Chhattisgarh, not particularly the government, but the Maoists.
Yeah, now why are they picking Pfizer in the center? Because that is how leftism survives. Otherwise, you can't. You have nothing good to say. You have had 34 years to demonstrate what good you have to do, and you couldn't do it. And finally, when you started doing it, you did not believe in yourself, and you went up screwing yourself. So now,
So, and
that
is
is
Kerala, does Kerala have a law and order issue?
yes.
Yep.
And it is more or less political rather than actually in terms of, let's say, a Maoist or something. Political violence is extremely high over there. Contrary to the belief that you see in all these Facebook reels, every single goddamn political party representative is drinking a beer, sharing a beer, or celebrating after the elections are over. Violence over there is pretty high. And there are other law and order problems as well. Only
Also,
recently it was
Andhra
discovered
also
that-
has pretty high political violence at the local village level,
Yes.
by the way.
Andhra
Yeah.
has, people have forgotten three things. Andhra was Naxal victim. Andhra
Yeah.
is a huge.
Andhra was the
Naxal-
starting point of Naxalism in India,
Yes.
actually.
My,
Yes.
for example, my uncle went to NIT Warangal, or at those days it was Government Engineering College Warangal, whatever. He was almost recruited into Naxalism. So
And we can,
I'm just
we
saying,
can thank Andhra Pradesh for our linguistic states. Thank
Yes.
you, Andhra Pradesh.
you're very yes.
Andhra
But-
Pradesh or Odisha?
Yeah. Oh, but then the second
And
thing,
also,
AP has a
and
conversion problem. AP
Hmm.
has a big conversion problem, and it also faces the third thing being that it is disproportionate excessive centralized investment, which is all focus being put into Hyderabad or Bhagyanagram. Let's call it Bhagyanagram, and instead of Vishakhapatnam, Kurnool, all these other places. The droughts, AP also has a drought desert in the middle of the state, and is susceptible to weather pattern changes and so on and so forth. It also has a water sharing problem
Yeah, now-
in other
What
places.
problem
So,
did it have?
Now,
Yeah.
if I may,
one
get back to
more
what I was
point
saying.
regarding AP, that is what I have heard from one of my colleagues, is that in regions like Rayalaseema, there used to be a lot of feudal violence. That is
yes.
violence between different
Yes.
groups.
Rayalaseema is particularly
And-
known for feudal violence.
And
It is
a
like
lot of this
the modern
violence
state of
is
feudal
reflect-
violence.
just one point. And a lot of this feudal violence in Rayalaseema region is reflected in Telugu movies. If you watch, a lot of Telugu movies was on this violence.
Yes, absolutely.
Just to aid that point, examples are Rakta Charitra,
Basically,
and which is a guy called Paritala Ravi, and the Karnu, like this was happening in this area called Penukonda. There is also this Tata Sumo, Qualis, Gunda Drive Scorpio Funda going on there with the sickles and the coconut sickles that they used to kill. This is all the Gunda violence that's going on there. There is intercaste violence as well. And these are all funny enough, like the Yadavs versus this other Funda going on in up north. The same Funda is happening here.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
Now-
Swan. No. Let's Swan finish his point, and he has a lot of more data to show. Then we'll discuss Andhra separately.
just one point, Dada. There is this feud between various groups in Andhra, Kapu, Kamma, and your Reddy. These three groups keep fighting for power. Even in film industry, that is very much reflected.
yes, that is reflected. And you see, every Telugu movie that comes out has this one major concept. Maybe not the biggest blockbusters, but most of the mediocre ones that earn mediocre incomes. There's this one concept that there'll be one landlord and he'll be taking away everybody's goddamn rights. And then you'll have a lower middle class hero which is basically what Proshenjit Chatterjee used to play in Bengali cinema all his life, basically, or all his youth, who would eventually convince the villagers to pick up a fight. So basically, once again, just like in Bengal, your let's say film industry is largely shaped by the recurring problems of your society. Even it has its offshoots in things like KGF and stuff. I mean, it's very cringy, but then it is what it is. So that is there. Now, in terms of Bengal, I do not need to even tell you what the problems were. We have already discussed it in many streams. In Punjab also, it is evidently clear why there is a law and order problem. And the only last remaining states, I believe, is Chhattisgarh. Now, Chhattisgarh is even more gaping and obvious. It was the fucking Maoists or the Naxalites. Having said that, since we have already established that law and order is a major problem that leads to the entire culture of no investments and therefore no parallel channel that can actually substitute the idea of freebies, it is also one of the main reasons why Uttar Pradesh is flourishing after a law and order fix.
I'm so sorry. Just one more question before you continue. In this context, what is J&K's financial situation like?
J&K is basically now a laboratory for all sorts of experiments, and problem is there is still no certainty. Certainty was building up, and actually people were becoming wealthy because tourism had exploded, and then we had Pahalgam. So that was basically a pushback to the entire flourishing system. And then they actually wanted to make the Indian Army families settle in J&K through barracks and colonies and stuff. And I guess they're still doing it. How much they have been able to do it, I have not followed up.
Because I've been seeing a lot of like small news snippets that, oh, this Kashmiri Pandit family is coming back after 30 years, 35 years.
Look, what people actually
only
keep missing
maybe
is
some family in Jammu, not broadly in Kashmir.
Yeah, I thought
then
so.
Jammu is the scapegoat on which Kashmir is living off.
Jammu is the scapegoat.
So, yeah. So that and all the politicians in Jammu are horribly corrupt and fucking assholes, because I have a let's say junior who is from Jammu and who is stranded in Bengal, and he basically said, "Bhai, isse to acha hamara terrorism hi tha." Now, yeah, he basically said that because he was being shown all sorts of racial jibes, and they wanted to throw him out of the hostel or whatever.
Yeah, Soin has had to digress a lot now. Yeah, completely come back to your point and go ahead with that.
Yes. And now, why does it happen in the case of UP? Because then UP size is also very huge. So whatever becomes a liability for UP would actually manifest in terms of a huge loss, and the moment it becomes the strength, it would manifest as a huge win. So for the size of UP, the surplus that has been mentioned of 68k CR, that is not a very huge surplus if you see in terms of the size of sheer size of UP or its economy. But that is supposed to be improving year by year as law and orders improve. Other thing being that once you start industrializing, you get into the spiral of industrializing even more, because that is how it happens. It is like you are walking in the mist and you can only see so far. After that, you have to move forward, and then you see the rest of it. So, and that is how the entire human society has shaped up. Now, when you actually see some expectations meeting, that is only the time when you have newer expectations. So today, if we expect West Bengal to come up with all the points that Sarkar ko ye bhi karna chahiye, wo bhi karna chahiye, nahi hoga. Why is it that Anand sitting in the south can actually fathom that government should be doing all these things? Because the basic parameters have been met already. In our case, that is not the reality. So our thought process is stuck somewhere else. And who has to take the initiative in terms of actually creating that initial, let's say, incentive whereby people actually trust in the system? Is the government. How do the government do it? By taking decisions. And another very interesting thing. Now, in 2022, the AAP came to Gujarat, and let me be very clear about it. No, it's very important. Dada knows why. And they went into Gujarat and they spent significant amount of their strength and political power advertising that they are the new change that the Gujaratis need. And they were completely rejected despite overwhelming promises of freebies being offered to them. Simply because by that point, that one tough decision that the government took maybe 15 years back had spiraled into the economy that kept on incentivizing itself from the initial fuel that was provided. And by this point, they are so fiscally aware, or let's say financially aware, that they actually do not fall for those traps. In fact, there were large sections of the normal Gujarati society who pointed out, इतना सारा जो promise तुम कर रहे हो, तुम दोगे कहाँ से? And it was almost viral, where normal Gujarati people were actually countering all these AAP leaders and whoever was on the ground to campaign कि show me the maths, क्या तुम इतना गवार हो and stuff. So that doesn't work. Now, what are the most important states which has kicked off? Obviously, amongst the major states, obviously there is Goa, but then Goa is such a small state, I'm not going to make it a parameter of comparison with the other major states of India. The three major states are Odisha, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Now, Maharashtra is very self-explanatory as to why it is the one of the fiscally conserved states, because it has all of the undue, I would not say undue, but initial advantages as well. Now, if your country's financial capital happens to be Maharashtra, it is only obvious that you can manage a lot of things. And also, every single major bank and its headquarters is in Maharashtra. So that's where the capital lands first. And you can take the full advantage of it. Gujarat is the case to be studied. The second case to be studied is Odisha. Now, why is Odisha a case to be studied, and what is common between Odisha and Gujarat? Once again, it's law and order. Tell me, barring that one goddamn riot in Gujarat, which was also propelled by the burning of Godhra, the train at Godhra, what are the major law and order violations that have taken place in Gujarat? Is Gujarat as much of a violent
Guess who asked this
society
question?
as Bengal is? Yeah.
Guess who defended Gujarat and asked the same question to a Pakistani journalist in 2011? And that video I can't find anymore.
Javed Akhtar.
It was Shashi
Javed
fucking
Akhtar.
Tharoor.
Oh, Shashi
Shashi
Tharoor.
Tharoor to Mohit Pirzada in Mohit Pirzada's show in Pakistan. Pirzada was going on talking about riots and India becoming a fascist country gradually. Congress is still in power. Shashi Tharoor gets fed up at one point and says, "No, if you look at even Gujarat, what has really happened there after since then? It's really going on really well."
Yeah.
If you all can find out that interview, please do. Yeah, go ahead, Shravan.
Yeah, Shashi Tharoor has always been the sensible of the lot, and now that
Shashi
Gujarat
Ali
does have
Mazari.
other kinds of, it does have other kinds of problems in terms of the domestic equations might be a bit screwed up, and it might not be as feminist as it is. But then, if they do not have a problem with it, who are we to interfere and unko thok do ki nahi ye sab karo? At least they are sorted with that. And once again, if you are earning enough
This
and
is
you have your
reverse
own business and
Bahiragatoism.
yeah.
This is what
If you
Bharat
have-
lives for.
Yeah, if you have enough income and if you run your own business whereby you can go to your shop or factory or whatever 2 hours late, then wife ki chip doesn't become that much of an issue for you, I believe. That is that. Now, the other important thing being, so we have two basically model states according to me. None of them are, well, for the larger part of it, Odisha wasn't run by the BJP. It's only that they've recently come to power. What is the common factor? Law and order. Now, what is the biggest hindrance to law and order?
Freebies and
Insufficient police
corruption.
force. Yes. Well, I would believe they are the
Corruption
phenotypes of
caused
the
by
entire
freebies.
problem. Yeah, I believe they are the phenotype. We are only looking at the superficial out that. Once law and order is fixed, because you see, now this might seem as one of the Jhatu arguments according to a bunch of self-proclaimed intellectuals, but then think for yourselves, which is the time you feel like doing something constructive. If you are going through a large-scale family feud or something exciting sort of violence happening in your neighborhood, is it the time when you actually are the most productive, or when nothing remarkable is happening? That's exactly the case with Odisha. It grew most because nothing remarkably was happening over there, and people actually got accustomed to that stability, and they improved themselves manifolds. Yeah.
One question.
Karnataka is similar.
One question. You never hear a lot of news coming out from Madhya Pradesh either. So why isn't Madhya Pradesh growing? Madhya Pradesh is a big state population-wise. I mean, Bengal has 41
Okay,
Lok Sabha seats.
I
Madhya
can
Pradesh
answer
has
this.
39. But
I can answer this.
why is it not growing? Yeah, please.
It's
Oh,
India's
no.
hillbilly state.
I mean, you say hillbilly, right? But yeah, basically it was hillbilly. But then Shivraj Singh Chauhan tried his level best to kill and female feticide and all that sort of stuff. But the new people have clearly shown that Shivraj Singh Chauhan's efforts is vain. And also they took out the best advertisement for Madhya Pradesh, which is Skindia. I think it was Jyotri Aditya Skindia, and he's not even in Madhya Pradesh anymore. He's in the center. So whoever could have been the beacon for socio-political change in the hillbilly LEG state of India is not the case anymore. The remaining hillbillies of our, let's say, Chhattisgarh, Bihar and all, but they're not exactly hillbillies. There is fine differences between them, but yeah. But yeah,
But wouldn't you say that UP or Bihar is more like quote unquote hillbilly-ish than Madhya
No.
Pradesh? Like Madhya Pradesh isn't it more cultured
because
that way?
hillbilly is not Texas. Hillbilly is Tennessee and this other Rocky Mountain, not Rocky Mountain, this other states. What's it? Arkansas and stuff.
Place that no one wants to go and
Mississippi. Yeah, exactly. It's like lower Midwest and that sort of stuff, where the natives were thrown away to one small corner.
There is a reason why
No.
Madhya Pradesh is not because the BJP had to do virtue signaling and put Mohan Yadav.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mohan
they had to do
Yadav.
virtue signaling. They put Mohan Yadav, and I guess Madhya Pradesh was also one of the major beneficiaries of Lalli Behn Yojana, I guess. So
Yes.
once again, the
No, but
major school-
the
That's why
point is
BJP won.
Mohan Yadav is more recent.
Every prediction showed that BJP was going to lose. They won in the last moment because of Ladli Behna.
Yeah, no. So the point is Mohan Yadav is still recent. The problem is that whatever Shivraj Singh Chauhan's second tenure was really improving MP, that part, the progress from that few years was squandered, and that is you are seeing that effect in the year after Mohan Yadav came in, not before. MP is far better than what
But
people think.
here's
Yes.
the thing though, Indore is the cleanest city in India every year running.
Mhm.
Bhopal, Ujjain, I know are very good to live in cities, but वहाँ पे for whatever reason वो critical mass of growth नहीं आता है.
There is a major factor that people tend to ignore. You know, what is the composition of the, let's say, I would not say genetic, but subracial composition of Madhya Pradesh? Half of the people of goddamn Madhya Pradesh are not natively from Madhya Pradesh. It's a culmination of all the people from the surrounding states coming, and
Yes.
they half the time cannot actually
Marathas,
work.
Yadavs, Rajputs, yeah.
You know,
Yes.
Madhya Pradesh has the highest amount of mixed population in terms of some of them are Gujaratis, others are Marathi, and this
Marwadis,
Eastern
yeah,
section,
yeah.
it's a different subpopulation. So that is
Lot
another
of
problem.
Sindhis.
Now, the two other things for which
Also
Madhya
Sindhis.
Pradesh is being known in terms of advertisement is Indore is the
Punjabis.
cleanest city. I keep every goddamn 2 years later, and nobody has actually followed up if it is still the cleanest city or not. That is one point
No,
of
it's not.
advertisement. The second point of
I've been there
Yeah.
recently. Quickly.
the second point of advertisement it is shares a part of the Ellora Ajanta complex, which is coming offshoot. In fact, most people actually think that the entire of Ajanta Ellora is in Madhya Pradesh for some odd reason. I don't know. उस पे भी they have not capitalized. Tourism का उन्होंने कुछ खास तो किया नहीं. I have never seen an ad of Madhya Pradesh tourism for weird reasons.
Can I just step in? Can I just step in here regarding the tourism? Because I've done the whole wildlife sanctuary tourism in Madhya Pradesh. I would say the Tata group, that is Taj Resorts, have single-handedly propped up eastern Madhya Pradesh with the tourism, which is Kanha, Bandhavgarh, Pench, and
Beautiful national parks, by the
Panna,
way.
Panna,
Beautiful.
Panna. Yes,
That's
exactly right.
going a bit far.
And also
I also been there. It's not that bad.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so then, but the thing is, the ST population actually is, I was coming to it, and that's an excellent statistic, is one of the reasons. Because Bhils, Chandels, I mean, the all that area, but also with Pan, that Chambal, the notorious Chambal dacoity stuff did not help. But because my father also used to tell, when he used to travel when training by MP, always close the curtain, never look outside. Somebody will take something. You have to like yes up tha in the 80s and this one. There's no, because it's the primary where all the arterial trains cross, right? So that generational reputation doesn't help. Scheduled tribes being there, and this takes us back to a very colonial law. The Scheduled Tribes, the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871, I've mentioned this on 7-8 podcasts ago, is one of the most draconian acts you can see. They blanket ban criminalized tribes and people who were previously kings. So the tribes like the Bhils and some other the tribes known there all became criminal.
Gonds.
As a result, poor,
Gonds.
generational boredom, and so on and so forth. And also, those downstream effects are still seen to this day. through the ST things. And as a result, even though you have spots of brilliance in MP, the rest of the population is laggard, in the sense not by choice. So that's the reason for MP. But I was going
I have a different assessment. MP has a lot of potential. A lot of potential. I went to Kana and I went to Bandhavgarh, and the guides there are some of the best guides in India.
They are.
They know their shit. They know their shit.
They know this, and this is what all tribes, young tribal people who have basically educated themselves in being guides. No slop from the central government, not nonsense. I'll repeat.
Oh yeah, useless ones, yeah.
They are brilliant, okay, and the government has. Why I'll give the Mama or Dada, what do you call Shivraj Singh?
Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
He did some work in farming, but beyond that, he's done nothing.
I have an assessment.
Now,
I have an assessment of
my family went to
populations.
Ujjain. My family went to Ujjain. Outside Ujjain is so filthy. Outside your biggest temple in Western Madhya Pradesh, you let it be filthy. No services provided for people to come in and visit properly. Like, yeah, Bhopal, Indore, all of the cities are clean. Ujjain, where the holy temple is, it's filthy.
Based on my visit to Chhattisgarh and talking to the bureaucrats, the police officers, the army people, and their mentality surrounding it, and then reading up some degree of the laws surrounding STs, I've realized that not because of their faults, but the ST population is the biggest bottleneck in India after the Muslim population because of the laws that cajole them. The bigger the ST population in a state, the slower its growth will be because of the absolute insanity with cajoling that ST acts have. There is zero effort to reintegrate them back to society. They are getting incentivized to ghettoize further every day.
I never understood this entire concept of treating the STs.
Before you go into STs, like in detail, because it's going to be a deep topic, can you tell me one food Madhya Pradesh is known for? Unique food. One food. Poha is not Madhya Pradesh.
Poha is not from MP.
What is unique Madhya Pradesh?
I was just going by Kullu's vlogs. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, Madhya Pradesh has no food advertised. I travel to Madhya Pradesh, poha. I'm saying, can you give me one traditional dish? No, poha is what you will eat. I'm like, how will you
That's what I'm saying.
You can't even create food. Like, kya hai?
Except for let's say the size and all of it, Madhya Pradesh is basically USA in sense of being a melting pot of cultures which has nothing unique of its own, and also no investments and stuff. So it is like let's say a communist US, to put it that way. And also, one can say that it's the microcosm of India, but then that way every single state is a microcosm of India, because India is screwed in every possible way, and every state has adopted one of those ways. Now so where was I? So what was I even saying?
Yeah, you were going state by state.
All of these states have problems.
Which are the model states?
Yeah. Now,
Please, you're talking about
I remember. Yeah. Now, look, the entire point being that the first and foremost thing that one must understand is that the entire concept of freebies does not come just it is. Freebie is basically an enforced lazy solution to a problem that exists. Now, if you are going to be hardworking, you have to be hardworking for a period. So now if we see Gujarat being a part of the discourse, it is because of the things that were being done in the Gujarat, in the state of Gujarat for the past 10 to 15 years. Even by the time Narendra Modi was actually becoming the prime ministerial candidate or the prime ministerial choice, when the Gujarat model was spoken of, was after a work of around 10 to 15 years by the BJP. Okay? Same goes for Odisha. Odisha had a relatively stable political environment, and they were there forever. That guy was there forever, Naveen Patnaik, and his father was the chief minister before him. In fact, that airport is also named after Naveen Patnaik's father, and I was pretty surprised that when I was traveling to Odisha, they basically do not have all that much of security as well for the chief minister's residence, because apparently no one has a qualm with that guy. So there are only a few policemen posted, and that is that. So when I was basically leaving for the railway station, our driver pointed out, "ये है chief minister का residence." I was like, "What the hell? यहाँ पे तो काली घाट पे जाओगे तो तुम्हें तो मतलब Indian Army का parallel कोई institution ही मिल जाएगा." So that is that. Now, as I said, it is basically that freebies are lazy implementations of an existing problem. So the only way to tackle the problem of freebies is to not become lazy when the problem arises, like Gujarat did. Now, if you see the curious case of Tamil Nadu, and I have to take a state-by-state analysis to point out what is the problem and why is that problem not existent in another state per se. So if you see Tamil Nadu has got all the investments that there can be in the world, but then their problem is this competitiveness of freebie culture that was being, let's say, pushed by the AIDMK and as a necessary response by the DMK as well. Curiously, in Gujarat, you will not see the Gujarat Congress, although they are non-existent, I can understand. But even then, there is something called a Gujarat Congress that exists. They also do not raise the points of freebies anymore. उनको भी उस चर्चा में कोई इंटरेस्ट उतना है नहीं, because they have realized that that is not what the state wants. So if the state has moved on, when did the state move on? The state basically moved on in the 10 plus years when the Narendra Modi-led chief ministerial government was doing all the goddamn good things. In that 10 years, the people got the mileage to actually not fall for the eternal perennial trap of freebies and seek something better. Secondly, the problem is you can abuse people for accepting freebies all you want, but people only accept freebies when the parallel channel of income is not ready or not, let's say, usable in the particular state. Aaj agar the Bengali, let's say, commerce ministry brings in massive developments in terms of all the companies coming in. I guess it was today that Taposh Roy posted that Mitsubishi wanted to come in for an investment and Lux Cozy is setting up a factory. So if these things actually happen for the next 5 to 10 years, I actually believe that Bengal would move on from the point of freebies. In fact, if you see, the CPIM in Bengal actually does not pick up on the point of freebies, despite being a leftist government. So that is one plus point that we have, that they're not at all speaking of freebies anyway. I mean, there might always be few people that speak of it, but largely they do not. So when that thing would be happening, when investments start moving in, I guess West Bengal would be free of that entire discourse. Now, as far as the ST population is concerned, I do agree. I mean, if you are going to cajole someone to the point of saying that UCC ला रहे हैं, but UCC uniform ही नहीं होगा क्योंकि ये ST है, I have never understood that. Why STs are not the, let's say, prehistoric tribes of Andaman and Nicobar. They are
Animal
not
cruelty laws also, a lot of them don't apply to them. Cockfighting is allowed for them. It's not allowed if you and Ludwig do it right now.
They are not some prehistoric living models roaming around that has to be preserved in a museum. For goddamn sake, get over with it. I mean, what benefit is it causing to them? So, yeah, but for once, I actually believe you have to become the Gora army and say, "Tum bhukha nanga log, main tum log ko sudharunga," and get it done. Or karenge nahi fir. Now, why is it that karenge nahi? Understand the electoral matters well.
Delhi man's burden.
If you are going to say that ऐसे भी तो किसी तरीके का let's say religious या फिर caste lines पे there has to be segregation and there will be vote banks. So then STs are one vote bank. There is another vote bank counter to it, that is the normal general caste, who basically want थोड़ा सा infrastructure का development हो जाए. So you simply have to invest in the opposing vote bank. But वहाँ पे their expectations are higher, so you do not want to meet the expectations. Now the problem is, you are the one, the political class is the one who will be eventually benefiting from the higher expectations, because you get to have all of these higher foreign trips and seek investments and stuff, जो भी हमारे taxpayer के money से ही जाएगा. So करना ही है तो वो करो. तुम घूमो ना, तुम पूरा विदेश घूमो. Like Devendra Fadnavis, there were all these memes when he went to this convention to sign basically 2 pages which could have been done, let's say, online as well, but he went nonetheless. So you can take that liberty. If you're anyway going to take that liberty, take the liberty and get it done. Why is it that they are still claiming कि vote bank तो बस एक ही है, दूसरा vote bank जैसे बन नहीं सकता? In fact, when you have actually marked a vote bank, you are basically given the entire headspace of the playing ground to create another vote bank countering that as well. Because there is a large population which is not a part of any vote bank by default, you can make them your vote bank. तुमको वो नहीं करना. I do not understand how is it that the BJP has come up with this discourse कि हमें तो पिछड़े हुए caste को ऊपर लाना है, when clearly the goddamn Prime Minister, when he was the Chief Minister, was doing the exact opposite.
Yeah.
So that is the
complete
problem. You have
moral
expanded as a
convenience.
political party. You have expanded as a political party, but not the right way. You simply wanted to expand too fast, and you have not gone the right way. Now some
And you've shrunk your ideology.
yeah, some Indic atheist expert would come up with the logic कि नहीं वो तो political party का काम ही है. अरे भाई तो political party का काम ही है तो Congress was also doing exactly that. वो उनका काम नहीं था फिर. तो इसके चक्कर में तुम पूरे कंट्री को चोट दो, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तुम्हारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का काम है.
Yeah, political party is supposed to work according to their ideology as well. You're not supposed to deviate from your ideology completely.
Now, who basically came up with this logic कि political party बस उतना ही काम उनको इलेक्शन जीतना है? It is like saying, now let me make this anecdote. It is like saying कि तुम्हें तुम्हारे प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर ने कोई एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने को दिया है और तुमने बिना सोचे समझे उसको कर डाला. Somehow it started working, but you don't know how it started working. So is that fine with you? Because the problem would arise in the future once again. और जब वो प्रॉब्लम आएगा, then what would be your logic कि नहीं वो तो उनका काम उन्होंने किया, अब हार गए हैं तो क्या कर सकते, ये तो लगा ही रहता है. Then that is your logic in the next 5 years. Yeah. Because people are
Can I make a
stupid, that
small
is
intervention
usually,
here?
by saying that,
Yeah, Rishabh, quickly, then we'll go to Rudvik for the Tamil Nadu freebies discussion.
Acha, one small thing. Okay, this is not a justification. What the BJP is doing with freebies is wrong in general, but the idea here is, see, when India was a $500 per capita income, we were dynastic. Okay, बाप के बेटे को ही prime minister बनना है, and so on and so forth. Now that we are at this current income level, we are very personality based. We don't care so much about systems. We're always looking for, as you say, Malukakus, to guide us in the right direction. It is also, I think, a function of income. Gujarat is a wealthier state. By wealthier, I mean wealthier at the mean. Maharashtra, on the other hand, is not that wealthy at the mean. Mumbai really skews Maharashtra. Mumbai, Pune really skew Maharashtra. Like Mumbai's GDP alone, like Kandivali to Kolaba, is higher than the entire GDP of West Bengal. So outside of Mumbai, Pune, Maharashtra is not actually that prosperous a state. So वहाँ पे भी ये सब करना पड़ता है. Now, when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he was dealing with the income level of Gujarat. Now, when he's a Prime Minister, he's dealing with the income level of India. इसका long-term solution यही है that we need to keep pushing through it. देखो जितना भी grip कर ले, political realities are political realities. And we have to push through it to a point where we get to a high enough income level that people stop, selling their souls and their ethics for a little bit of cash and start actually discussing the real issues at hand. How we do that? Yeah, of course, we've all discussed that, so I won't go into it a lot right now. But the thing is, I think in the coming 20 years, this will largely, what was just said, there will be a counter vote bank against all of these things that will start building up. People who are increasingly getting into a bracket where they are paying taxes and starting to get resentful about all of these things will keep on building up. And when that base gets built up enough that it starts mattering politically, that is when we will see the end of freebie politics. One quick anecdote about this is there are a lot of people, recent grad, for whatever reason, my company has decided that the best place, because they're expanding in Calcutta right now, they've decided the best place to hire from Calcutta is Jadavpur University. Okay, so a lot of the recent graduates who are coming in are all from Jadavpur University, and all of these people in the past 18 months, I have seen all of these bloody queer and asexuals go from like proper socialists into, oh my god, why am I paying so much tax money? What is this government doing with all of my money? Just because they have now actually started to pay the tax and see that money going out of their paychecks. So it will happen. It is a long-term thing, and I don't realistically think overnight इसका कोई solution होगा. It is a function of how much money the country is making on average, and that will have to keep going up for this to go away. A lot of our problems, as they are today, will get solved by the time we reach $7,000-8,000 per capita income. Yeah, with that I rest.
Three to four small points, and then we can come in and take the center stage. Now, what are the major sections in which we are actually provided freebies by the government? One is in terms of housing, where you can say that you're providing a bunch of money to make your own house and stuff. And nobody in the sane minds actually supports building an entire house in today's economy. That is one thing. The second thing is, in West Bengal, for example, you are giving a ton of money to competitive exam preparations and stuff. That is there. And the other thing being to farmers. Now, I believe the APMC deregulation was one of the best things to happen. Farm laws got rejected, but then they were introduced in every goddamn state through a channel, and they're now functional in most of the states. So I actually believe that will eventually lead to the farmers becoming much richer in a span of, let's say, 5 to 10 years. And we will see the huge second and third order impacts of the farm laws being implemented finally. That will happen. I believe that is actually going to happen. The APMC entire regulations needed to be scrapped long back. They were never done, because it is basically saying कि हम urban लोगों के सुविधा के लिए farmers को rich नहीं बनने देंगे, while saying कि जय जवान जय किसान. Now, what sort of an idiocy is this? I do not know. But तुम्हारा nomenclature, तुम्हारा political slogan ही ये है, you want to make the farmers rich, and just to protect the people who are in the urban centers, whom you can compensate by other mechanisms, simply state infrastructure, and they will be compensated in terms of their needs and demands. You are screwing up both of them at the same time. So that is gone for good, and I am happy with it. Second, with the caveat that while you're doing this, you also need to constantly keep moving people out of agriculture in India. Agriculture is extremely overemployed in this country. You cannot have drone Didi and keep pushing people into agriculture over and over again. You need to keep pushing people out as well. Both of them combined will get this result. Just one or the other will not. Now, based on that, my second point. Now, anytime you actually want to pull up people out of agriculture and send them to the cities for industrialization or industrialize the entire place, what is the second most confounding variable for all of these people who are moving to the cities? No place to stay, which is where they ghettoize and build slums and everything, or semi-slum structures. Now, why is there a problem of, let's say, space in one of the richest states of India, which is the financial capital of India, which hosts the financial capital of India? Because you are not supposed to be building tall buildings over there. FSI. Yeah. Now, why cannot you build tall buildings? Because they may break apart. Why would they break apart? Simply because you cannot ensure कि जो tender जिसको दिया गया है उसने घपला नहीं किया. Why can't you find out? Because judicial delay हो जाएगा, कुछ होगा नहीं उससे. So simply, once again, by judicial expansion, you can set up a precedent कि नहीं. But it is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, where you're not going to solve a problem just because the problem might not eventually be solved. अरे तो उस हिसाब से तो कुछ भी मत करो फिर.
No, and that's the argument I got yesterday also. Remember that it's not going to happen in 1,000 years. What do you think? How can we have liberal values and stuff in India? We are all tribal.
Drone Didi is also the same thing, na? You cannot provide irrigation to agriculture. You're not being able to provide proper irrigation. The drone se pani gira.
Can I make a point?
Anyways, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and the last point I'm going to make. So once again, it becomes evidently clear that law and order has to be strengthened, police has to be increased, judicial reforms need to be introduced. So we are boiling back to the same point. That is the crux of the matter. Now, the third thing being your education levels. And once again, we are going on incentivizing higher education. Jahan pe the decision has already been made. We are doing nothing for primary education. Now, if you see, I guess it was Chile who came up with this concept of some form of top-up system in terms of education, okay? Where they were being given vouchers. So it is like you can choose from where you want to acquire your education. We have no problems with that. And if you're not being able to pay, we'll top up. So that's my entire premise. The reason why primary education is so screwed in India is because people are not shifting to private institutions. They are still going for government institutions. Government institutions are being incentivized. You're investing constantly into those government institutions. जहाँ पे और कोई regulation नहीं है. A teacher can be absent on 25 consecutive days in a month and you will still be getting a salary at the end of the day. So my point is, why are you investing in the government schools and not investing it to the children individually? तुमको हर जगह पे वही करना है. So instead of giving a free with a system where you can actually incentivize these children to choose from where they want to study, it is exactly to put it in a very simple.
Why can't you do PPP in education sector? Tie up with Lama Teniers and fund fucking them, and they can set up great schools all across Bengal's villages.
Wait,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Now, if I may complete, let me complete one small point. So, for the normal audience, it is exactly like तुम्हारे पास एक इंश्योरेंस है which will cover you to a certain extent. अगर तुम्हें एक हॉस्पिटल बेड अफोर्ड करने के लिए दिन में 12,000 देना पड़े एंड 8,000 उसमें कवर्ड है, बाकी 4,000 तुम अपने पॉकेट से डाल सकते हो. It's exactly the same policy in terms of a school whereby you're actually investing in something like an insurance, and that money gets diverted to your child's education, whereby they're actually studying in a remarkably or decently good institution where they'll get a good primary education. That would eventually solve the problem. तुम्हें वो नहीं करना, क्योंकि eventually again the leftist shit will come up कि some people are getting more benefited. तो यहाँ पे और क्या हो रहा है अभी? If not that, यहाँ पे तो the poor people are going to a government institution and getting nothing. वहाँ पे there will be a part of private institutions where some parties would be left out. Now again, where does it eventually saturate? You're wanting to fund competitive exams, and you're wondering why people are moving towards competitive exams because they do not know anything else. I'll be very honest. With all my articulation and debating skills and whatever passion I have for politics in free time, cut the crap, I did not know of anything else to do when I was a +2 student. Honestly, I had no dreams and visions of doing anything except engineering. डॉक्टरी में मुझे इंटरेस्ट नहीं था. मैंने अपना बायोलॉजी बुक एक बार देख लिया था, उसके बाद मेरी इच्छा मर गई. So you are not improving the quality of primary education, which can be done, and you are not doing it. Why you are not doing it? Because the leftists will goddamn raise the same points which you are already raising now. So at the end of the day, I believe there is no qualms or problems in solving the bottlenecks to ending freebies except for political will. You are simply not showing the political will because you are yourself clueless and lazy. You can fix your education, you can fix your housing, you can fix your health insurance and everything. Everything can be done. You will not simply do it. Why you will not do it? Because बाकी उन्होंने नहीं किया. Best of luck.
Farming.
Who has the smaller point so they can finish and then the other guy can come in? Rishabh, do you have a smaller point? Or
I probably have the smaller point. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the problem with primary education in India is that they are still solving for a problem that existed in 1947, but which was by and large fixed by the 1980s, which is how do you get literacy at a scale, which was achieved. Now they need to actually start looking at quality, and they have never been able to transition from this quantity-based approach to a quality-based approach. That is the biggest problem with primary education in India.
That literacy was being prioritized only for signing the freebie checks and stuff.
So mentalities change kabhi nahi aaya. That is my point.
Let me make a
yes, Anand, your big point. Yes,
it's not a big point. Never said it's a big point. My brutal observation about farming worldwide. So we have this weird idea that farming can never be productive on its own. It will never be productive on its own. Let me burst that bubble. Farming will always be supported by the government. Every country in the world does this, man. They are not able to be productive on their own. They're always lacking competitiveness. Every bloody country subsidizes their farmers. The US, freaking crazy amount of subsidies they get. Even though they reduce number of people who are farming. Europe is the same way. I think the only people who are not very subsidized are the Thai farmers. Because they got lots of water and they grow rice. Literally, it's because the subsidy is coming from nature. Nature is like, take the water. Okay. And every other farmer on the planet is being subsidized, including China, by the way. China subsidizes farmers like mad, like crazy. China is the biggest subsidy market in the world. All their industries are subsidized. Not one of them is competitive on its own. Everything is very subsidized by state. They're not a great model to follow. We should not be emulating China's model of any kind of economics. They're the worst to follow. Maybe in the beginning they had
Anand,
sort of
don't you know that RSS people get an orgasm with the Chinese system.
They like this easy to package solutions that looks pretty. That's a
They are socialist in economic sense as well, according to Kushal Mehra, which I
I
agree.
don't know what they are anymore, man. Seriously, I'm so confused with the RSS people. They're like not sure what they are. I'm telling you, they're not.
The
sure what
problem
they
with
are.
RSS is that they're so used to being in the opposition, they don't know how to be in power.
Yeah.
No,
How are they not
also-
used to being in power after
Bro,
12?
RSS is a masal puri, okay? I'm telling you, it's literally a dabeli masal puri. It doesn't. It's a mix.
They're so used to solving local problems. Oh, this person fought with that person. Can I be the mediator and help
They are an
you out?
NGO. Why are we thinking they are a think tank? They are an
If I may mention
NGO.
a
They
small
do good
point,
NGO stuff. They don't formulate policy.
in one of the
Exactly.
latest podcasts, Kushal Mehra made this point that
I don't go to make a point
okay,
about the
okay.
education. So education is an even more critical point. When you increase education, people's self-respect, self-worth goes up. When your self-respect, self-worth goes up, you don't want freebies. Because when you take a freebie, you're admitting you're dependent on someone else, and it affects your self-respect. So you want to educate people. The more you educate people, the more they will be self-respectful, the less they want freebies. However, why it worked in Delhi was different. It worked in Delhi because fundamentally we want to reduce our costs also, our daily costs. And if we are having to pay prohibitively crazy bills, which is what is happening in Delhi, okay, for a while, then we fell for it. Now, if you increase capacity of power or water and all those things, then people only go, I don't mind paying. At least capacity here for too expensive, not prohibitively expensive. Then people will not fall for freebies. And the last point was about how do you get education? So primary education, China is right. Primary education needs to be focused on. But my point is, this is a digital age. You do not need teachers in every corner. You need guidance counselors. You need people counseling people what they need to study on. People in the villages don't even know what is available to study on. Like, what do I study on? They're like, oh, engineering. Like he said, oh, everyone wants to be an engineer. What options are there? You know, telling them that option. That's the thing.
Acha, if there is time,
Sorry,
can I
Rishabh,
make
go
an
for it.
economic argument of why farming will never be productive? Like, can I explain the economics behind it? Because it's very important to understand this. Like, very basically, see, fundamentally, our entire economic system is based on inflation. If inflation rises at a certain moderate percentage, it means prices are rising, everyone is paying more, everyone is earning more. Wo basic cycle everyone understands, right? The issue with farming, mining, all kinds of things that you're extracting from the earth, mining is not spoken about as much because it's not that big of an impact in everyone's day-to-day expenses. But for farming, the more understand this logically, the more a farmer earns, it means that the prices of food is increasing. If the prices of foodstuffs are increasing, that means for everyone else in society, your inflation is increasing even more, and that will have an effect. That means they have to sell everything. The rest of society will have to sell everything else at a higher price, which will then force the farmer to buy everything else at a higher price, which will further push up food prices. So that will create a cycle of inflation that can very easily become runaway inflation. So that is why what most governments do is they subsidize farmers and keep the food prices themselves low by convincing the farmers to sell at a lower price through subsidies or MSP, whatever the system in each country. And then inflation to वही है because the government is paying for it, means that ultimately the taxpayer is paying for it. But it gets spread because it's through the government that inflationary pressure gets spread over a period of years. So you don't feel it. So it is basically lending, pushing forward that inflation constantly year after year after year. This is a big problem with our capitalist system, honestly, that I have found. I think the only big problem, and I honestly don't have a solution for this. I don't think anyone has really
No, fair
discussed
enough,
this too much.
No, you need to value add.
Niti Aayog loves to
Welcome
copy paste
to-
policies from elsewhere, then we'll have to formulate policies that, okay, then we keep the inflation down in this way, but also make sure that people are not incentivized to become farmers and identify as poor, because that's not what's happening
Exactly.
in the other countries where farming is also
Exactly.
subsidized.
Can I just say,
Exactly. That is why I said it needs to be both of these things together. You also need to constantly keep moving people out of farming.
No,
what
Keep
the-
moving them
can I
out.
just say,
Because
what
then
Rishabh
economies
spoke
of
about sounds
scale
like
can
America.
overtake that.
No.
Yeah,
let me-
basically. Because then economies of scale, they can, take over this equation. If you have economies of scale at a very low per unit selling price as well, farmers can also make a decent earning.
You cannot do
Beyond a
economics-
point, a farmer can never make beyond a certain level of profit, but thoda sa ease up ho jayega. That is why you need to keep moving that, and you need to keep incentivizing farmers to keep selling their farmland. It sounds
for-
cruel in the Indian way of thinking, but this is what needs to be done.
No, wait. Let me jump in. You can't do economic skills all crops. You can economic skills some crops.
You can't. But as a general rule,
Wait. I'll give you an example. The other country that does only farming. New Zealand does only farming. They have no other export. They're farmers. Okay, in every kind of thing they farm. You should observe their farms. Their farms are not very big. Their farms are medium-sized farms, maybe 3-4 acres. But they value add their farms. You'd understand what has happened is they've gone up the value chain. They've left all the cheap stuff to us. Rice, wheat. Why Ukraine and India is growing rice and wheat? Why they're not growing rice and wheat? Because they value added. They sell all the expensive shit. So if the Indian farmer needs to do well, they need to start selling expensive. So I'll give an example of my colleague. He told me in office, mint they want to grow, but if there's one rain, the mint dies. I told him build a greenhouse. It is so expensive to build a greenhouse for mint. So the point is the farmers are not going up the value chain. They're stuck in that trap of only.
I think forget New Zealand. This is happening in Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Rajasthan, if they've discovered that Rajasthan is actually pretty optimal for growing olives, they started growing olives there. Maharashtra has vineyards today. You can do that nationally. That is another good option. Agreed, 100%.
But I was going to say, sorry, can I step in? Because I don't, a lot of countries are hitting a roadblock where generational inheritance of farming as a profession is dying. We can never see that because we have way more mouths to feed. So first thing. Second thing is, unless there is a national policy for crop recycling, soil restoration through growing of different crops like millets and not just rice, not just sugar and gas guzzlers. I call it gas guzzling because you know exactly why I call it gas guzzlers, bloody water guzzling crops, flood irrigation type crops. Unless they do that, GG, game over. Sikkim also a great example of value added cropping. They have tons of greenhouses, hydroponics, etc. All this sort of excellent farming techniques. They've single-handedly changed their scope of income, profit loss, and like how much money they're borrowing just because of this. Sikkim is huge. Okay, this can be possible every parts of India because we have the gift of geography. So I do say that if I'm not particularly entirely on drive everybody away from farming because that I still think is a patch fix. It has to be that you industrialize and value add the farm so that area becomes its own Indus Valley civilization. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, but the first step to doing that is driving as many people as you can outside of farming.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
none of this will happen unless you have large farms.
I completely agree because
small patches of farmland will never be able to do that. You will never need a tractor. You will never have the money to buy a tractor, let alone massive, industrial scale farming. So this is where you have to always start.
I'm not suggesting industrial scale farming. America has industrial scale farming, and because of that, products like cornstarch and all were like force fed into people, and they've all become diabetic fat and like the monster trucks they build. Okay, so if in order to avoid becoming a bulldozer, you need to be lean machine, and the only way to do that is to cut the excess fat, which is the excess number of people in the farm employment currently. MSP also, we all know this stuff. MSP remove, great. Okay, all that stuff is there. I only want to tell about Karnataka was that, but it has the same problem as Maharashtra, which is that it's too Bangalore focused. In fact, bloody even the road, like, oh, like what is a good holiday location is considered from the perspective of how far is it from Bangalore, not oh, can a Hubli Dharwad person go to North Karnataka, these other places, Chitradurga, etc. Those stuff not considered. It's only that southeastern sort of school of thought in Karnataka, which is quite bad. Again, Bangalore accounts for a disproportionately large amount of income in Karnataka, which is bad. Same with Mumbai, but it's not as bad as Maharashtra. As in, sorry, Maharashtra is much better than Karnataka in that sense, because they have other urban clusters. Going to Tamil, before I get to Tamil Nadu, I want, Shrayan was mentioning a point about your point. I think was about, no, not Karnataka.
Shrayan,
it was in
Shrayan
his,
was-
it was. Oh yeah, before Shrayan, can Shrayan add about Karnataka, and then I'm trying to remember what Shrayan was the end of his argument that I'm trying to come back to.
Okay. No, what I basically had to say was, in fact, I wanted to slip in something in terms of, let's say, the point that Anand raised about education and increasing of self-esteem. Now, once again, how would we define that education? I have not been able to figure out. I believe it has to be rooted in primary education itself, because once again, when you land up into a zone of specialization, wo scope reh nahi jata. Simply, one can say that Kerala, most people are pretty educated, but then they have eventually boiled down to nothing but a human resource supplier, right? And all of these people move out and eventually go to which places? Places like Karnataka, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. So that is that. And yeah.
No, I'm not against soya chap should not be a thing, man. I'm sorry. Like, you have other good cash crops. There's no which is indigenous. Indigenous soil needs indigenous crops, man. Please. Hard disagree. Things have changed last time. Visit Chitradur, Sirsi, Tumkur. The point, I have been to Chitradurga, and I'm saying it is still considered as route from Bangalore, not the other way around. Mallikarjun Kharge's constituency, that Yadgir and that all North Karnataka, is still the worst in terms of poverty and like underdevelopment and so on and so forth. So I agree, Tumkur has got a lot of development. Mysore, Mangalore, Chitradurga, etc. Yes, but you are seriously missing out on like 20% of the state's landmass.
Wow, what do they contribute to state exchequer? How much they contribute?
Exactly.
It may look great, but what is the value add that they provide to the state? It's a Bangalore who provides most of the tax revenue.
Bangalore still provides a lot of revenue, man. I have a farmland in Bairupur, Baruipur, local paddy and fruit farmers have gone old. Their kids are not interested. All Lal Chul Kanedul. Exactly. See, my point is this. You cannot, there is the complication that certain farming families are leaving, and the knowledge transfer is also not happening. So it is not as simple as kick everybody out. Neither is it as blanket as leave everybody back in. You need to recognize targetedly like a sniper where the excess fat is and cut only those bits off.
That's what Niti Aayog is for.
Well, let's go very clearly ki the Niti Aayog, CSK Kolkata is probably better than Niti Aayog at this point. Okay, so like, yeah, let's make policy papers at this point, and tier list rankings and whatnot. Soya oil is probably good. That's not the point. The point is ki, is soya, soy, all that stuff native to India or not? It's like saying India should become a quinoa surplus state. You get the point? It's not. That makes no sense. Bulgur should be part of that when it's from the bloody Andes. Like, different geography, different reality, different growth, different whatnot. So,
okay, Ritwik, so can you just remotely point it out that what I was speaking on? Then maybe I can reproduce.
No, sorry. My all I want it was regarding the education tiers. I would say that you mentioned something that key education is broken and it should fix starting and focusing on the primary. I would say no, because education is broken at all tiers. The second thing is, and furthermore, the private college is not the solution, and I'll tell you why. It's because donations single-handedly ensure that you don't have meritorious slop. I mean, you have unmeritorious slop floating around the college, and the curriculum of private education college is not that great anyway. It's not as simple. So I guess
No, now,
before
may
I
I
continue,
mention
you
one
can mention.
small point?
Yeah,
May I
go
mention
for
one
it. Yeah.
small point? I was actually in favor of private schools and not private college, because you see, by the time we get to the college standards, entirety of your curriculum is standardized in most
Mm.
fields. So private colleges, I agree, do not add any value to your life. Private schools do, because that is where you can actually come up with the closest to becoming something which can offer you a practical experience of what you're going to do in your future. Government
Okay.
schools, this course has not reached AI. In private
Okay.
schools, it has. So I was always in
Right.
support of private schools, not
That's
college.
fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair
Yeah.
enough. Point taken. So to come to this, I'll say yes. Private school, yeah, but fees. I hate to be the one saying this, but the state must probably intervene with regards to the fees. 'Cause
Yeah, we
it's-
will discuss private education in a separate live stream
Yeah,
altogether.
so let
That
us
needs a
say,
whole
yeah,
other
let me
discussion to
preface
discuss.
that. Let me preface that podcast by saying that, which obviously will be very heated, I would imagine. But
Yeah.
that key, I don't think the government may have to step in with regards to the fees. The government may also have to step in with regards to teacher numbers. Sorry, teacher to student ratio, teacher
Yeah, yeah.
numbers, and obviously how to train teachers. And finally, and not the most important point, number of students per class has to be capped.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
It has to go down
has
a
to
lot.
be. It has to
Yeah.
go down. It can't be like 40 people per class, man. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. So that's what I wanted to say regarding that. Because we know why the various other education levels are off, and I do think that the education system that we had, the indigenous education system, we had 280 last recognizable 280 years ago, is a good starting point. And it's not a case of, oh, we are larping 1,000 2,000 years ago, but it's because of the fact that they used to teach logic, they used to teach physical work, they used to teach cooking / whatever, like survival skills and other stuff. It was almost similar to the so-called Scandi school system, which everybody likes, where you play for a while and aisa vaisa gera vera. So but
Yeah.
ours blends good amount of brain development as well as the other aspects of school that ensures that the learning anyways is not stressful, which is what was again cited in a podcast done by Dada with Professor
Dr. Bimal Roy,
Ulkananda. Yeah,
former
him.
director of ISI.
Yes, the from Indian Statistical Institute, right? So that is that part I wanted to mention. But yes, we can cover all of this in the education podcast.
Yes,
You
we will.
mentioned with regards to Tamil Nadu, I know you mentioned you didn't want to go into it, but I will say,
Yeah, just go over it quickly, and from Anand also we'll take only quickly
Yes.
points, because we'll discuss Freebies again sometime.
Yeah. Kashmir, so we had Tamil Nadu had a Kashmir Pandit style exodus of tamrams. First thing, butchering of tambams, cutting of the janwara, that is as good as sexual assault. Okay, you don't do that shit. It's like you cut the underwear of somebody. It's criminal. It's just, I don't know. It boils my blood. Okay, that sort of stuff. No, Dravidianism, Periyarism, and actually that being taken seriously and all that. So Tamil Nadu also had the same problem of Andhra having even now, is that they're still a movie driven thing. Why? Because they have the Shah Rukh Khan fan syndrome, which is that the base population at least around that time was still low IQ, because the Madras education system of the Christian schools and all, not everybody was able to go to a convent school. And even in the convent school also, they were shifting your education from the education system of the Indians to the education system of the Christians, and for you to be bureaucrats and also. That has actually played a significant role in the development of the brains of kids and children and everybody in the presidency, right? All of Tamil Nadu falls under presidency. So going further, now we've entered that movie star, was it Anna Dorai or MGR before MGR, who it was, that a movie actor. These movie actor things became a thing because the Shah Rukh Khan fan syndrome has now been existing in kids, and they've seen the cinema and all that, and they're like, oh, I'm able to daydream by putting myself in this person. I want to become Jananayagan, Kalangir, whatever, Kalangir, Karnanidhi, all that sort of stuff. They want to become titles. They only want to show off. They don't really want to not, and they have now an impression of socio-political change heavily through the Christian missionaries. Also, Tamil separatism has now also become a thing. We've already reached 1955, 1963, 1971 something. LTTE and his roots has now started infiltrating Tamil Nadu, and that has also mucked about with the economic and socio-political sort of sphere there. Not to mention Naxalism, how much it entered Tamil Nadu through Coimbatore and all, I'm not fully sure, but I do know this, is that the Veerappan smuggling rings and all this sort of stuff was affecting a certain section of Tamil Nadu, the northwestern region to be specific. Basically that. So Tamram exodus has now basically practically been flushed out by 1980, 1990 and all that. So you've already removed certain, that caste pyramid that came out from the China recently, right? The Tamil Nadu thing has now, we've had a bunch of people displaced from it now by this time. So as a result, even though the factories and all are now starting to come by 1990 and all, it was, I think, because of, I forgot the name of the chief minister, I think Jayalalitha's first term was one before that, where some economic activity has started to come into the state. But Tamil Nadu had a natural advantage of being excellently connected through railways and certain government sectors that provided the historic government job employments, postal service, and so on and so forth, right? But by this time in government employees and all, kya ho raha hai abhi? The caste politics has already crept in there. You're causing alienations, you're causing rifts, you're causing dabaofying of promotions, and all that sort of stuff is also going on. So the rot is rooted, but the rot is still nutritious enough because of the nature of the geography and other things of the state, the river delta of Kaveri, etc., for you to give birth to for the industries to and the existing government sector, etc., and the railways and all that sort of stuff to propel people towards socio-economic prosperity. The film industry actually also does, through suppliers and other things, also does give a lot of employment. There's no denying that. Why is it that a lot of people picked Tamil Nadu and all for this and all? I would argue is that in the visibility, because of Chennai being the only place where the good hospitals were there for the longest time, even Telugu people and people from Bangalore used to go to Chennai for medical treatment and these sort of things. Again, legacy of being the ex-presidency, right? So it is still...
Shankar Netralaya is in Visakhapatnam or Chennai. I mean, every Bengali I know has some time or the other gone to Chennai for some treatment.
Shankara Diagnostics, Netralaya. Yeah, it's next to my house in Hyderabad. Yeah, but yeah, they're originally a matham. They're a math from Tamil Nadu. Yeah, Tamil Nadu. Did freight equalization have a effect on the industrialization of TN? Complicated, because the railway network was already existing. It was a net neutral, I think, economically speaking.
Okay, the Kannadiga guy has joined now, and I'm not going to go to Anand event for this, because we have kind of taken a gist of Tamil Nadu. Only because I can't look at...
No. Anand is not. It's not fair. It's not fair.
It's burning my eyes, Anand.
You can tolerate 1 minute more.
Camera आशीर्वाद देगा.
Nothing
तेरा भला करेगा.
Right.
The ring light is burnt. Yes, please. Yes. Closing remarks on Tamil Nadu.
The other thing is, because of LTTE, the militarization of Tamil society essentially remilitarized because if you notice if you look at military podcasts, there are Tambram generals as well, and Tamilian generals from different caste groups and all in the army as well. So you have army cantonments and these things there as well. And not to mention that certain cash crops were still being grown in Tamil Nadu, which allowed for that propping up of thing going. The other thing also being that you had runaway Marwadis and Sindhis randomly contributing, like Ashok Leyland. Ashok Leyland was, I believe, not a combination of runaway Marwadi and Sindhi, but it was a Tamilian combined with a few others who wanted to have a South version, because the North-South divide at this time was so real that Ashok Leyland and Tata have a clear jurisdictional of operational there. So this was 1980s time and all, when Ashok Leyland really tried, but they were blocked. 1970s, 80s, it's 60s start, but onwards. So yes, so this is kind of the economic flux Tamil Nadu is carrying into the 2000s, and the movie industry now, everything now blows up, because they have, in some sense, the movie industry does act as a nice marketing poster brochure for people to at least come and land in Chennai, because international flights are still landing in Chennai from Singapore and Tamil diasporas across the countries where there is more money, Singapore and all that. So diaspora cash and all this sort of stuff is also coming in because they're incentivizing people to come in. So it's like the Guelph effect of Kerala happening in Tamil Nadu in the late 90s, early 2000s. But even the 80s, Tamil Nadu was a kind of beneficiary after the Rajiv Gandhi came in for the remittances. The remittance economy did also help Tamil Nadu there. As to you mentioning how did freebies now come into the equation? The movie industry is obviously the thing there, because it created a false sense of aspiration. Two, it created a bunch of people who just alcoholic. It incentivized alcohol because movies, alcohol, party, all that sort of stuff. That's on the upper level. But at the lower level, what's happening is alcohol was made the industry where you make money by the Dravidian politics people. Also, not to mention, the exchequer, they've noticed a big non-balance of the exchequer, and the way to balance the exchequer was by taking money from the temples and putting it into the government. So ye bhi ho raha hai abhi. So now the balance equation has to come from temple and alcohol and incentivizing alcohol, and drugs is more of a recent phenomenon, I think, which is the late 2000s, but early 2010s onwards was the drug thing coming in. And so this is kind of a rough picture of what has happened in Tamil Nadu and why it is what it is, where the freebie is actually encouraged. The TV, the daru and all that sort of stuff does tie, unfortunately, into the film industry and that personas you've created because of the Shah Rukh Khan fan syndrome and other things I've mentioned. But yes, Anand will obviously have so much more details to fill, and I hand the floor to him.
Anand, please, firstly, obviously, do it very quickly. But Anand, I have a question for you as well. Now, A.R. Rahman also must be a huge boost for Tamil Nadu's marketing and soft power all across the country, right? Now, A.R. Rahman got his first national hit with Roja, which was his debut. That was in 92. 3 years later, M.M. Keeravani gets his biggest hit and gets national recognition because of Criminal, where the song Tu Mile Dil Khile was. Now, after that, M.M. Keeravani completely disappears from Bollywood, but A.R. Rahman doesn't. Now, M.M. Keeravani just might have had a manager who is not as good as A.R. Rahman's manager. I have hunches that Bollywood wanted to hire a Muslim and show off that, see, we are such nice people for hiring.
It's what you said, Dada. It's what you said.
Right after 91, 93 and stuff. I'm wondering, since there is such a strong Tamil Nadu lobby everywhere, wouldn't that be the reason as well? And the weakness of the Karnataka lobby in promoting M.M. Keeravani versus Tamil Nadu lobby's strength in promoting A.R. Rahman?
M.M. Keeravani is from Andhra. He's from AP.
Oh. So, whatever then, Andhra lobby not being weak in Bollywood versus Tamil lobby being weak strong in Maharashtra?
Could be. Andhra lobby is very strong. No, but...
It is.
No, but...
strong now.
It's strong now. Was it strong 20 years ago?
No, it is not.
30 years ago.
Strong in the
30 years ago, it was not. No,
the movie industry is strong. It's not in the general population.
Yeah, not external influence out in other states, no.
But so, Anand, was there a great Tamil lobby? See,
no.
Tamil lobby in the film industry won't come from just Tamil artists. It will come from Tamil businessmen as well who will be promoting A.R. Rahman in Bollywood.
Tell me any Tamil. Could they stop all that weird representation of Tamil men with weird choti and...
I don't think business focused Tamil people will never have a problem with that stuff. But there is a huge Tamil population in Maharashtra, and South Indian food, dosa, etc. is extremely popular all across Maharashtra. There is a huge
that
Tamil
does also come from the Karnataka section. That comes from the Karnataka section of Maharashtra. Sorry, just to say that the Udupi Funda, the Sunil Shetty Funda, I call it, that Udupi restaurant in Mumbai being popular and all that sort of dosa, instead of dosa, daki matra, not daki matra, by the way, Hindi people. That shit is because from Belgaum and Hubli Dharwad being close to the Maharashtra border, it went into Kolhapur, Solapur and sort of found its way to Mumbai. The other thing is some Tamil people being in Mumbai is because presidency to presidency exchanges have happened. That is
among the most educated classes.
And not to mention railway, I've told you the government job phenomenon that swept Tamil Nadu and Andhra and all these places. They've migrated people, and these are people who are of relatively higher social status. and
No, I'm wondering
intellectual
then,
status.
wouldn't they be the ones to promote A.R. Rahman in Bollywood versus the lack of such
They're
people?
whitewashed, bro. They're whitewashed. Do you see that the when a person goes out of state, that whitewashing effect starts. So, for example, a Tamilian
see.
from Delhi is unrecognizable. Same thing being that a Marwadi who's Bangalorean is actually a Bangalorean. Like,
So you
it's
see,
there,
you're saying
these
that
things.
happened with the Tamils in Mumbai as well in the 90s
Oh,
as well.
pakka, 200%. Even the bloody gangster Haji Mastan or whoever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kannadiga guy, sorry, yes, my correction. It was the coastal people, the Konkanis, and that coastal belt, not the pure Belgavi people that are based in Maharashtra. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Varadarajan Mudaliar, not Haji Mastan, right?
Oh, I mean Vardarajan Mudaliar. Yes.
Okay, Anand, yeah, go ahead with the A.R. Rahman versus M.M. Keeravani point, and then finish off with the Tamil Nadu freebie history.
Fundamentally, the sound that the Bollywood wanted was the A.R. Rahman sound. This is less to do with him being Muslim. They wanted that sound.
M.M. Keeravani sound was exactly the same in Criminal. That was the sound of the entire South at that point.
No. A.R. Rahman was a mix of Arabic sounds with Indian sounds. They wanted that sound. You understand?
How much Arabicness was there in Roja? A.R. Rahman became A.R. Rahman because of Roja.
It's a lot.
What are you talking about? There's so
It is
much
to me, to my ear, A.R.
Which
Rahman
song?
is not, doesn't
To the
sound
South Indian
Indian.
Roja
ear,
song
it is
had
not
Arabic
very
influence.
South Indian. To the South Indian ear is not very South Indian.
Definitely. But by that logic, even Tumile Dil Khile is not very Carnatic classical, right?
No. I'm saying it's not folk. It's not Tamil folk either. It is very, very, what do you call it?
Yeah.
Arabic sounding. All the songs.
Fusion.
All the songs he was doing that period of time, they were all very. They are very. What do you call it? What do you want to do? You want to mix the two genres. He mixed it, and the Bollywood loved it. Yeah, they loved that because that's the sound they wanted.
How was it different from Criminal soundtrack? Tumile Dil Khile and all.
No, I'd see, Dada, one thing is I forgot. I don't know which movie you're referring to when you say Criminal, if it's the Hindi name for the Tamil movie.
Nagarjuna and Bahubali's mother and Monisha Koirala.
Oh, that is from
That was in
1989, that movie. 1985.
95. So 92 is Roja, 95 is that song. After that, M.M. Keeravani does not get seen in Bollywood.
Yes.
Until
Oh,
this
by the
song.
way, no. Yeah, no. So, sorry, M.M. Keeravani is again Telugu industry.
He's Brahmin as well.
Yeah. I mean, the point is not that. The point is that I
Sorry.
don't know about that, but again, the point is that the Telugu, Mahesh Babu put this really well. The economics of the Telugu industry actually generates more money than Bollywood.
I see.
So first thing is that at that time the NT Ramarao had just become chief minister of Andhra Pradesh. So that also, that film boom, more of the effect. M.M. Keeravani was getting everything, right? So that is one thing. The second thing is him and Rajamouli also flick and copy samples of songs from different foreign movies and all. They do it all the time. Okay, that's one thing. And to mention about A.R. Rahman, it is that Bombay riot, post Mumbai blasts and all the integration and all that. But the Salim Javed duo had just broken up as well by the time. But that Muslimification of the Sufi is fake Sufi. I mean, I say not fake Sufi. Sufi is violent. Let's not go there. But yeah, like the Urdu wood had already formed by then. It was 35 years into Urdu wood.
Oh yes, with the Gulf money, all the oil money was already here in.
So A.R. Rahman being is, why didn't they not prop up Ilayaraja, who's probably objectively better? It's simply because of the fact it's A.R. Rahman versus Ilayaraja. Why did A.R. Rahman get that Mozart of Madras moniker when instead of Ilayaraja? Because the conversions in this case was opposite. Ilayaraja converted. Ilayaraja's a Ghar Wapasi situation.
Yeah.
Right.
Ilayaraja had done his Ghar Wapsi back then also. Within the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
I see. Yeah, and he is the king of orchestration, and if you have to call someone Mozart, Ilayaraja definitely deserves that recognition before A.R. Rahman. He has been doing it for such a long time.
Way more diverse music.
Yeah, and also not to mention, Ilaiyaraaja's music is far more diverse. For example, Ninnu Kori Varnam, like that song and that movie. It's Shivaji Ganeshan's son, Prabhu Ganeshan, in that movie. I forgot the name of the Tamil version of the movie. I know the Telugu one. There's also the A.R. Rahman got very lucky with one of the hits, which is that Apache Indian rap song, which is with Prabhu Deva. क्या बोलते हैं उसको, that no problem.
Urvashi.
No, Urvasi is one for sure. Urvasi, we know that. But Mukabla, yes. But there's another one with Mukabla. But I'm talking about Mulagamalmakra Tamil part in a side on a wait, Western in a part, no problem. It's basically Apache Indian and A.R. Rahman making a song that became
Holy shit.
No, but
Afrobeat rap stuff.
Can I remember?
if I'm not mistaken, in the Tamil Nadu discourse, Ilaiyaraaja was far leading A.R. Rahman for a very long time. It was only
Correct.
because A.R. Rahman got his job in the Bollywood industry that he
Yes.
became so popular in the household, which was
Yeah.
basically
So-
good.
By the way, that
So,
Afrobeat,
back-to-back
Jamaican
all of
rap
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The point is, A.R. Rahman's jump shoot to worldwide stardom was because of Lagan and Ye Sab Kuch. Okay, and the South Indian bursting thing was that movie with Prabhu Deva where he did and the collaboration with Apache Indian, which was in
And
1993 or
also,
something.
all the major singers who actually used to sing in his debut films were all basically Tamilians. They were not from Karnataka.
Yeah,
So
and if you-
SPB and S. Janki,
Yes.
for example, was from Karnataka. Or sorry, was she from Andhra Pradesh?
I think no, S. Janaki I think was from AP, but she had mixed heritage.
Yeah, she was from AP. But for example, K.S. Chitra, SPB, and all these people, and Hariharan, for example. I mean, Hariharan plus A.R. Rahman is my most
Hariharan-
favorite genre of music.
Hariharan
He
is
was
a
also-
Bombay guy.
Hariharan is Bombay Tamil.
Bombay Tamil is actually from South Indian Tamil.
largely Tamil. So I believe they have
That is
more
a Bombay
access
Tamil.
to.
By the way, there's also Bombay Jayashree and these people as well. So I'm just
Yeah.
saying these people or MS Subbalakshmi is still dominating classical at this time. So yeah, okay. So that was the funda with A.R. Rahman. It is guarantee Urdu wood.
Okay, closing remarks, Anand. And we are ignoring Kannadiga guy today. Skanda next day. Yeah, Anand, closing thoughts on Tamil Nadu and
Tamil
freebies.
Nadu's
No,
freebie-
after Lagan, there was Jodha Akbar as well, no? For A.R. Rahman. So those were big
No.
breakthroughs back.
Nothing. Like Jodha Akbar was nothing.
No, it was pretty
Anand,
popular.
Anand. Generation gap. Join is 50 years younger than
Jodha-
you. That's why he's
I
saying
am
it.
telling you, Jodha Akbar is literally nothing to end the diaspora.
I believe Bombay was the pinnacle of A.R. Rahman's work in terms of national works.
I'm telling the things. Bombay, Roja, then
Rangila.
what's that? Huh?
Rangila.
Rangila, then this thing.
Yeah, even Hayadama was an extremely good piece of work.
So those movies really
It's-
cemented him
it's
permanently.
something on.
Okay. So then Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu, the reason why freebies work so well is because if you observe Tamil rural society, it is not very advanced. It's very poor. Rural Tamil Nadu is very poor. It's not the way they describe, very educated and very rich. No, they're very poor. They're living in poverty. They have very limited. Women have limited agency. You go interview them, ask them, who will you vote for? My husband will tell you who to vote for. Can you imagine? This is not a developed society. It's like my husband will tell me who to vote for. What nonsense! And they'll vote in the village. Will all vote for one person. They don't vote for I will want to vote for this person. You will vote for this person. The village will vote for one person. Because the village panchayat has decided. So everyone will vote for him. Is there a developed society? No. What has happened in Tamil Nadu was, and that's why it worked so well, because the Amma was able to convince a lot of villages, vote for me, I will give you free food. I'll give you that Amma canteen thing. Or I'll give you cooker. Everyone in the village will get cooker. Everyone in the village will get watering machine. She did that. But her genius was she gave freebie, but she didn't abandon the state's economy. You understand? She's like what Modi is. That's why she liked Modi a lot. She and Modi had very good relations. They're politically rivals in terms of BJP and AIDMK at that time. But they were friends, very good friends, because they were thinking similarly. I will bribe the people with freebies and I will do other things on the side. So she developed the economy very well. She got concessions from the central government. Investments. She got a lot of investments from the central government for her state. And the biggest thing is Tamil Nadu has a port, multiple ports, which means what? Easier to ship goods out to destinations. So why would you put your factory far in the north and then ship all the way to the south? There is land. Set up factories in Tamil Nadu itself. Geographical position is very significant, right? And secondly, it's right where the river is going, Kaveri river is going. So easy to ship down river also if you require. Some things can be shipped down river, right? When the water is big. And Tamil Nadu has a lot of connections, a lot of port connections. Like Tamil Nadu is connected to all the markets of Southeast Asia, then even to the west towards Africa. Right? Kerala is very difficult to have a port because it's very close to the Western Ghats. Tamil Nadu is most of Tamil Nadu is far away from the Eastern Ghats. So you can build a port and you can transport very easily, storage very easy. Kerala is a little more difficult compared to Tamil Nadu, right? So that's another reason why Tamil Nadu was. And finally, I think is also because Tamil people tend to be more capitalists. The commie thing did happen in Tamil Nadu. It never got any power. They had some social justice nonsense, but even social justice was basic caste. No commie shit. So commie shit never came to Tamil Nadu. So it was thankfully just some freebies and economic benefit. That's it.
Yes. Thanks a lot for that closing point, but I'll just comment on this music debate that's going on in the live chat. Singane Praveen, yes, Bollywood has no sense of harmony and it actively avoids a sense of harmony because of that overall North India as we know it today, which is largely a product of Islamic invasions, which focuses on Dehati and simple music. There's no other reason that magically South Indian music is more complex than North Indian music because they had no luxury of sitting down and making music in North India for a bunch of centuries. So yes, they preferred. Therefore,
I don't know, understand this point. Really? You think they know harmony? Bollywood? What are the songs?
The only guy who has been the only let's say a guy who is very skilled with harmonies. Only such guy that Bollywood has ever worked with is Sholil Chaudhary and A.R. Rahman. Nobody else. Nobody else. No other composer is especially skilled at harmonies. Everyone is skilled at composition, melody, something or the other.
This is the No Problem song I was talking about.
R.D. Burman?
I see.
Where R.D. Burman also copied a lot of stuff.
Somewhat. Yeah, but most of his stuff was copied.
Lovebirds apparently is the Tamil name of the movie.
Okay.
It's with Nagma and Prabhudeva from 1996. Yeah, so that's the song that genuinely struck him to superstardom in Tamil Nadu.
I see.
Okay, so it's the last one. I guess
to Anand, Sholil Chaudhary. Sholil Chaudhary is the guy known for harmonies, and he worked for a while in Bollywood because he was a commie himself, and commies ate up his job. Yeah, go
Wait,
on.
by
What
the
did
way,
you say, Anand?
Dada, you went. Sorry.
What did Anand say?
Anand, what did you say?
No, your audience is savage.
Or the audience being savage. Okay. Wait, Dada, I had a question. Okay. This is the A.R. Rahman thing I've been meaning to ask you ever since your post like a few months ago. It's like, I'm discovering completely new A.R. Rahman South Indian songs that I never knew existed, which is like with sound Indian basically.
No, I was.
Right?
Oh yeah, I did discover some.
Which yes, I'm assuming is what do you call it? Inese Alapriyale. And like what is it? Venela. That's a Telugu one, but the sort of Tamil version of it. Then I'm assuming like the movie from Jeans. I think Jeans, Aishwarya Rai's movie.
I've heard all that. I had heard all that in my childhood only. So I rediscovered some new songs because of Deepta Shojash of all people. He said he used to dance at college competitions on A.R. Rahman songs, and he made me listen to a bunch of dance-focused, EDM-focused A.R. Rahman songs from the mid-2000s. Those are the ones which I had missed. I only focused on his melody-based songs, not his hippie songs.
Yeah, but no, the point being is that A.R. Rahman is not exactly the saint that people paint him to be. So
he's not the best either.
I don't his present Tamil works are
and he's overrated.
I think he's highly overrated. Similarly,
yes, he's overrated.
Beyonce is very overrated. Same problem. Beyonce and A.R. same.
I don't know, but he has basically lost his originality. Till a certain point, it's original. after
if
that,
if you're a one trick pony, obviously you
and he
do
himself
yourself.
admitted in one interview, admitted he accidentally ended up combining two things, and ever he has been doing that. So I don't know what was the last memorable thing he
Western
produced.
fusion also is horrible. Have you heard of
Yeah.
Western fusion stuff? It's horrible. It's like nothing great. Like he did that
Okay,
Avengers
I've had
thing, and
enough
like,
of disrespect
I was
of
like,
my
what is this
second favorite
poop?
composer.
What is this shit? What is this shit you're making?
No,
With the Avengers?
I am very
What is
fond
this?
of A.R. Rahman, especially anything that he has done with Hariharan. I am very fond of it. Be it Tal, be it, let's say, Bombay or anything. The score of Bombay is magnanimous, fantastic, everything. I want someone to automatically keep playing it on my grave unless I'm cremated. That's all is fine. Okay, so to
I
put
mean-
a last point.
I mean, the current movie. What is that movie he did recently?
Chava.
That,
Chava.
Chava was horrible. Chava was
No,
pathetic.
Exactly.
Chava, what
But
was
that's
the Tamil
him being
movie?
Sufi.
It was
Tamil movie before that. Sorry, Ponniyin Selvan.
Oh, PS1, yeah.
That music was
PS2.
good. That music was good.
Okay.
He
Yes.
finally did something interesting.
Yeah, PS2, PS1 was good. In fact, I believe for any kind of, let's say, Hindu historical epic or something, Ajay Atul fits the vibe more.
I mean, Ajay
Partly
Atul is
because
just for
all
the
your-
Marathi ones, I will say that, yeah. But
Yeah, but partly because all your glorious stories are eventually some offspring of the Marathi. You have had with Peshwas, you have had with Chhatrapati's and their offsprings and everything.
By the way, I'm just saying, Anushka Shetty has some of the best female-centric movies, Rudramma Devi and Arundhati. Watch it. You'll absolutely love it.
Arundhati
She has
I have
strong female-centric. Arundhati is a genuinely epic movie. Sonu Sood killed it as a villain. Same with Rudramma Devi movie is also a really, really good movie. You should watch it. And yeah, it's not just key, and those are pure hardcore kya bol usko, Eastern Chalukya Ganga, that sort of that Kakatiya, that in the Rudramma Devi in case is Kakatiya.
But that
But
is
yeah,
that.
the point is a completely different
I guess many years ago they came up with that theme of Kochadayam or something like that. It was an animation thing in Tamil.
Oh, Kochadayan.
Yeah. And they wanted to actually popularize it. It never came through. So as the last point, obviously we are going to discuss primary education some other day. The last point I wanted to say is, since a lot was discussed about separatism and let's say all these things, caste system and everything, I believe partly because everything that could be done in Gujarat was done in Gujarat because of two factors. One was because of the development. Second thing, there were ups and downs, but largely a lot of it was being counterbalanced by the overwhelming or overriding concept of Hindutva. So once again, I do not know why should they shy away from Hindutva, because every single state has adhered to some form of regionalism. Now, if they have already done it and you have come up with Hindutva, and every time people come up with bizarre economic policies, they have actually been an offshoot of the greater ideology they have come up with. So if they have relentlessly merged both of them and presented it in a single platter so it is more admissible or acceptable to general public, I do not know what is your problem of combining Hindutva and reaping the harvests of it while pushing some free market policies, which would automatically be the, let's say, seedling of Hindutva 2.0. But either you start doing it now, because once again, everything that Gujarat has been a result of 20 years of labor. If you are not going to start doing it even now, you have to come up with the alternative channel whereby what you are going to resort to if you reject freebies has to be prepared already so that people can sustain themselves. वो नहीं होगा, so I don't think anyone is coming out of the freebie.
But I must say that region around Big Dwarka, there the Dwarka thing is filthy. My God, it's so filthy. That place, the Dwarka temple. You will go to the
Have
island,
they
right?
started?
Oh,
Have
right,
they
right,
started
right.
that underwater thing that they were planning to? Sad.
I thought they sent an exploration party for the underground.
They said
No, I
they
guess
just
they
said
wanted to popularize it as a
channel see
adventure
Dwarka.
activity as well.
You know, and
I
also
see.
Disha Aluwalia from The Print was telling about how these guys are not even preserving the old archaeological sites correctly. Nothing.
Oh, great. On that happy note,
But
we
even in
will end our live stream now.
Odisha, the Sun Temple is basically in a deplorable state.
Oh yeah, they put plaster on it, no, and they load POP instead of the
It was
idol.
so horrible. I went and I was like, oh, what the hell is this? It looks like
That hurts my soul.
Other countries are carefully restoring stuff. Our stupid people are like just blow, put the hot, blow the sand on the thing. Okay, still. I mean, I'm going to thapad marne ki feel. They
Yeah.
stand blowing.
And
What of blowing the
And yeah, I think people should stop for regarding ASI being stupid and shit. They should stop making excuses for KK Mohammed and the ASI budget as well. It's getting out of hand. This ASI being completely stupid. Like you have to like take it apart completely. But again, the question is, can you Dada lobby with government people or no? Or Sanjeev Sanyal, anybody?
I can at least tell him or ask him something about this. That what is going on with ASI? Can something be done? I'll ask him.
Yeah, because he surely will know something, right?
Yeah,
No,
he is
let's
the
say-
guy on this topic, right?
So it's a private agency who's willing to get.
He will have some say, I'm
crowdsourced
sure.
Funds. Let them organize and maintain
Yeah.
the basis.
They
But
you know
you
there was
know-
speaking of, there was a thread on Twitter about this as well. The private somebody player stepping in. I forgot the name too, because in fact there's two manuscript missions if you look at it. One is the government one. I forgot if it's FCHR or something. The government manuscript stuff, and there's a government website for Ustad Ummad or whatever, I forgot the name of it. But there's also Rahul Diwan's manuscript thing. So I don't know if those are like intersectional or not. That also I don't know. So क्या हो रहा है वो combine कर रहे हैं कि क्या होता है?
Preserving Hampi, they're going to be preserving Prabhanana temple in Indonesia.
See, I will say that the foreign budget is different. So I like the Indonesian temple preservation. But what are you doing with your local temples, mate? What are you doing?
And then you have 1,000 crores stolen from a temple built 2 years ago. Damn.
No, 200 crores.
1,000
not
crores.
1,000.
1,000 crores.
200 crores. 200.
Oh,
200.
okay,
It's
but
just 200 crores.
Size exaggerated.
I guess the Shiva Linga is missing in one of the main Jyotirlingas now. That's what I
Don't
heard.
fall for the
no, that can't be it.
Fine, let it come properly.
Wait, no, yeah, no. So okay, right? You got the Chola idols back. That and all is good, but that also still seems patchwork because it seems like Modi is under control of what he can do. He's doing, but what he's not under control of, he cannot handle it. So it's quite clear that the self intelligence ball like iRobot ka computer that became sentient AI intelligence has taken over.
Government आपका है, but system हमारा है.
Yeah.
No, and Modi did it himself. He centralized everything in BJP, in RSS, in the government. So
And
he'll have
that
to
is
bear
what
the
is
brunt
not
of that.
letting all the industrial reforms happen. Simply.
Is that not?
Yeah.
So everything is going to PMO and it's getting clogged.
No,
Are you sure?
We'll have to go through.
He did diversify some control. You understand? He did. But problem is,
Yeah.
he still kept the same system. He's keeping the same bureaucratic
Babus.
system.
No, you have to let the regional leaders experiment and implement things on their own. That is how to get things done in a decentralized fashion.
They get regional leaders like Mohan Yadav.
Mohan
They
Yadav
don't
is,
get Govind and Yogi everywhere.
Yeah, which is why, mark my words, if someday the BJP splits, Fadnavis will be spearheading it. I'm telling you.
wait, so Fadnavis spearheads which side is the question?
You tell me what Fadnavis has done uniquely.
It's not done much.
No, that's not the reason. The reason is he is ruling the only state that has got the money to eventually fund things to
That
get
I'm asking.
He has been the same.
Significantly compared to UP, Assam, and even now Bengal. Bengal has done some crazy, really cool stuff. You tell me what has Fadnavis done out of the box in Maharashtra? Infrastructure is fine.
I am
Money
not
is-
personally sure, but I don't understand why BJP supporters are very much excited about Fadnavis. And
I'll
they
tell
think
you why.
he's
I'll tell you
also
why.
doing good.
Let me put the elephant in the room that people haven't talked about because I've been binging on things. Astrologers, number one, by the way. Second, donations to major right-wing channels and things. Yes, donations, and we can't name them, but everybody knows who it is. And क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Apart from astrology and this, the third thing is the guy has consistently, at least at a RSS social media level, has fought back against adversity and has maintained good relations with everybody. So that's the result. Fadnavis
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
No, but
Fadnavis propaganda is there for that
you
reason.
follow the PR that is going on and you will figure out a lot of things.
Yes.
He's a nice guy. Everyone likes him. Everyone's friends with him.
He's a
Yeah,
he's a
obviously,
more
man,
You just follow the stream of PR and you will deduce a lot of things. And secondly, what do you think if astrologers predict something? What are they predicting it out of? The crystal ball? I am not very confident in that theory. So I believe it will be Fadnavis who will eventually split it. And once again, all these speculations, all these wild speculations of Fadnavis would be brought to the center out of all people, and they want to hand over everything to the this.
You look like Karnataka BJP. You look like Karnataka BJP. The SIR has started. They have not done anything. They're sitting on their hands. And
Karnataka is the one damn state where BJP ka popat bana diya this fellow in the Rajya Sabha elections.
DK Shiv Kumar.
DK Shiv Kumar.
I mean, they're not doing anything. SIR has started in Karnataka. They haven't talked to. They haven't even come and talk to their own voters.
Yeah, because
They couldn't care less. I told you they couldn't care less.
all the Karnataka leaders and the Telangana leaders have been displaced. They're not even there. So that's the point. Like,
Yes, they don't care.
it's both. No, come on. No. I'll tell you. I'll give. No. There was a kid there was one of my classmates from one of my college friends, let's call him that, was kind of being pitched to be a Karyakarta for BJP. Okay. He told me that he didn't take it up, obviously. He told me that because Tejasvi Surya is a Brahmin, apparently, that's why the certain castes of Karnataka don't want him in power.
Well,
Internally in
I guess
BJP.
it was Telangana where Modi went for some event and then left and right humiliated all the leaders, saying you people are good for nothing and everything, while laughing and actually publicized it. Yeah.
Oh damn!
He told all the
Because
Telangana BJP
because
leaders that
the only guy who got shit done was like an Annamalai kind of guy. His name is Bandi Sanjay Kumar. Yeah, Bandi Sanjay. But Bandi Sanjay is a little bit like Annamalai in the sense that he has that, as the astrologer says, Simha Lagna, he has a thing, I want to take charge and go with it, but it's my way or the highway. You guys, you come along, we agree on this and go, or you fuck off, kind of ideology. That's what Bandi is. Bandi got removed, by the way. He quit. He's like, nah, I can't deal with this.
Obviously, everything they said, the Amit Shah wants to control from center. Like, I'm not going to work. You need someone like Suvendra Adhikari in your state. Like, saying,
So would it, okay, is it safe?
I go to the opposite. Are you okay with that?
Very random thing, but is it safe to say that Amit Shah is behaving like Mohammed bin Tughlaq?
No. He's just. I think he's just used to getting his way.
He is.
I think he wants to solidify his one term as the prime minister. That is his primary incentive. So he doesn't want hell to start breaking loose just before.
Do you think Amit Shah, if he becomes PM hypothetically, the security thing will go overdrive? In the sense that Amit Shah will actually get cases done.
I actually think the opposite. He is a fantastic home minister, but he would not be able to be a good prime minister because then there will be a lot of vacancies which no one capable enough would be filling. Secondly, if he's going to remain as the home minister, he will not be compatible with any other prime minister.
But Yogi, I think he can be compatible with Yogi.
No. Singhania Praveen, don't say the quiet part out loud, please. Do not say the quiet part.
What did Singhania Praveen say? I genuinely want to read that now.
He said Lingayat's question.
Oh lol. I can't. Why, man? Why do you say that out loud? Why? But yeah. No. See, no. This way. So is there beef between Amit Shah and Yogi? Yeah. No.
That is not the point, finally, because basically Yogi and Amit Shah stand for the same thing. That's the most tragic part of it.
Oh, they're the same guy.
That is, one of them would split, but then both stand for the same point of view.
They're not the same guy. No. They're not the same
guy.
Amit Shah is the one who will sacrifice 1,000 troops to get his achievement. Yogi is the one who sacrificed himself to get his achievement. That's the difference.
Yogi died.
That is okay. Poetic, bro. Poetic. I don't know, man. But yeah, wait. But so listen, I genuinely want to ask Dada this, and you CSK, Shreya, and you as well. If you guys are very serious about it, why don't you actually become a think tank?
Because I don't have the money to register it that way. That's the only reason. Otherwise, we are planning to register it as a civil society and stuff. And after my loan gets over, all my cases are over. I've actually completed my Kalbharavashtakam music video project. After that, I'll spend money on anything else. My first and foremost priority right now is Kalbharavashtakam.
Another reason why Indian politics is so stuck. It's stuck because you cannot be an independent political idea in India because the lawyers sent after you are crazy. Remember, lawyers are sent after you. Even saying one small thing is so bad. So how can you? They keep saying get youngsters into politics. Which youngster is brave enough to like say, "Oh, I've got no money.
I don't agree with you.
I'm going to not agree with you. I'm going to take the risk of having an idea."
No, Anand, I can provide BJP with youngsters. I can provide Shoyon, Abhay. They won't like any of their ideas. They'll say, no, do you have ground experience? Shoyan has to go to villages and experience ground and village life, only then he can be knowledgeable.
From CCP again.
I can basically ruminate on those ideas. I can pretend to be one of the greatest supporters of socialism and say all those bizarre stuff. It's just that it is pointless.
What is happening is CCP application of BJP.
Yes.
Where you either join us or we will get rid of you.
Yes.
And what happens? It's maybe beneficial to run a country. Okay, maybe you can run the country great. But what if something fails and you need to get feedback?
Speaking of,
I'm not going
didn't the LPI Twitter account get booted by you know who?
Yeah, I don't think it was for any particular reason. I think it was just some pissed off BJP guy who has some connections who probably got them banned, because till date they don't know what exactly they got banned for, because they were not even saying anything in incendiary and stuff.
Are you following the super that is
why they banned you?
Between the social media pages, political social media pages of West Bengal? Have you followed that first and over?
Who knows who is which one?
I've not. No.
It's hilarious.
Okay.
Another just a relevant CSK question once more. Sorry, just a quick one, which is to sort of streamline the debates a bit more. Can we have a little bit more of the Padati being introduced, where let's say we have cumulatively raised 35 issues or something. Instead, can it be one issue replies circle? And can we also do, since we all have converged thinkings in some ways, right? Can we do a tier list of yes and no's? So we have a full tier list live stream, and we have the ideas, and we put it in great tier, go tier, shit tier, dog tier, and for each and every genre. Is that doable?
Right.
That will then mean that we have a streamlined set of thoughts.
Can you mail me that template? I don't know how to do that. I know it happens because of a template, right? I don't know how to cast it or how to even handle it. What software does it open in?
To be fair, even I don't know the answer. I just know streamers do it.
Okay. Right. I've seen many of my favorite streamers do it. Yeah, I'll look it up then. Thanks Anand, Shoyan, Rudvik, and Skanda, who we ignored, and Auditro, Abhay. Thanks everyone in the live chat. We had a great fruitful discussion.
Tushar and the guest, thank you so much, everybody.
Yes, Tushar. See you all soon. Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Gari gama,